Dean, and welcome to our online session exploring the impact of Rome beyond Rome, imitation of Roman imperial coins, also in the name of the David Wigg-Wolf and Dymowski co-organizers. Before I begin, I would like to introduce to you Andrew Szymanek, our student who will help us in technical matters of our session, and Dr. Anna Zapolska, who sits close to me and assists me, who I shouldn't introduce to you, I hope. Okay, and now I try to share a screen with you and to show the presentation, where I feel a bit like a primus pilus with these technical matters here. Well, okay. So, well, I will try to very briefly to present you the main project we just finished last year, so called IMAGMA, then the two others, Barbarian Forgers and Corpus Numorum Barbarorum. So the IMAGMA, which is the acronym which comes from the words Imagines Majestatis, we started 5 years ago in the cooperation with our institute, now faculty, and Deutsches Archeologisches Institut, which was also financed by the National Science Centers and Deutsche Forschungsgemeinschaft. So there are main participants from the RGK, there also Goethe Universität Frankfurt and Rechnungszentrum, Deutsche Bergbaumuseum Bochum, and from our university, particularly Faculty of the Chemistry and Digital Humanities Lab, and also in cooperation with some other colleagues, independent scholars from institute universities in Ukraine, in Germany, and in Denmark. Well, IMAGMA, it's very close to the enigma, something enigmatic, and enigma machine is an encryption device developed and used in the early to mid-20th century to protect commercial, diplomatic, and military communication. It was employed extensively by the Germany during World War II and in all branches of the military. It was deciphered by a Polish-English team of mathematicians. And our IMAGMA project solved, in my opinion, the following puzzles of imitations of imperial coins in Barbaricum. So ways of adapting Roman technology, origin of the precious metal, technologies used, plans and time of production, distribution, reasons for their manufacture and possible function, and finally, some further development of imitations. Often this phenomena were different for gold and silver coins. In greatly simplified terms, let me summarize the results of our 5-year research addressing Germanic imitations of imperial aurae and denarii. So barbarian imitations of Roman imperial coins for IMAGMA purposes, we understand coins or coin-looking objects modeled on Roman imperial or provincial coins, or inspired by them, made by barbarians other than post-Roman minting activity. So in the barbarian, sorry, I have to switch one thing, yeah, okay. You then better say it. From barbarian imitations, in barbarian imitations, images and legends are barbarized to a varying extent. So they are intentionally modified, and imitations, as imitations, we understand completely different, and the cast copies. More about the idea of imitation you can hear in next contribution by David Wigg. So there is the cast copies, the examples, which are, in our opinion, not imitations. We've found some years ago in Ukraine even a bronze mat, and here you can see a possible prototype for this mold, and that is northwestern Ukraine. Here you can see how this cast imitation have been done, and in recent years there are also remains of workshops for cast copies found in Ukraine. So they are the territories mostly of the western Ukraine, currently of 5 such workshops. But this problem of the copies that is analyzed by the other project, barbarian forgers, manufacture and use of the counterfeit Roman imperial denarii in East Central Europe in antiquity by Arkadiusz Dymowski. You can hear more about it in June at our online conference here. So, firstly, ways of adapting Roman myth technology. During the crisis of the 3rd century, northern barbarians and primarily Goths invaded the Balkan and Asian provinces, plundered many towns and captured many craftsmen. In the sole reign of Gallienus, the Goths sacked Alexandria Troas, seized its colonial mint and probably abducted its employees. Back in their homeland in western Ukraine, they began minting gold pieces using Roman dice for colonial bronzes, perhaps aided by abducted mint workers. So that is examples of such pieces struck with Alexandria Troas dice. And the currently known finds of such pieces on the territory of the western Ukraine. Then in the barbarian territory, the Roman mint technology continued to evolve both with regard to gold and silver coins. Germanic craftsmen learned, among other things, to make dice, the technology of which is discussed briefly here and in detail in other contributions, mostly in their contribution by Kyrylo Myzgin and Tom Więcek. So there is the example when the die is re-engraved and changing the letters of inscription. And that is a gold piece struck with a pair of dice made in Ukraine, and the obverse is completely unknown as a prototype in Roman mintage. So then the origin of the precious metal. There were no gold or silver or deposit of strategic significance that were explored in antiquity in Central Eastern Europe. And chemical analysis, you'll hear more about it in tomorrow, indicate that gold for imitation was overhang of Roman origin. In the 3rd quarter of the 3rd century, it came mainly from the treasury of Emperor Decius, which was captured at Abritus, after Abritus battle. Well, I published together with Kyrylo many times this subject, so I think it's rather known. And here you can see a domination of the aurae from mid-3rd century as a result. Later it came the gold from spoils as well as from donativa and tribute paid to barbarian Gothic military elite. The presence in some gold imitations of inclusions of the platinum group, such as iridium, osmium and ruthenium, found in gold from Ural and Altai mountains, suggests that a small part of the gold could also have an eastern origin, probably Sarmatian. Similarly, chemical analyses indicate that silver for imitation may have also mainly Roman origin. Worn imperial denarii used in Barbaricum until the migration period could be the source of silver of barbarian imitations. Other sources of Roman silver could be plunder, donativa, and tribute paid to Gothic military elite. Now the technologies used, at least 4, I present you piece punches, transfer dice, and hewing, were the peace punches is quite obvious. Here you have an example of such an imitation with the legend of Hadrian, however, the portrait of Antoninus Pius, how it could be done. Here also the other example by Arkadiusz Dymowski, he tells much more about it. So different portrait, so identical portrait and different legend. And however here, identical legend and different portraiture. Well, and down from the Khmelnytsky district, you can find an example of such peace punches made probably from gold imitations. Yeah? You can see the traces of used peace punches on this silver imitation. And here I present you an animation by Cliff Standard with the agreement of him how it could work. So how to make a bronze transfer die. So that is the first phase. And then, excuse me, the animation should start. Okay, and then how to make the bronze transfer die with a cube, and then finally you have this transfer die. What is interesting, a few years ago, such cube Patricks from Ukraine has been found, and we've got even traces of use of such Patricks from the Ukraine on the two of imitation, one recently found and one quite old one. So sometimes the same dies were used for silver, gold and plated imitations. For gold and silver plating, different technologies were used, which were already well known to Gothic goldsmiths with the in the 2nd century AD. So here you have a die linking imitation, so the same workshops from the Ukraine, mostly for silver imitations, but there are also in this chains some gold coins, which were struck with the dies originally for silver pieces. Very briefly, the place and time of the production of gold. So in both cases, there is the Cherniahov cultural territory, mostly Western Ukraine, and the second half of the first half of the 4th century. And for mass production of silver, the same territory of the Western Ukraine, possibly some other territories of the Central Europe, like the Przewoz culture, and a bit later period, so start probably at the same time, mid-3rd century, late 3rd century to the late 4th, mid-5th century, early migration period, most probably. So you can see that the concentration of the all-known imitations are mostly on the territory of the Ukraine, and particularly the western part of the Ukraine. Something stopped, I don't know. No, zawisła mi prezentacja. Sorry, some technical problems. Okay, let's start here. So then the distribution, it's almost the same of the imitation of imperial silver, of imperial denarii in Barbaricum, and practically the same is the gold one. I skipped this one, it's not enough time. And then the reasons for manufacture and possible function of gold. So most gold and gold-plated imitations are pierced or more rarely have a loop added above the head of emperor, similarly to Roman aureole found in Barbaricum. The insufficient supply of original array from the territory of the empire, late in the reign of Gallienus and of his successors, was the main reason to make imitation for the Cherniachov culture peoples of the Gothic societies. So you can see here the position of holes in original array, most of them, more than 90% over the head of the emperor. And you look on the holes and the loops of the golden imitations. Here are the number and here are the hour. So most of them are done at 12 o'clock, so over the head of the emperor from the obverse. Starting from gold, at first they were used primarily to display affiliation with Gothic elite warrior units, so the in Latin comitatus, as military decoration, insignia of rank awarded by a ruling group. Later, they could take on a different meaning and fulfill an apotropaic function or so on. And for silver and silver-plated imitation were usually not pierced. Reasons for their manufacture remains a mystery to us. They were used together with Roman denarii as special purpose money. First of all, as a storage of wealth and means of payment in the prestige economy of the Barbaricum elites until the migration period, perhaps until the 6th century AD, mainly on Gotland. A bit more about it also in the David Wigg-Wolf lecture. So you can see here this region of Barbaricum with direct linked denarii imitations, so starting mostly from Ukraine, Central Europe up to Baltic Islands, Western Germany and Hungarian plain. Well, and finally, the developments of Gothic communities migrating from Ukraine back to southern Scandinavia in the 4th, mid-5th century carried to the north the customs of technologies of imitation, Roman coins and medallions. The final evolutionary stage of this phenomenon are native Scandinavian bracteates. So medallions, one-sided medallion, and the bracteates. More about it in Nancy and Anna Zapolska report. And Gothic groups migrating from Ukraine to the Middle Danube and further south and west brought with them their know-how, the technological skills for coin production. In the Great Hungarian plain, solidi of the Constantinian dynasty are imitated, still mainly for prestigious purposes, while the first identified Germanic means, Ostrogoth or Gepid, striking mainly silver coins, was established in Sirmium. So more about it by Michele Asolati in his lecture. So, finally conclusion, the roots of early Germanic coins are almost 2 centuries older than we used to think, dating back to the mid-1st century AD. The topics mentioned in brief in this presentation will be discussed in detail in all contributions that follow, particularly today. And finally, our future project will be Corpus Numorum Barbarorum, CNB in short, as an online searchable semantic database. Thank you very much for your attention. I am in 19 minutes, so just in time. Please remember all the other speakers to keep your time. There are many presentations today. Thank you very much. Okay, and now I would like to ask David Wigg-Wolf for his presentation.
Hi, Alexander. Thank you. I think you're still sharing your screen, so I can't share mine.
Okay.
Okay, thanks, Alexander.
Okay. I try to do it, yeah. So.
That's okay.
Okay.
It's coming up now. Are you seeing my presentation?
Not yet.
It's coming.
It's coming slowly.
Ah, okay. And Chris Lockyer tells me I'm not being heard very well, so I might change my microphone.
Please.
Could you speak louder, David, please?
Better now. Is that better?
Yes, we see it, but please speak louder because we do not hear you well.
I've just changed my microphone to the webcam. It's not working on my headphones. Is that better now?
It's
Okay, good. I'm still not seeing my presentation though.
I can see it already. It's up.
Oh, that's interesting. I don't see it on the screen. Okay, wonderful. Good. So I will just hope that you're actually looking at the same slide as I am, because I'm just, I don't get it. Well, welcome everybody. And thank you, Alexander, for your organization of this meeting. It's nice to see so many people coming here to listen to the subject today. I would, hang on, get the mouse over here. Alexander has already presented the Amagma project, so I will skip this very briefly, but just like to point out that what I say is very much an interpretation of work done by others on the project, and without them, I could not be talking today. Thank you to the team for wonderful years of work. What will I be talking about today? I'd like to put Imitations into context and discuss, first of all, the background, looking at Roman coins outside the empire, how they function. Then very briefly look at the phenomenon of imitations, which Alexander has already talked about. I'd then like to discuss their function, again, going into a little more detail than Alexander, and then finally look at what we actually mean by imitation. What do we mean when we use this word? Because it really covers a multitude of possibilities. So first of all, Roman coins outside the empire. This is very briefly a fine spot map of the coins in the databases in Warsaw and Frankfurt of Roman coins outside the empire. At least this was a screen grab from about a year ago. There's more in now. The two databases have well over 50,000 coins from Poland, associated territory, and from northern Germany. And of course, there are actually many, many more coins that have been found. But what are Roman coins doing in such numbers outside the empire? Here we have a bar chart of the denominations of Roman coins of the Augustan coinage system, therefore up until about AD 260, that are found outside the empire. And the first thing that we see is that denarii account for more than 50% of the coins. More than 50% of the coins are silver, which incidentally confirms what Tacitus tells us about the Germani preferring silver. Now, it's interesting to compare that with what the situation was like in the empire. And here I rely on data connected by Loris Otz for his PhD 20 years ago, where he looked at the various denominations in various kinds of sites, in towns, in smaller towns, rural settlements and villas along the, in the hinterland of the Lower Rhine. And then I compared that with the presence of denominations in northern Germany. And what we see is that outside the empire, there is a lot more silver than even in a rural context within the empire. The people in the villas are actually spending their money in the towns. This is why the small change is being lost there. It's not because they don't have them, but they're not using them there and not losing them. But here outside the empire, it is quite clear we have a very, very different system or how coinage is being used. And if we look at the representation of denarii, representation of silver, we also find that it is much more common in hoards. It's coming up to about 95% of the coins in hoards outside of the empire are denarii. So as Aleksander said, they are being used as a storage of wealth quite clearly. And he's already talked about Karl Polanyi's concept of special purpose money. On the right, a map of hoards of denarii from northern Germany. Special purpose money being something that is restricted to one or two of the functions of exchange, payment, valuation, accounting, and storage of wealth. So it's not being used as the sort of general purpose money that we find within the empire. It's been used very differently. We also find that the denarii stay in use for a very, very long time. In Eastern Europe, there's a great deal of evidence that Aleksander could present. Here, a hoard from northern Germany. It has a silver coin of Magnentius from AD 350, one of these typical late Roman fibulae, but a whole load of denarii. These denarii are still in use in the mid-4th century. And of course, the classic case is the grave of Schilderich in Tournai, AD 481, 482, which contained a number. Let me just look at my notes. What is it? 41 Roman denarii were found in this grave well over 200 years after they'd gone out of circulation with the empire. So this also tells us that these coins are being used, well, the circulation is very slow. This is not everyday exchange where the coins are being used quickly, getting lost quickly. They're being stored, used for big payments, and stay in circulation for a very long time, something that is of relevance later. We can look very briefly at the imitations and the range we have. Here, imitations on the left and some of the prototypes. They can range from being completely wild to actually looking quite a lot like their originals. And as Aleksander has pointed out, we also find cast, perhaps best copies would be the best way to describe them. But interestingly, coins which are made of a white metal, generally speaking copper with a 30% tin component, which makes them look very silvery, an alloy that was used widely within the Roman Empire as well to make copies of coins. The three pieces you see at the bottom are recent finds which have only come out in the last week in northern Germany. It looks like we may well have a workshop for casting copies of Roman denarii in northern Germany as well. These are new finds. The gold imitations, again, something Aleksander has pointed out, are rather different. They tend to be pierced, to be worn. And in fact, if you look at these 5 pieces down here, you will notice that the hole is always in exactly the same place. And it is quite clear that these coins were struck with the hole in them. The hole is in the die, or at least there's something in the die that makes the hole when the coin is struck. Therefore, they were never being produced as what we might understand as coins, but are quite clearly being produced as pendants. And that is actually the way we tend to find Roman coins outside the empire, official Roman coins. They tend to be pierced, unlike the silver coins. And Aleksander has already shown this as well. They tend to be pierced so that the head of the emperor is visible when the coin is worn as a pendant. Again, something I will come back to later, but it should be pointed out that the imitations and the official Roman gold coins are pierced in very much the same way. And interestingly, late Roman gold medallions, which Aleksander worked on so extensively when he was in Frankfurt. When was that? 25 years ago, Aleksander, when we first met? I guess it's quite a long time ago now. But they are then mounted in very elaborate mounts, often to be worn again so that the emperor's head is clearly visible. So having looked at the background of the coinage and the what the imitations are like, we can briefly maybe just think about the function of such imitations. Silver is, generally speaking, the preferred metal outside the empire. Silver is hoarded in very large quantities. It is the preferred metal for hoards in northern Germany, making up 95% of the coins to be found in hoards. And interestingly, silver is generally not pierced, whereby, having said that, if you go into the migration period in Germany, go into the 5th century, you do find silver being pierced, but then interestingly, occurring in contexts which are associated with women rather than, well, we don't really know much about the context beforehand, but it seems to be something of a gender matter when these silver coins are pierced later in the migration period. Gold, on the other hand, is normally pierced, looped, or mounted, and unlike the silver, there are large numbers of plated imitations. So a copper-based core plated with gold. The silver would seem to have a monetary function of some kind, being used as a store of wealth, being used as special purpose money for large payments as tribute, dowries, diplomatic payments. But gold, although it has a value as precious metal, its primary function does not seem to be monetary. Its primary function is to be worn as ornaments or as badges, as pendants in some way, and therefore associated with a kind of prestige role, very different to the way the silver is being used. We might bring it down to 2 words. For silver, the metal seems to be important, and for gold, it seems to be the appearance, what it actually looks like. So, the question of, well, the title of my lecture, what are these imitations? I went to the Merriam-Webster dictionary to look at a definition of what imitations are, and 3 topics crop up which tie in to what we are looking at here. Number 2, something produced as a copy, a counterfeit. Number 5, the quality of an object in possessing some of the nature or attributes of a transcendent idea. Number 6, the assumption of behavior observed in other individuals. And 7, resembling something else that is usually genuine and of better quality, not real. So what I decided to do was to look at these 4 ideas in red and ask, do these apply to what we are calling imitations, or have called imitations in the Imagma project? Well, the first question, are they counterfeits? Well, if you look at this imitation of an Augustan denarius, I don't think anyone could really describe this as a counterfeit. A counterfeit is designed to not be recognized as not being the real thing. This is immediately recognizable as something very different. I think we can quite clearly say that such coins are not counterfeits. So what about possessing some of the nature or attributes of Roman coins? Well, if you, hang on, oh, I forgot. Sorry, I forgot to take out the, the animation here. If you look at these coins, well, yes, they do look like Roman coins. They have a head or a bust on the obverse, like Roman coins, and on the reverse, they have a figure, an animal, or here, for example, top right, standards. So they do have something of the nature or the attributes of coinage. And this is something which really fascinates me, which actually carries through to the present day. There is even today an idea of what a coin looks like. If you look at the coins of the United Kingdom and the United States, you have heads or tails, tails being tally, value. And this is still very much the way coins are made in many contexts today. So if you say you're looking at something of the attributes or nature of Roman coins, then quite clearly, yes, these are imitations. But I have a few questions about, they might look like Roman coins, but will they have been understood like Roman coins? Is it still the emperor's head we see? Does a Goth, a German, see the emperor's head there? Then what is the relevance of the legend on the coin? They put letters on, but as we've seen, they don't actually make sense. So the person making the coin die, he knows a coin has letters, but what it's actually on there has no linguistic meaning. It's transporting a very different message, not contents, but only appearance. And then, of course, it's questionable whether the Germanic die engraver knew that who this person was, the figure on the reverse. Are they aware of what it is? A very, very good question. But they put these figures on, but do they understand what they're doing? And what is interesting, I find, is that there is virtually no Germanic iconographic repertoire. They stick to elements that they've drawn from the Roman repertoire, unlike the Celtic coinage, the Iron Age coinage of Northern Europe, the pre-Roman Iron Age coinage, which develops its own iconography. The Germanic coinage very much sticks to the Roman, hard to say prototype, but pattern, nature, appearance. Behavior. This I find particularly interesting. The silver imitations are hoarded together with official coins. They are found in the same context. Even this plated coin from Mecklenburg-Vorpommern, which of course initially will not have been recognizable as being plated, was found in a hoard together with Roman denarii. So these imitations, silver imitations, are behaving very much the same as the Roman denarii. They have quite clearly a monetary function in the sense of the special purpose money we've talking about. The gold is different, having a different non-monetary function, unlike Roman gold coins within the empire. But they are just like Roman gold coins outside the empire. So these gold imitations, whether plated or solid gold, are behaving like Roman coins outside the empire, rather than Roman coins inside the empire. So they are copying secondary use of Roman coinage. The coins on the right here, by the way, are from Hasleben in Thüringen in central Germany. So what we can say is that gold and silver imitations are functionally very different to each other, in spite of the fact that, as we now know, thanks to the excellent work done by my Polish colleagues on the Magma project, that they are being produced in the same workshops. We have die links between gold and silver imitations. They're being produced in the same workshops, but they are being produced for different use. And so if we look at the context, this is a very important point. Gold imitations have a non-monetary function like gold coins, Roman gold outside the empire, but silver imitations still have a monetary function, but as a special purpose money, as a storage of wealth, just like Roman silver outside the empire. So the question is, what are these coins, these imitations imitating? They are imitating Roman coins, but they are imitating Roman coins in their function after they've left the empire, not in their function within the empire. They are imitating the secondary function of Roman coinage. I'd like to close with a couple of thoughts about, Aleksander talked about them being badges, then going on to maybe badges of elite status, maybe then going on to having other functions. And I'd just like to follow up on that point. Thank you for sending me your presentation beforehand, Aleksander, because it actually encouraged me to just think a little bit about this. This is kind of a follow-up and a comment. There are other contexts where Mediterranean products are used as symbols of power and status. We go to the Hallstatt period, the fixed burial here on the left, the largest bronze vessel from the ancient world found in a context in Hallstatt period, Bronze Age France, or the spouted flagon from the Glauburg near Frankfurt, which is an Iron Age imitation of an Etruscan original. These are status symbols of the Iron Age elite in Northern Europe or Central Europe. And these symbols actually link together the elites into a network. They proclaim that we are part of an elite group that basically through this contact with elsewhere, we have this power. And they use this elite status as a power basis within then their own group. So we have this horizontal link between elite groups, but then a vertical power status. And I would suggest that the Roman gold, for example, is being used in very much the same way, that it is individual elite groups express their power within the group, but that power rests very much upon being network between groups. And closing, because I'm overrunning, sorry, Aleksander, closing with other possibilities of expression, whereas the idea of power somehow relates them to Rome. Aleksander has pointed out that the booty from the battle at Abritus is then distributed and used. It's very much an expression of we defeated Rome, and it's the power over Rome that gives the coins power. I'd just like to briefly point out a snuff box from South Africa in the British Museum using a coin of King George V, which is interpreted as being worn like a trophy. The bodiless head was intentionally disrespectful, a mock victory against colonial rule. Or the print on the left of the Indian goddess Kali, on the right, a traditional view of Kali. She's always wearing this necklace of heads, which are typically Indian. In this case, on the left, you can see heads with European beards. The heads here are being used as rebellion against the colonial power. And in fact, this print, which dates, I think, from 1871, was suppressed by the colonial authorities unsuccessfully in India. So again, we have this question of a rather ambivalent situation where we have the gold coins being worn, demonstrating a relationship with Rome, but on the other hand, the question of whether they don't actually at the same time suggest power over Rome. And apologies for overrunning a little, Aleksander, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, David. And now we have got two studies of a particular type of gold pieces. The first one by two of my colleagues, so Kyrylo Myzgin and Tomasz Więcek, Imitation for Barbarians, Precursors Imitation type. I would like to mention that Tomek is here in Warsaw, but Kyrylo is in Hamburg, so welcome to Hamburg, and he's learning the German language, but online, staying in Hamburg, very strange. So who will talk? Okay.
Vielen Dank. So, dear colleagues, do you hear me? Yeah, all's okay? Dear colleagues, so as Alek already told, in the late Roman period, Barbaricum witnessed a complex phenomenon consisting in production of golden and golden-plated coin-like items, commonly known as barbarian imitations. So the vast majority of them undoubtedly originated from workshops located somewhere in Eastern Europe. However, our with Tomasz contribution will be devoted to a phenomenon previously unknown to us. The National Museum of History of Ukraine in Kiev holds one of the most fascinating examples of golden imitations. It has visible remains of a broken loop. It bears a portrait of a short, bearded man facing left, which shows traces of slight barbarization, and legend Gallienus Pev Avk. And the man face does not resemble that of Emperor Gallienus known from official Roman cards. The reverse, and in turn, depicts a standing eagle with folded wings, stylistically closer to eagles known from the provincial rather than imperial coinage, and simultaneously resembling birds found on the other Gothic imitations. Of course, greatest controversies are raised by the accompanying inscription, Percussus Viminatio, meaning minted in Viminatium. Such a direct and literal way to commemorate the act of minting and the name of mint was unheard of in antiquity. It is all the more interesting if we know the Viminatium used to thin with Kolvim only its bronze coins, mostly equivalents of sesterce and dupondi. Viminatium is often indicated as a place where coins of precious metals were manufactured, but no issues have been known which would be more clearly named the mint. Archival documents from the National Museum of History of Ukraine in Kiev inform that the coin firstly was moved to the numismatic cabinet of St. Vladimir Imperial University in Kiev. It happened in 1857 when coin was purchased for 85 rubles and silver. Unfortunately, it remains unknown whether the coin was a part of an early collection or an isolated specimen bought by chance, because the archival documentation lacks any reference to its former owner. This coin was mentioned for the first time in the work of Vladimir Antonovich, Ukrainian numismatist, focused on the history of the numismatic collection of the St. Vladimir University. When listing the most prominent acquisitions of the numismatic cabinet from the years 1915 to 1965, Antonovich mentions an unpublished gold quinarius of Emperor Gallienus minted for the town of Viminatium. Another account about the find comes from the catalogue of the numismatic collection of the Imperial University of St. Vladimir. Under the number 1041 in the part dedicated to coins minted in Viminatium, the catalogue provides the short description of the specimen. As you can see, the author emphasized that in his opinion, this find was absolutely unique. In the second decade of the 20th century, the coin was transferred to the numismatic collection of the National Museum of History of Ukraine, where it is held today. For over 100 years, the authenticity of the coins could not be decidedly confirmed. On the one hand, the unique legend on its reverse advocated against it, especially that it was written in very correct Latin. On the other hand, however, there was a number of arguments indirectly pointing to the Gothic provenance of the coin. It was certain that was discovering another example of this coin would confirm the validity of the find. This happened almost 130 years later. An analogous coin was presented in a catalogue authored by Andrei Sergeyev and published in 2012. This catalog contains description of barbaric imitations of ancient coin donated by the author to the collection of State Historical Museum in Moscow. In a chapter dealing with the imitations of golden Roman coins, the author mentions a thick golden quinarius of Gallienus with an attached loop found in Ukraine and bearing an inscription Diminaci percusit. Later, he stressed the primitive character of its iconography and stated that it was made of very bright gold. Any other detailed information, as well as coin photo, is missing. Sergeyev only indicates that the coin comes from Ukraine and that it has a loop meant for hanging. It means he does not describe the already known specimen from the museum in Kyiv, but an entirely new find. Everything seems to indicate that we are dealing with the same type of coin. It seems probably that Sergeyev saw this coin as he was able to give a detailed account of its measurements. However, he wrote the description of this coin from the memory. And finally, on 8 December 2019, a discovery of a coin matching the National Museum of History of Ukraine type was reported on the Ukrainian treasure hunters online forum Violity. Able to contact the finder, who provided detailed information about the find, and according to him, the coin was discovered at the depth of circa 15 centimeters on a plotted field near the village of Solobkivtsi in Khmelnytsky Oblast in the west Ukraine. The Solobkivtsi coin was made with the same dies as the Kyiv specimen. The diameter, weight, and its axis are also very, very similar. So these finds provide us with a total of 3 coins sharing analogous style and the percussus eliminatio legend on the reverse. This in turn makes it possible to confirm this type of coins as an undoubtedly authentic and entirely unique type of imitation worth of a separate study. And now I give Tomek continue, please.
Do you copy?
Yeah.
Okay. So without further ado, I'm going to say I'm sorry for my English. I'm a descendant of a Gothic imitation makers, and I'm sorry also because I'm going to use a prompter. So next slide, please. Kyrylo.
Yes.
Next slide, please.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah. Okay. No. The previous. Okay. Fine. Perfect. So discussed imitations show Gallienus with a headdress resembling a wreath made of corn of ears or grass, but not laurel leaves. The set obverse was modeled on a particular series of gold coins of Gallienus dated between 265 and 268. The head of emperor depicted on them is always directed towards the left and decorated with a wreath almost not known from Roman mainstream coinage. It resembles a headgear made of corn ears, so-called corona spicea, mentioned by ancient sources like Tacitus or Pliny the Elder. The portrait has been linked to the 3 types of obverse legends: Gallienus Avc, Gallienus PF Avc, and Galliene Auguste, the last one being widely discussed in the literature due to unusual feminine form. It is believed that the issues bearing the Gallienus Avc legend were struck in a mint in Siscia, whereas the other in the mint of Rome. The less common issues attributed to Siscia are combined mostly with reverses depicting Fides, Mars, and Emperor flanked by personifications of 2 rivers. However, the reverses associated with the mint of Rome are divided into 2 main types, with Victory riding a biga and the legend Ubik Pax, and with the Emperor crowned by Victory, Victoria Avc. The other types appearing but very occasionally. As you can see, there are 3 so-called denominations can be distinguished upon basis of their weights: the heavy one, the light, and the very light. The first 2 categories are being the most common, and the latter very rare. Features And now, if you compare the original regular coins of Gallienus to the portrait from the imitation, it can clearly be seen that the features of Gallienus' portrait differ significantly from those known from Roman issues. Also, the font of obverse legend is non-Roman as well, but it can be noted that exactly the same break can be spotted on regular issues of Gallienus, so just right after the letter N. Moreover, none of the coins from corn, ear, wreath series we know about has a diameter lesser than 11 millimeters. Just to remind you, the two imitations have a diameter between 15 and 15.5 millimeters. So it's 2.5, 3 millimeters broader. All this suggests that the obverse of the imitation was not created as a simple mechanical copy of a proper coin, 1-to-1 scale, but rather was modeled on it and then rescaled. Next, please. In our research, we investigated 107 examples of the coins of Gallienus with the portrait wearing a corn ear wreath. There are 55 coins with the portrait in a corn ear wreath and the Gallienus PFA legend combined. These coins are combined with the various reverses, but still any of these 55 specimens is far broader than the imitation from Solodkivtsi or Kiev Museum. Our studies also were performed on, among the others, at last 11 specimens of this kind were found in recent years in Ukraine, and we also came across another 8 known specimens from various European and world collections. So it may be assumed that the maker of the imitation owned a coin, an aureus, and used it as a model for his own work or as a matrix for subsequent copies, but he presumably didn't copy it by, like, for instance, by impressing. Next, please. All of the discussed All of discussed Ukrainian finds have or had features typical for Barbaricum finds, such as holes, loops, or traces of them, as well as signs of melting, bending, or scratches on the surface, what can be confirmed by the primary documentation being in our possession. Having said this, we would like to draw your attention to a certain problem we came across during our studies. Many gold coins found in Barbaricum and later sold on the numismatic market were repaired or adjusted prior to the sale, just to increase their value. It has been achieved by removing the loops, filling the holes, and filling the scratches, straightening the flans, etc. We do know that such practices were implemented centuries ago. However, modern reparations are of far better quality, thus not easy to notice on the basis of coin pictures only. These reparations can, for instance, alter weight of coins, results of the metal analysis if undertaken, and also can have a negative impact on the die studies too. So above all, by removing unique features of the coin, we lose obvious indication of barbarian origin of such coins. And so when we discuss specimens without known provenance from the numismatic market or collection, this is a big difficulty. It has a really great impact on our studies. Next, please. So thanks to the detailed review of gold coins of Gallienus with corn ear wreaths, it seems that some combinations, combinations of legends, reverses, and weights, Some combinations occur only within the empire, while others are confined to Barbaricum or tend to appear in the frontier zone only. That remark is particularly true for the heavy variant with the legend Galliene Auguste, which, for instance, was absent from the horde from the lava bay in Corsica. You can see the spot number 18. Also, because this horde contained 25 coins with corn ear portrait, but none with Galliene Auguste. On the other hand, it appeared also in the horde from Suluc Margin in Dobruja, spot number 17, as well in several archaeological finds from Germany and loose finds from Ukraine. From among 27 specimens with this controversial legend, manufactured with at last 8 dice, only 7 pieces seem to lack features typical for barbarian usage, such as holes and loops, and etc. Next, please. Even more sensational information is a possibility to manufacture relatively faithful coins modeled on aureii, on Roman aureii, without any obvious traces of barbarization. For example, number 1, top right column, the top picture, so-called aureus of Carus. This coin looks like official Roman product, but it shows blurred contours and uneven surface which cannot be attributed to wear due to circulation. Secondly, the emperor is depicted in a 3/4 perspective from the rear, which is absolutely untypical for issues of Carus. Thirdly, there is a clear impression of a coin which previously had a hole near the which can be seen near the attachment of the loop on the reverse. So presumably it's a locally made copy of regular aureus, or it's a fine copy, but not the regular Roman aureus from one of the Roman mints. Another example you can see to the left, it's so-called aureus of Maximianus, with the portrait facing left and reverse with Emperor horseback costly legend. It's according to Georges de Peyrot, it's a unique piece. He attributes this issue to the mint of Kyzikos or Antiochia. As you can see by as shown by the coin below, it's in fact an imitation belonging to a huge family of well-made coins combining portraits of Maximianus with at last 3 reverses, not to mention one of them is from Probus. Also, you can notice that the coin below to the left is gold-plated, not gold. The third example to the right, the bottom coin, it's an example of a very strange, especially in the style, from the series of aureae of Carus and Carinus, represented by 3 types with walking Victoria and legends Victor Caro and Victor Carino Avg. In the literature, they are associated with the mint of Alexandria or other unidentified mint. We know at last 6 examples of such coins, 2 of which are pierced, 3rd is partially melted, 4th was recently found in Moldova and has attached loop, so barbarian origin of these coins is very clear. Moreover, many golden coins from Barbaricum do not seem to have been struck with the dice, but rather cast, as suggested by porosity, blurred contours of motifs and letters, or imperfections in the distribution of metal. Next, please. So, going back to the imitation, in our opinion, the reverse of Percussus Viminatio type is not a copy of any of the known imperial issues. I just want to highlight the eagle standing here has nothing in its beak, nor it's standing on the thunderbolt or branch, which is, or exergual line, which is quite common. It rather stands on something which is cipus, postument, or whatever. We cannot recognize this rectangular object. Anyway, the style resembles provincial coinage, thus meaning the reverse is predating the reign of Aurelian. From the aspect of the chronology, it matches the obverse. We feel impossible to indicate a particular type which served as a prototype here, as the eagle motif is very popular both in the Balkans and Asia Minor coinage. However, the unique legend of the reverse shows that it's partially a custom composition designed by a craftsman, and at the same time an artifact of exceptional importance for understanding barbarian imitations in gold as a phenomenon. Having examined the appearances of more than 1,000 imitations from Chernihiv group, we are of an opinion that it could not have been manufactured by a barbarian somewhere within today's Ukraine, but was rather a work of a Roman artist, presumably from Viminatium, upon following arguments. The legend is written in correct Latin, which is rare among the Chernihiv imitations, where we spot random combinations of letter-like signs, devoid of any semantic meaning, rather playing a decorative role. The author of this specimen did nor copy the reverse from any official coin, for no such numismatic prototype existed, which means he had to know Latin. What is also very important, there is a separator in the form of a dot between percussus and viminaccio. This habit is typical for Roman inscriptions, but entirely unknown or irrelevant for barbarians. Even if he, the author, had been a member of Gothic elite who received Roman education, or a Roman captive forced to live and work among his captors in the mixed forest steppe area of modern Ukraine, he would have certainly written something else than, quote, minted in Viminatium. The only reasonable explanation seems to be that in Viminatium, in the frontier zone, operated goldsmith workshop, creating coin-like objects made of gold, meant for barbarians, but inspired by Roman coins. Next, please. Aside of possibility that percussus viminatio imitations could have been designed in the Imperial workshop, it is also possible that there are more examples of coins faithfully modeled on Roman currency and targeted at barbarian elites. Indisputably, some Roman gold coins like aurei and solidi found in Barbaricum may actually be originating not from Roman mints, but rather barbarian or other irregular or unofficial workshops, in example from frontier area like Viminatium. Therefore, a completely new scientific approach should have been applied to the category of that category of numismatic finds, starting from the re-examination of all available specimens of that sort. Without proper understanding of the nature of golden imitations and the atypical aurei frequently found in Barbaricum, within the area of Chernihiv culture especially, we will be unable to precisely determine neither the character nor the chronology of their development. And next one. And here we leave you with it's open for discussion. It's another example of an imitation said to be found in Ukraine, and that's all. Please share your thoughts. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much indeed, Tomek and Kyrylo. Well, about the last coin with the corona on the revels, I think it is a rather modern forgery, but we leave it for the discussion. And now the last one in the first afternoon session, so Marianko Pilekic on 6 suspicious array of Julia Doma. Marianko, so it's your time.
Hello, everyone. Let me share my presentation.
Yes, we see you and hear very well.
Do you see my presentation?
Yes, it's correct. Very well.
Okay, because I can't see you, I can't see myself, but it's okay, I see the presentation. So I would like to thank you very much for the invitation to this conference, and I'm pleased to be speaking here. I have been also working on imitations of Roman coins for some time now. These are mainly imitations of solidi from the Danube region, which were very probably produced beyond the Roman Empire in the so-called Barbaricum. During my research in various collections, I repeatedly noticed curious objects that I could not immediately put into a category. The 6 objects I present here are among these curiosities. I came across this coin, clearly not a regular aureus from the Archaeological Museum in Zagreb, Croatia. On the obverse, it shows a simplified bust of Julia Domna to the right. The legend reads, Julia Augusta can still be exactly identified and corresponds to the original. Clearly in the same style as the obverse, the reverse has 2 busts facing each other. On the left, the draped bust of Caracalla with a laurel wreath. On the right, the draped bare-headed bust of Geta. The original legend, Aeternit Imperii, cannot be read as clearly as that on the obverse, but was clearly intended to present it. The prototype for this coin is not difficult to find. It is an aureus of Septimius Severus for his wife Julia Domna from the period 196 to 206 AD. Back to our imitation from Zagreb. The coin is quite clearly too light for aureus. It also has a very light color. Furthermore, it is extremely thick. Unfortunately, I no longer have a photograph of it, but I hope you believe me. The edge was about 3 millimeters wide and clearly reworked and formed as a surface comparable to today's modern coins. An observation we will return to later. The ticket also tells us about the supposed location of the find in Afghanistan, but no reference to the source of this information. Since this kind of imitation was not on my agenda at the time, I didn't do any further research. However, when sometime later I turned my attention to Ernst Unger's collection of barbarian coinage, probably one of the largest formerly private collections specializing in imitations and copies, I found another specimen of the peculiar imitation with the same dies. With a weight of just 7 grams, the imitation is somewhat light but heavier than the specimen from Zagreb. In Unger's unpublished catalogue, the coin is described as Blassgold, pale gold, Waagefast, was mounted, and mit Rand, with rim. These details also fit the example from Zagreb, but there is more information provided by Unger. The coin could be a modern forgery and an old forgery or a barbarian imitation from Thrace, Mysia. Even references to 2 more examples are provided in the 2 different auctions. The first imitation from Otto Helbing in 1926, again die-lined. This one has an even higher weight with 7.48 grams, but is also called Blassgold, pale gold. The area of provenance is assumed to be Thrace, which Unger had probably adopted. David Wigg-Wolf drew my attention to a recent auction at Loy. What we see here is not another piece with the same dies, but the same coin, as Helbings, but not further noted. The rest of the imitation on the object offers no new information. Reference is made to the unclear provenance and to 2 other pieces in the British Museum. Information which is new at this point, but which I already had at the time. The second coin mentioned by Ungar is this one here. Offered by sale by Egger in 1902, it was formerly owned by Franz Trau, a well-known Vienna collector. With a weight of 6.2 grams, it is comparable to the Zagreb specimen. Here, Afghanistan is also mentioned as the place of discovery. It is not possible to find out where this information comes from. Likewise, I do not know whether Afghanistan was given as a place of discovery in Zagreb on the basis of this remark, or whether it was given independently. Perhaps this piece is even the same one from Zagreb, even if the weight differs somewhat, which at 0.3 grams could also have been a measuring error. Since Egger only shows a plaster, it is hardly possible to determine it. It is certainly, however, that the imitation from Zagreb came to the museum in 1915. Therefore, at the moment, I treat them as 2 separate objects. The oldest record of this type, or rather the oldest acquisition date for one of them, takes us to the British Museum. Again, both are die-lined with all specimens shown before. Interesting, the distribution of weight. A heavier one with 7.37 grams and a lighter with 6.51 grams, like we have seen before. The heavier one can be traced back to the year 1868 and was a present from the British General James Abbott, but there are no further details. A closer look at the person of Abbott, however, reveals something quite remarkable. General James Abbott served in the First Anglo-Afghan War. His military activities took him to Kandahar and Herat, among other places. In his self-written travel report, he mentions all the stops. This information makes it likely that the information from Zagreb, as well as from Egger, could be correct. Since all examples were probably struck with the same pair of dice, they could possibly all come from Afghanistan, or at least from the same workshop. It is not easy to decide whether they are modern forgeries. For anyone with even only a basic knowledge of numismatics, they are quite clearly not Roman originals. However, in spite of their rather pale color, all of the specimens are relatively heavy. The inherent material value was and is relatively high, which would minimize any profit achieved through simple deceit. But without any certainty about the find spots, the possibility that they are modern forgeries cannot be completely excluded. As discussed above, there are good reasons to doubt that they are contemporary forgeries produced with an intention to deceive, but the possibility cannot be totally excluded either. An alternative explanation is that they were contemporary imitations, perhaps produced somewhere in the east, what would be Kushan or Sasanian Empire, within the area of present-day Afghanistan, or at least that they entered the ground there. The production of coins could have been the result of a particular function as jewelry. Ungar's catalogue already states that this example was mounted, and the die-linked example from Zagreb also traces of working that suggests that it was too mounted. The practice was particularly common from the 3rd to the 4th century AD in some areas of the Roman Empire. Ori were worn either singly or together with other mounted coins as a collier, whereby normally the obverse of the coins with the portrait of emperor or empress was visible. Here an example probably from Memphis in Egypt. Clearly visible is the same obverse portrait of Julia Domna as for our imitation, but the reverse is different. However, it shows the popularity of presenting Julia Domna as part of a necklace. The terminus postquem for this necklace is 227, indicated by the aureus of Severus Aleksander. Another splendid specimen comes from France. The necklace is remarkably well preserved. It was discovered near Komnick on the site of ancient Nasium. 5 pendants, each bearing the effigy of Hadrian, Antoninus Pius, Septimius Severus, Caracalla, and Geta, as well as 2 onyx cameos representing Julia Domna and the goddess Minerva. According to the coins, the terminus postquem would be 202 AD. However, a cameo with the portrait of Julia Domna was added, which is why a later date up to 211 can possibly be assumed. Only a relatively small number of find spots are known, but they suggest that the fashion was particularly popular at the territory of modern-day Egypt and France, and that its origins lay in the East, where the tradition to turn coins into jewelry already existed in the Hellenistic period. Issues of sovereigns were used for jewelry particularly frequently, and perhaps the custom began with them. Given the lack of Roman originals, further to the east beyond the Roman frontier, similar ornaments could have been produced there with the help of imitations. And it would be interesting to analyze the other 4 examples of the imitations of Julia Domna to see if they have similar traces of working that might indicate that they were also mounted. Once again, we can see how important find contexts are, especially when it comes to such curious objects as the imitations of Ori of Julia Domna. By analyzing die-linked examples and information on their origins, it might be possible to localize their place of production. Technical information about the coins, together with additional information about which could be collected, led to a possible interpretation of them that goes beyond a classification as a contemporary or modern forgery. However, given the incomplete state of knowledge, caution is advised. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Marianko. And now we have 20 minutes for discussion. There are plenty, 65 participants now. So I propose to make some order in the discussion. So we discuss one paper after the another, around 5 minutes for each contribution. At your lower panel on the right side, you can find an icon with a hand rise up. So you can click this icon when you have a question, but please click it again when you finished and you wouldn't like to ask any question more. So I'm sorry because the first report for first contribution is of myself. So do you have any question for this introduction report? In the matter of fact, you can hear more about all of this subject I've mentioned during the first, so today afternoon and next day as well. So, any question? Eventually, you can also write in the form of chat, so our colleague Andrew will control the chat as well. Well, of course, it's not obligatory to ask questions, so we can go further. So please now question to David Wigg-Wolf presentation about theory and the practice of the definition of the imitation. Yes, I can see John, please.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed, Alex, and thank you indeed to everybody for your contributions this afternoon. David, my question to you is based upon the fact that by the 6th century in England, we can, with some confidence, identify a regular bimetallic economic system of values. I wouldn't want to call it a currency, with a regular exchange rate apparently between silver and gold, which makes sense in terms of ratios that are made explicit in the Theodosian Code back in the 5th century. That doesn't mean that that is absolutely the source of those. We know that perfectly well historically, but it does point to at least a date by which that system appeared to be in operation. Do you think that your investigations, which I found very, very illuminating on the particular importance and the different importance, the complementary importance of silver to gold, going back into earlier periods, could be considered consistent with such a model?
Thank you, John. I think we're looking at a rather different, probably looking at a rather different situation to what you're finding moving into the migration period. Possibly it could be related to the fact that there is a big influx, official influx of Roman gold from the later 4th century to the north. We're getting a lot of, then moving into the Byzantine period with gold flooding in, even up to Scandinavia. So I would see that as being a rather different situation to what we have earlier in the late 3rd and in the earlier 4th century, where I wouldn't so much see it as being a bimetallic system. I think there is a difference between the two contexts. That's not to deny, I can see Tom Bishop looking very skeptical as he... No. Tom, you're on screen. You obviously have your microphone on. This is not to deny that gold has a value, but I think we have to. Gold is not being used as pendants, jewelry, whatever, to the same extent in the Anglo-Saxon or migration period. At least there's much more evidence for it being monetary, for it being gold and staying as a coin. So I would see something of a difference. What I do find interesting, if I bring in something else, is I'm fascinated by the continuation of the importance of silver when you then move into hack-silver in the migration period. I find that a very interesting point that and of course Britain has this very weird situation in the amount of late Roman silver too. So I think probably moving into slightly differently. I get excited about 20 late Roman silver coins in Germany. You get excited by 20,000. So again, I think a rather different context. But thanks.
Thank you very much, David. That was very clear. I would add that I think my point is I think silver is rather undervalued by us as modern archaeologists looking into the past in terms of its
good
value to the populations who were using it. So thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you, John. Anybody else to David? No, one more? No. Raise hands. Okay. Then we slowly move to the next lecture by Tom and Kyrylo. Percussus viminatio. Yes, so who agree that it could be minted or produced in viminatium? Sorry, David raised the hand. John, could you switch the icon off? Because I'm not sure you would like to ask question as well. But David first, okay.
Yeah. No, thank you, both of you. Fascinating. I'd just like to draw attention to a similar situation, nothing to do with coins, but in Augsburg, in Bavaria, they can demonstrate that fibulae, brooches are being produced within the Roman Empire, which are being exported to Germania.
That's perfect.
They are quite clearly being produced for export and not for local use. They found the workshop in Augsburg.
Brilliant.
I will send you the reference. Okay.
Yes, please.
Thank you, please. But
yes.
But this brooches not look like barbarian products, or
no. It's well. I'll send you the I'll send you a PDF of an article which refers to it.
Okay.
But they are. It was a group of brooches well known outside the empire, and then they found in Augsburg half finished products.
Perfect. Really.
Evidence for the
nice confirmation.
Okay.
Any more questions to our both colleagues? No.
Come on, do you really agree with our theory?
It was a joke.
No, it's saying to it's very risk theory, because I could not very much imagine how the Roman workshop, even unofficial, could produce a copy in some way of something barbarian. It's a bit strange for me.
Aleksander, I'm going to maybe help you a bit, because in the case of Percussus Viminatio Imitations, we have an example when the obverse is clearly modeled, because it's not copied, it's modeled upon a regular Roman Imperial issue, and reverse is looks like something completely invented by an artist. However, at some point I think we have provided some arguments, you may disagree, of course, that we cannot imagine a barbarian being in late 60s or 70s of 3rd AD or later, sitting in the forests or steppes of modern Ukraine and thinking about what to place on the rivers, because he already had the idea what to do with the obverse, and then decided to place an eagle and the perfect Latin inscription Percussus Viminatio. It just makes no sense to us, but maybe some of you come to completely other concepts. We are open for discussion. We just wanted to pay attention that in between the regular Roman issues and the imitations, in the contexts outside the Roman frontier, there are at last two more categories of gold coins or coin-like objects. This is faithfully copied imitations without traces of barbarization, and like in the case of Percussus Viminatium, some really awkward objects which we interpret as products designed for the barbarian elites specifically. It's not definitely does not match. We cannot think about anything relating these objects to the Roman society, to Roman society members, and moreover, the find spots of these objects clearly indicate that the barbarians were targeted in this case.
Oh, but I go in the other direction. What about mint worker? taken as a captive to Barbaricum.
Yes, and why? So why?
But what's the reason?
Yeah,
It's a Vyminatio legend in this.
yeah. If he was a captive in Kiev or
Vyminatium, he was as military service in Vyminatium or something like that. Yeah?
No, that does not still make sense to put a legend clearly indicated percussus Vyminatio. Does not make sense. It's not a. It's like you have we can think about multiple examples of various indicators from the Roman coinage, Roman provincial coinage, where military units place their symbols, signs like legio, something, first, second gem, etc. No. It still does not make a sense to any of us that a person being held captive in the steppes and forest thought that it would be great to place percussus Vyminatio on the reverse of the artifact who he was about to provide to his leader or chieftain or whatever.
Or it was just a very educated and imaginative.
Yes, and another argument is that we know 1,000 or more reverse so-called inscriptions. They are mostly really a random set of sometimes Latin, sometimes Greek, sometimes mixed, sometimes just the signs who have no semantic meaning. They are just decorative ones. And suddenly we got 2 or maybe 3 pieces with this legend on the reverse, which is highly unusual, which is unique. A unique way to demonstrate a place where a coin or an object have been produced. It's like made in known from today. Okay,
thank you. I would like just to give an example of our internal discussion in a group of the colleagues realizing this IMAGMA project. Any more questions to Kyrylo and Tomek? Robert Janiszewski, please.
Yes, hello. I have a question because...
please loudly, we do not hear you. You should speak much more louder.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I have one question because the images on these coins looked quite barbarous. So there is a contradiction because you had a person who was able to make perfect Latin description, legend, and he wasn't able to produce genuine classic images of Roman coins.
Okay, I'm ready for response. May I?
Yeah, please.
Yes. In fact, this is another argument for our theory, because if you are a Roman citizen, the law of punishment for counterfeiting coins can be applied to you with the death penalty, and so I assume that the craftsman tried to not to copy a Roman coin, the Roman regular coin, which was in circulation, because otherwise he would break the law. So he just modeled an artifact for export, presumably for German elites, and thus avoided any punishment from the Roman government. It's not a question of skills. I think it was done in a very clever way.
Okay, thank you. Robert, could you switch off the icon, please? Yeah. Okay, and now we will move to Marianko contribution on the Aureli of Julia Domna. So, who has got any question to Marianko? And also this very strange group of gold imitations. No, I do not see any raising hands. So now we will have 20 minutes coffee.
I'm sorry, Robert.
Robert again? Okay. Robert, please.
Yes, hello. I have a question because
No. Robert, would you like to ask a... Robert, excuse me. Could you speak directly to microphone? Because we do not hear you at all.
Yes, it's better.
A bit better, but still as loudly as possible.
Okay. So could you clarify if there was any of items you mentioned in your in your lecture which came clearly not from Afghanistan, or it would be the source of all of the items you mentioned in your lecture?
I don't understand the question. What's exactly the question?
Marianko, ob du Belege hast für Stücke, die nicht aus Afghanistan stammen? Gibt es gesicherte Fundorte, die nicht Afghanistan sind?
No. There are any find spots at all. I'm not even sure if the 6 of them are from Afghanistan. This only in just hints for the find spot Afghanistan. We have no find spots at all. All of them are from the trade or from collections. There is no hint or find spot at all.
Okay, thank you.
Marianko, can I add something to that topic?
Of course.
No. Oh, no. The reason is that I also at one time have collected this Julia Domna imitations, but I abandoned it at the point that I consider them as not being Gothic or Germanic. But in my opinion, it all started with a specimen in a British Museum because of the Abbott specimen.
It's the oldest.
Yes. He was the one who stated that the coin was found in Afghanistan. So every source after him used this Afghanistan provenance as in descriptions. Because many of these specimens came up in the auctions. Yes, so like in case of Trau Hess, they used the Abbott's description to verify to make this coin genuine or be more genuine, because we still don't know what was this where this coins or coin-like objects were manufactured. It's our guess, but the reason, in my opinion, the reason is because of the testimony of Abbott.
Yeah, maybe he started it first.
Yes.
And all others adopted it.
Mm-hmm.
It's just an idea. I'm totally not sure that anything of what I told is true.
No, you, Marianko, you told the truth upon the sources. The sources speak exactly the same way, but we are not sure whether it is true or not, whether it is correct or not.
Okay, thank you very much. So now we have got a coffee break and we will meet in 15 minutes, so 4:30, at least in our Central European time. And David Wigg-Wolf will be chair of this session. So 15 minutes break. Thank you.
Professor of Art History in the Department of Art at the University of Mississippi, where she teaches medieval art and archaeology, and her research focuses on the reception of Roman art in Scandinavia during the early medieval period. And what she'll be talking about today is how Roman medallions inspired gold brackets, and also she's very interested in the role of gender, which I find interesting in the way some of these objects are used. So, Nancy, if you can get your presentation shared, then over to you.
What do I need to do? You do something or I do something? I don't.
You do something. The bottom right of your screen, there is a little icon, a square with an arrow pointing upwards.
Present now.
Present now, and then choose the window. You've probably got a screen asking you whether you want to present a window or the whole screen.
Yes. Okay. I'm getting there. A window.
Then you click on the window. It's showing you all your windows. Click on the one you want.
More than you want to see. Hang on just a second here.
Yeah, choose the right one, Nancy.
They're here. Where are they? Okay, it's up. I'm still looking for where it is.
Instead of choosing one window, you may opt to choose the whole screen, which would be probably simpler. I think it should be the default option.
All right, I was afraid of this. Still looking. Try a different way. Here we go. Choose my screen.
If you have any trouble, we can try to do it for you from our server.
It should work. I don't know why it's not. One last try and I'll give up. I guess maybe you should, in interest of time, maybe you should go ahead. It says can't share my screen, so I guess you had better do it. I'm sorry.
Okay, Aleksander, can you share the presentation from your end?
Okay, so we will do it for you. So just your presentation, but you should say when we have to change slides, to the other one. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So just 1 minute, leave us a few seconds. Yeah.
Don't worry, Nancy, we'll get this going.
I could try one more time. I don't know what. It says I don't have permission.
That's very strange.
Yeah, not good.
maybe one of the
Let
settings
me
on your.
try one. Maybe I could try one more time. Of course, he's trying now too.
I have a proposal. So can we ask the next Arek Dymowski, and we will manage with that in a few minutes, yeah?
Okay, Nancy, are you happy to wait and let Arek speak first?
Sure.
Unless.
That's all of it. Thank you.
Okay, and Aleksander's got a copy of your presentation, so he can. Okay. So Arek, are you out there somewhere?
Yes, yes.
Okay, excellent. So we're over to Arek now, who has worked with us on the Magma project and is also responsible for the wonderful Roman Imperial Hoards of Denarii from the European Barbaricum resource, which he put together in international cooperation. And he's now going to be talking on barbarian imitations of Roman Imperial Denarii, 2 different cases of die-linked groups. And could please everyone who is not speaking turn off their microphone. There are a couple of people who have their microphones open and are coming in on screen as a result. Arek, over to you.
Can you see my presentation? Can you see?
No, not yet. Not yet. I will say in Polish. Arek, zaprezentuj teraz. Następnie wchodzisz, u góry masz taką ikonę. Jak ciśniesz zaprezentuj teraz, musisz cisnąć pełny ekran wtedy. I wtedy ci się naciśnij na to. Tam masz do wyboru. U góry. Po zaprezentuj teraz, u góry. Tak, masz wybór kilku możliwości.
Can you see it? No. I shared my presentation. Can you see it?
No.
I'm afraid it's not come up.
No, it's not. Once more in Polish. Arek, zaprezentuj teraz, wciskasz, u góry musisz stawić cały ekran, na to musisz nacisnąć.
Tak, cały ekran. I co zrobić z prezentacją? Odpalić ją, tak?
Tak, i odpal i pokaż ją potem, a zmniejsz u siebie nas.
Is it okay?
No.
Sorry.
You have to.
I did it. What you said.
Because you click on the icon, then it brings up a choice of whether you open a window or
I will
a
try
screen.
with a window.
Try a window, click on window.
Okay, and now?
Now click on, well done.
Yeah.
You're there.
Okay.
Cool. Okay, Arek, go into presentation mode.
Okay, so I will tell you about 2 groups or 2 die chains of. Yeah.
Arek, briefly, can you go into presentation mode? You're in the working mode for PowerPoint rather than showing the slide. Yep. That's it. Thank you very much.
Okay. So I will tell you about 2 groups of imitations of Roman Imperial Denarii, in fact, about 2 different die chains. So as Aleksander Bursche said a few hours ago, we are interested in barbarian imitations and barbarian copies of Denarii of the Flavian, and first of all, Nerva-Antonine dynasty and Severan too. Here you can see some examples of these coins. These are imitations, and cast imitations and cast copies. And this is the map that Aleksander showed too. This is the territorial distribution of barbarian imitations of Roman Denarii. As you can see, the main concentration is in Ukraine. And here is the map of hordes that contained imitative Denarii. As you can see, they are spread over the whole Barbaricum. As Aleksander said, too, there are 5 regions with unusual concentration of or saturation of finds of barbarian imitations of Roman imperial denarii. First of all, a few thousand coins found in Ukraine, and a few dozen coins found in Poland. The same quantity in the Hungarian plain, in northwest Germany, and on the Baltic islands. First of all, on Gotland. And there are dye links between coins found in these 5 regions. We can distinguish a few, at least a few dye chains. And of course, we can link the main production center with the Chernihiv culture territory, that is present-day Ukraine and Moldova. And first, I will tell you a few words about something that I called the Ceres group. Leonard Lind called it Ceres Mulde group, after a fine spot on Gotland. There are a lot of coins in old collections. Some coins from this Ceres group were catalogued in old catalogs from 19th century. They can be found in RIC too. And here you can see 4 coins from the same dice, one found in Gotland, another one in central Poland, and a coin of unknown provenance from the British Museum collection, both in 1930s, I think, to the British Museum collection. And the 4th one found in Ukraine. Coins from the same dice have been also found in Western Russia. Here you can see other examples of coins from the Ceres group. Coin found within the hoard in eastern Poland, coin from Mulde on Gotland, coin from the Zbóż hoard in Ukraine, and another coin from the Silesia hoard, also from Ukraine. Here you can see territorial distribution of coin finds and of museum collections where these coins are kept. As you can see, coins have been found mostly in Ukraine, in Poland, on Gotland, and they can be found in the British Museum collection, in museum in Bonn, in Halle, and also in one of the Austrian museum collections. There are very old collections, and coins have been kept there for 100 years or so. And here you can see the main features of the Ceres group. What is obvious, the main center of the production of imitative coins from the Ceres group was present-day west part of Ukraine, so the Chernihiv culture territory to the west from Dnieper, from the river Dnieper. All coins we know were made of good silver, but it has to be verified, because we have very few coins in hands. Most of them are recorded after photos. Imitative coins present in these coins from this group are present in denarius hoards, in the Barbaricum, and there are a lot of examples of die-linked imitations from finds in different regions. And that clearly demonstrates a wide circulation of silver coins within the huge area of Barbaricum till the migration period. Some analogies to this die chain called the Ceres group. First analogy, the famous Salus Augusti group, described by Karl Holst Stribny in his monograph published in 2003. Coins from this group have been found in northwestern Germany, in Poland, in Hungary, and also in Ukraine. Here you can see the territorial distribution of the coins from the Salus Augusti group. Red dots mean hordes, of course. And another analogy is Hulterstadt-Ugarda group, described by Leonard Lind in 1988 for the first time. There are a lot of coins from Scandinavia, from Hungarian plain, and first of all, a huge amount of coins from stray finds from Ukraine. The Venus Victrix group, described by myself a few years ago. Coins from this group have been found in Poland, in Hungary, and most of them, of course, in Ukraine. Here we can see the all four groups, coins from the all four groups found within hordes across the Barbaricum, and there are some other die-linked imitations within hordes from another groups or unclassified to any group. And what is important, there was probably redistribution or circulation of barbarian imitations made of good silver. What is very important, made of good silver within the pool of imperial denarii till the 6th century AD, at least till the 6th century AD. This coin can be found in hordes across the whole Barbaricum. So this is the conclusion. Sorry. Oh, okay. The other group is something that, together with Kyryl Myzgin, we called the ONAV group. In fact, this die chain, a huge die chain, was described by Oleg Anokhin, Ukrainian numismatist, but he hasn't named it. So together with Kyryl, we named it the ONAV group. Here you can see something that Aleksander Bursche showed you a few hours ago. So the die chain of the ONAV group, drawn by Oleg Anokhin. There are a lot of denarii and some gold and gold-plated coins too, imitations, of course. We called this group the ONAV group because of peace punch ONAV, commonly used on coins from this group, as you can see on the picture. And this is the part of obverse legend of Commodus Anton Auk Pius, and this is this 4 letters ONAV within it. Here you can see some die links of gold-plated and let's say silver coins. In fact, there are at least a part of them, most probably a huge part of it, are Suberati. Here you can see 2 examples of Suberati. I had a few coins in hand, and there is no doubt that they are Suberati. I'm not sure if any of coins from this group was made from good silver. And what is very important here, you can see the territorial distribution of coins, of finds of coins from the ONAV group, and they have been found only on the territory of the Chernihiv culture so far. So there are no coins from another regions of Barbaricum. Perhaps they haven't been recorded yet, but as we know now, there are no coins from the other parts of Barbaricum. One coins have been found or have been recorded within horde of Jezer in Romanian part of Moldova, but attribution of this coin to the horde is it's not certain. So we have no certain information that any of the coin from the ONAV group have been found within a horde. And here you can see some features of the ONAV group. Of course, the main center of the production of imitative coins from the ONAV group was present-day west part of Ukraine, i.e. the Chernihiv culture territory. What is, in my opinion, very important, there are suberati and perhaps coins made of good silver. And it should be verified, but as I told you, I had an opportunity to keep in hands only a few pieces. So what we have are photos. There are no imitative coins from the ONA group in the Denarius hordes. There are dialings between denarii and gold-plated imitative coins. And there are a lot of examples of dialinked imitations from finds only in the Chernihiv culture territory. And there is one analogy to this ONAV group. This is something that we called together with Kyrylo Myzgin the NNN group because of peace punch NNN on these coins. And here you can see at least one Suberatus from this group and die-linked imitation in gold. And here you can see these peace punches. And exactly as in the case of the ONAV group, coins from this group, from the NNN group, have been found only in Ukraine. There are no examples from other parts of the Barbaricum. So perhaps this indicates to only local use of the barbarian imitations that included Suberati. So these groups were manufactured and used only within the Chernihiv zone, or perhaps also in present-day Poland, but we've got a lot of Suberati from Polish finds, but until now, no coins have been attributed to the ONAV or the NNN group. We can wait what will appear in the future. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Arek. The work you've done on this material really has very, very much changed our knowledge of the imitations, and there's some very exciting stuff that's come out of that. Arek, can you take away the screen share? We're still seeing your, somewhere there's a, yeah, thank you very much. Okay, right, Nancy, Aleksander tells me that they have your presentation ready to go. So if Aleksander's colleagues from the technical department, here it comes. And Nancy, just shout when you want them to move on to the next slide. Okay, over to you now, Nancy. Good luck.
Okay, it's on presentation. Well, I'd like to thank Alec for the invitation to participate in this. I wish that we all could be in Warsaw, but being with you today in spirit is a lovely substitute under the circumstances. I'm going to take us to the far north now to consider how late Roman medallions and medallion imitations were received in Scandinavia and later stimulated innovation in the creation of a new object type, the gold bracteate of the 5th and 6th centuries. Now, I want to consider imitation and innovation in coin and how the two concepts are similar and yet different. And as we heard this morning in much more detail from David Wigg-Wolf, imitation is making something to resemble something else, to make a duplicate of something. And sometimes that means as a counterfeit. Whereas innovation is the act of innovating, effecting a change in an established order, introducing something new. And this is really what I will examine. What is this decision or process? How do you make something new? You're always kind of bound by the past and what you know. So Scandinavians, let's go to the next slide, please. I'm going to have to remember to say that. Thank you. Scandinavians first imitated and later adapted the essence of 4th century late Roman imperial medallions into something that became emblematic of their own culture. And the numismatic type, I'm going to say, is still traceable in the one-sided Scandinavian bracteates of the following centuries, particularly if we think about gold content, their size, their round shape, their looped pendant function, inscriptions, and even to a certain extent in their imagery. However, the type was modified to such an extent that innovation really takes precedence over any imitation. So after setting the stage with some background information, I'm going to examine this artistic level of the transformation of a portrait image from medallions through medallion imitations and to bracteates. Next slide, please. 7 medallions, that is, these multiples of the solidus introduced by Constantine, have been found in Denmark and Norway, dating from Constantine to Valens in the 4th century. And next slide, quickly here. And in addition, there are more than a dozen of the imitations, medallion imitations, discovered in Scandinavia. Quite a distribution. Next slide. However, in contrast to those really small numbers of the medallions and imitations, over 1,000 one-sided bracteates have come to light, primarily in Scandinavia, but of course also spread in this broad swath all the way across Europe from England to Hungary, and so widely. So, next slide. Germanic leaders may have intended to perpetuate kind of an ersatz Roman culture with medallions. The Norwegian archaeologist long ago, Håkon imagined a scenario in which the Scandinavian man who returned home with his medal from the battles along the Rhine was able to explain the picture of the emperor to his fellow northerners. And the objects would have been relatively scarce then, and certainly as they are now. Only a few elite individuals could possibly have brought these objects to the north. So this kind of exclusive desirability of Roman medallions may have led to the production of imitations. Next slide, please. The imitations mimic the appearance of the medallion models, but they do show rather corrupted pictures and inscriptions. They were made by the same, basically the same methods as actual medallions, with figures in low relief on both obverse and reverse, and yet they routinely have suspension loops, and they served as ornamentation rather than coinage. We should not assume that the Scandinavians were ignorant and that they didn't know what they were imitating. The very production of imitations demonstrates that there was a receptive audience that demanded more than the supply of the genuine multiples. Both medallions and their imitations were distributed widely, leading us to wonder whether the individuals who used them were familiar with the Roman usage of these objects. Kent Andersson and Franz Herschen proposed that the imitations had the same functions as the medallions, that is, as rewards or gifts to reinforce bonds of loyalty. We've already heard about this morning. However, Kolbjörn Skåra stressed that the intention of making imitations was not to make a piece of currency. Instead, it was to make an ornament. And since imitations were not made to the solidus weight standard, there was no longer any pretense of carrying out a numismatic function. The obligatory usage now was to wear the decorations, not only to participate in the acts of giving and receiving them as rewards, but also to display them on the body. Next slide, please. So during the 5th century, a new object type began to fill this deficiency, and this is the gold bracket, in contrast to the small numbers of medallions and imitations in the north. As I said, over 1,000, and it's hard to keep count now with so many being found. As looped pendants with figurative images and sometimes inscriptions, brackets superficially resemble, and that is imitate, two-sided minted medallions and imitations. Yet these thin, one-sided stamped pieces differ significantly from them technically. But brackets as well as the medallion imitations were used as pendants. And as the idea of a golden circular pendant is taken into this culture, they acquired significantly different use and thus a different meaning. And imitation is completely superseded by innovation. And they go off into several different directions. Next slide, please. Goldsmiths added features that corresponded to how the objects were used for display, enlarging their size with borders and just thus making them more visible on the body as they're worn, and with these concentric circles of ornamentation. And the resulting jewelry was designed really for ostentatious display, not only when they're worn, but also during distribution ceremonies. And in Scandinavia, the supply of imitation medallions just simply was inadequate, we assume, for this desire to give and show golden pendants. Next slide, please. The association of medallions with men also changed at this point, and this is hard to explain how it changed exactly. Almost all the brackets that are discovered in burials come from graves identified as female, according to grave goods and skeletal analysis. Now, these brackets are looped and they lay on the chest area, as we see here, whereas the very, very few examples that are found with men, they have no loops and they were not suspended as pendants. They're real outliers. But by the 5th century, the interest in displaying something that looked like the Roman objects seemed to have waned. Next slide. Now, Morton Axbo maintains that the imagery on both the imitations and brackets developed from actual medallions, and that imitations did not play a role as models for brackets. And he insists that the imitations would have been long gone by the mid-5th century when the first Nordic brackets were made. But of course, the 4th century medallions also that were long, well, we want to say long gone. Were they available to be seen, or is this simply a memory carried forward? Certainly, this. Trying to decide if I think it was supposed to be the next slide. We go to the next slide, and I may have to ask you to bring it back. Okay, I'm sorry. Let's that's okay. We'll just leave it there. The port from Poland that Alek Bursche reassembled demonstrated that medallions and medallion imitations and brackets all could be aesthetic responses to Roman material. And it does indicate that two streams of development may not have been entirely separate from the imitations and from the medallions. The imitations, of course, are earlier than brackets, but they result from the same impetus, and they were used in nearly the same way. So the similarity between figural images on medallions and brackets shows that there was still a link to Roman prototypes. Again, this idea of a long-term memory of foreign ideas held by certain elite members of the society. And the earliest bracket images were close to their prototypes, that is, the portraits of emperors, as shown on Asolati. Certainly, the imperial image had kind of an outsized impact on Scandinavian artistic representation. So now specifically about this slide. And I asked, did Northerners really reject portraiture, or were they simply challenged by it? And if we look here on the left at the, let's say, portrait, I recall here Jane Webster's discussion of what drives emulation and the failure to emulate in Britannia. And I think it's pertinent for this consideration of all kinds of art beyond the provinces. And she remarked that it's hard to believe that the individuals who fashioned the images were trying to match, that is, imitate classical artistic standards and failing miserably. And I turn here again on the left here of this medallion imitation from Olga. Is an example, a really exquisite example of a failure to emulate. What is this bird-like thing? Is it a complete misunderstanding of folds of cloth at the neck, or is it simply an innovation? And let's go to the next bracket, the next slide, please. There's another one, very somewhat similar from Tunelin. So there's an idea here. It's not just a one-off, one person totally misinterpreting it. Again, is it a magnificent failure, or is it a productive innovation? Is it a happy accident? Did the goldsmith who made this medallion imitation have difficulty rendering classical drapery, or is there something else intended here? And certainly the obverse here includes a random sequence of marks that's somewhat reminiscent of Roman lettering, but the reverse shows no attempt at an inscription, and it leaves a total blank space around this image of a horseman facing another man. Next slide, please. Brachiate makers look to the profile head of the emperor on the 4th century medallion. So this is the key connection with the 4th century, is looking at the profile of the 4th century, whereas 5th and 6th century Asolati begin to use the 3/4 view, and this is somewhat of an example. If you look on the right there, on the left side of his head, there is an ear showing. It's an oblique view and not a full 3/4, but partially. There's a slight turn of the head that shows the ear as we look at it. And this is something that doesn't seem to have been productive or interesting or understandable, perhaps, in the North. And now I'm going to turn to the kind of art historical interpretation that Meyer Shapiro described, how schematized 3/4 face combines the aspects of full face and profile, satisfying some kind of a need for completeness, showing 2 eyes and a nose and a mouth, and showing all this, and the nose, and that's kind of a blob there, but sometimes the nose in profile. And that becomes kind of almost a cubist rendition of trying to combine all of this. But we find that the migration period goldsmiths in Scandinavia avoid the 3/4 view. They may have actually perceived it as kind of a confusing array of marks, and they flattened it out into a linear depiction. The frontal mask shows distinctive features of the human face: 2 eyes, nose, and mouth. And we have this play of what is it that's focused on? And that kind of a face is what's focused on by children and the unschooled. So according to Gombrich, this frontal image depends on an artist's knowledge of what a face is and what we know to be there rather than what we actually see. So the profile bust is introduced in coinage, including the medallions. And it ultimately also derives on observation of a subject. But even coined portraits refer to a prototype over and over again, copying and recopying a profile human head. And it's already removed from an actual portrait. Next slide, please. So Gombrich goes on to observe that this imitation of the natural world, this is mimesis, is certainly more direct in the 3-dimensionality of sculpture than in a flat illusion from painting or drawing. And even in the bas-relief, the low relief here of a medallion, you still get a sense of the sculptural quality. Whereas in Brachdietz, we're seeing this complete simplification into this linear form, completely, not even any relief to speak of, but linear patterns. The Scandinavian Brachdiet profile may have been made through indirect knowledge of what a 4th century medallion should look like, but using the minimum elements necessary for recognition of a human head, copied and recopied, till it becomes further disassociated from direct observation. And as the technique to produce a relatively thick 2-sided coins was abandoned in Scandinavia, in favor really of the thin 1-sided Brachdiets, the style of representation was also modified. So it's technical as well as aesthetic. Instead, the subtle low modeled low relief in numismatic art, instead of that, we now see a really schematic linear design. The technique and the style changed, yet the head of the man is still recognizable, even though it appears flattened, drawn with raised outlines and modeled very, very, very slightly, or rather than modeled, I should say. Scandinavian goldsmiths adapted the Roman forms, but they didn't attempt to copy or imitate the foreign low relief style. The one-sided bracket was an innovation that allowed the production of shiny gold pendants in a less demanding technique, requiring engraving only one die rather than two, and using less gold than the thicker medallion coins. Next slide, please. A few brackets have marks reminiscent of Latin letters, and many have runic inscriptions. Certainly not all brackets. It's about 1/4 of brackets have runes. And many of the inscriptions have no meaningful semantic sequence. And interpreting the runes is certainly fraught with all kinds of difficulties. However, the bracket here on the right from Kyrylo includes the readable "I bring luck," and this bolsters certainly the argument that brackets are not only pendants, but they have an amuletic function. Next slide, please. Bracket inscriptions do not seem to serve as legends accompanying the images, although some scholars have attempted to equate word and image, and I find that often very problematic. Detlev Almersch interpreted the inscription Höar on a bracket from Finn on the right here as the high one, which he then identifies as a byname of Odin. And then you make the leap of identifying the image as Odin. Klaus Duvel and Wilhelm Heitzmann place great importance on the placements of the word Laukar, and on the left here, the bracket on the left underneath, along the horse's leg, is this word leek. And it is supposedly a plant of curative properties, let's say. It supposedly was used to heal the horse's leg, as described in the second Merseburg charm. Now, I don't question the right identification of Laukar as leek, but I contend that the positioning of the inscription along the horse's leg is simply fortuitous. The runes hug the perimeter of the disc, emulating where legends are normally placed on coins. And therefore, I maintain that the location of the runes so that Laukar touches the side of the leg is merely coincidental. Next slide, please. So who was depicted on brackets has certainly been debated at length. Many scholars suggest the figures ultimately are Nordic deities, Odin, Balder, so on, although some propose secular leaders. The idea of portraiture on a coin must have been understood by the elite Nordic veterans who had experienced the imperial image in the provinces. But it may have been strange to others in Northern society, the very idea of putting a picture of an actual person on it. So even for the initiated, the small images may not have been recognized as portraits. Perhaps Roman art didn't really appeal to the sensitivity of indigenous aesthetics. And we may speculate about how much of the transformation from medallion to bracket was related to the modification of techniques and how much to a desire to innovate and to show Nordic subject matter rather than an alien leader. And I would say more likely it's both. Eventually, the figural image on brackets no longer represents a memory of an idea of a Roman emperor. Instead, it may have denoted their own secular leader in the manner of a Roman emperor, as a religious leader, perhaps, or as a Nordic deity. So what can we learn from medallions and brackets about the impact of Roman art in Scandinavia? The influx of medallions into the north didn't stimulate the development of coinage in this non-monetary economy. However, exposure to figural imagery of medallions was productive, and it stimulated a vigorous and creative, local, innovative response. Coins may have accustomed Northerners to a new kind of image with its miniature figural iconography. And additionally, medallions were agents that served as wearable emblems to express elite social status. So these socially significant artifacts were renegotiated and modified in the North. Yet the use of the profile image was still connected, at least tangentially, to Roman culture. The Roman medallions that reached Scandinavia were very few in number, but immense in their influence. And medallions somehow struck a chord in the north so that there was a desire to adopt and imitate them, as we see with the medallion imitations, shown in such as in the model middle here. But it also was an impetus to adapt them, whether consciously or unconsciously, first as imitations and later expressed in this elegant innovation, I would say, on the right, this bracket from Rothland. Thank you. Thanks for getting the slides.
Thank you very much, Nancy. And Alexander, yeah, great. Thanks very much. Okay. So we'll move on as they take down the presentation, move on to our next paper, which comes from Holger Komnick, who was part of the magma team at the Römisch-Germanische Kommission here in Frankfurt. He did a great deal of work on the collection of Ernst Unger that Marianko mentioned earlier, and more recently, you might know him for his work on the coin finds from the Colonia Ulpia Traiana, and at present working on the coins from Vetera I Legionary Fortress. Holger will be talking to us today about some of his work for the Magma Project, Barbarian Imitations of Ancient Coins and Pierced Coins from Finds Along the Rhine, a cartographic comparison. So Holger, if you can share your screen.
Okay, David, I hope you can hear me. Is it okay?
We can hear you.
Okay, thank you, Alec, at first for your kind invitation, and thank you, David, for your kind introduction. Dear colleagues, dear participants, I start now my presentation. I hope it works.
If you have any problem, just say us, we can do it for you.
Yes. Wait a moment, I'll try it. Okay, now you can see my presentation.
No, not yet, Holger.
You see my presentation?
No, we can't.
You cannot. So try it from your side. I have no idea why it doesn't work. There's a hint that there's a mistake.
Oh, okay.
On my screen.
So
you can start from Warsaw, Alec.
Okay, don't worry, Holger. So we will do it for you. It will come.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay. Are you bringing that up? Okay, wonderful. Okay, Holger, you'll see the presentation and just say when you want the next slide. Okay, Holger, off you go.
Okay, next slide, please. In the first part of my paper, I will introduce you to various groups of barbarized imitations and show the distributions in the areas to the left and the right of the Rhine on the basis on find maps. It is well known, next slide please, that there are a number of barbarized imitations which are pierced or have perforations. Next slide please. So in the second part, I will therefore show the find mapping of pierced but also of looped or mounted regular gold and silver coins and compare them with the distribution of barbarized imitations. On the left hand, you see the figure of the pierced silver coins from the Childerish grave in Belgium. On the right hand, the looped solidus of Decentius from the Lower Saxonia. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Let us start with the first group, the group of Taman imitations, or also called coins of the unknown people. There are two sides of these denarii imitations in Elsass, namely Strasbourg and a little to the west, Trainheim. Next slide. The Taman imitations are actually mainly known from finds in the area of the Taman Peninsula. You see the Taman Peninsula on the left side, and the figure on the right side shows the distribution map of Casamanova from the year 1961. Next slide, please. The second group is made of silica imitations, usually referred to as the Heilbronn-Böcking group, after the most extensive find site located in southwestern Germany. These imitations, produced at the end of the 4th, beginning of the 5th century, did not originate in southwestern Germany, as a group name suggests, but in the northwestern Germany. Next slide, please. Only a few sites are known far away from the left bank of the Rhine. Tournai-Saint-Brice in Belgium, number 3 on the map. Namur, number 4 on the map. And Assise-Restitut en France in France, number 5 on the map. In southwestern Germany, there's a second locality besides the one that gives the name, number 15 on the map, namely Graben-Neudorf near Karlsruhe, number 14 on the map. The silica imitations of the Heilbronn-Böcking group are mainly known from finds in the area extends from Cuijk in the Netherlands, situated on the Meuse, number 2 on the map, to Lichtenau-Dahlheim, not far away from the Weser, number 19 on the map. Although noteworthy is the one-sided gold coinage from Castrop-Rauxel, number 9 on the map, belonging to this group. The Heilbronn-Böcking group is classified as early Frankish production. The next slide, please. The third mapping contains the known finds of the silver imitations of the Dortmund group. Apart from the specimen in the Freckenhorn in Britain, number 1 on the map, all the other places are on the right bank of the Rhine. With the exception of the example from the grave find Graben-Neudorf near Karlsruhe in southwestern Germany, number 14 on the map, the distribution extends from Westphalia through northern Hesse to Thuringia. Early Frankish production, as assumed by Max Martin, would be conceivable, but with the extension of the distribution area to northern Hesse and Thuringia, such attribution must at least be provided with a question mark. Next slide, please. At the end of the first part of my paper, let us consider all the other Bavarian imitations of gold and silver coins whose prototype was minted in the period before the end of the 5th century. The preliminary remark: on the one hand, the volumes of the corpora such as FMD, FMN, Trouvé, Trésor monétaire en Belgique, and other fine coin publications were used as basis for this map. On the other hand, databases such as Numis for the Netherlands, for example. Verifications by means of illustrations has only been possible to a certain extent, so that one or the other piece may have been wrongly included here. However, the mapped coins are mainly denarii, to a lesser extent solidi, and in an isolated case silica. According to my current knowledge, the barbarized imitation in gold and silver mapped here seem to have reached the areas to the left of the Rhine only to a small extent, and decrease again significantly west to the Meuse. Solidi imitations seem to be primarily represented in the north of the mapping area. Same applies to singular silica imitation, which comes from the last treasure find near Hanover, which also contains several barbarized denarii. Next slide, please. If one compares the distribution map of the silver imitations of the Dortmund group and that of other barbarian imitation, it becomes apparent that in the main find area of the Dortmund group, barbarized denarii are also present in the surroundings of the individual find sites. Next slide, please. This observation is also shown by the comparison of the distribution map of the silica imitations of the Heilbronn working group with that of other barbarian imitations. Next slide. Next slide, please. For the Taman imitations found on the left bank of the Rhine, no other barbarian imitations can be found in the surrounding area according to my current knowledge. However, there are some on the right bank of the Rhine. Now to the second part. Please, next slide. The next slide, please. Okay. The mapping of the perforated regular Roman gold and silver coins shows a picture that also has some of the aspects already found on the barbarized imitations. On the left of the Rhine and then also west of the Meuse, the number of the pierced coins decreases. Next slide, please. Pierced or perforated coins are also present in the closer environment of the silica imitations of the Heilbronn working group of Tournai-Saint-Brice, number 3 on the map in Belgium, and the wider environment of Namur, number 4 also in Belgium, as well as Saint-Restitut in France. Pierced or perforated coins are also found in the main findings area of the silica imitations from the Heilbronn working group on the right bank of the Rhine. Next slide, please. In the main find area of the silver imitations of the Dortmund group, whose area of discovery extends further southeast over northern Hesse and Thuringia, perforated coins are also found. Next slide, please. With the comparison of the find distribution maps of the other barbarized coins and the pierced or perforated regular Roman gold and silver coins, I have reached the end of my cartographic comparison. Sorry. Thank you very much for your attention.
And thank you very much, Holger, for that. Okay, we will now move on to the next presentation, and we'll see whether the people in Warsaw are good at getting their own presentations online. As we move on to Anna Zapolska from the Archaeological Institute in Warsaw, who's been working on the Magma projects. Many of you will know her for her PhD on the finds of Roman coins from the West Balt culture circle, but she's been working recently a great deal on late Roman gold in the northern Barbaricum. And so Anna will be talking to us about Gotlandic imitations of late Roman solidi, local custom or broader phenomenon. Okay, Anna, over to you. A microphone would be very useful. Microphone. We can't hear you, Anna. That's better.
Sorry, this is Alek. I use his computer and we have some troubles with microphone. So thank you for having me during this conference. Before I start, I would like to thank you very much to Helle Horsnes and Ulrika Bornestadt from Sweden, Stockholm, for sending me beautiful pictures on these imitations I will going to show you. Otherwise, I would have very rough, only very rough pictures from Fageli, and probably not that many ideas on these imitations as I have due to these pictures. So John Fageli, while working on the solidi finds from Scandinavia, listed two groups of coins lacking any analogy in the post-Roman world. These were coins, imitative coins, which were similar only to themselves. One group was bearing no legend, only the signs, groups of circles and lines, and the other group were pretty well pictured legend. She mentioned also a group of coins which she could not ascribe with certainty to coinages of any barbaric kingdoms which were established on the ruins of the empire. Most of these coins I will talk about today are grouped within Eastern Scandinavia, that is Gotland, southeastern continental Sweden and Bornholm. We know of at least two finds from Poland, from Pomerania, and another one from West Hungary. I believe from Poland maybe 2 or 3 additional coins come from, but since they are lost, we only have their vague descriptions and no pictures available. We cannot be sure whether they might have been attributed to this group. We may assume that these above-mentioned coins were produced in Scandinavia, on Gotland in particular. As you see, the biggest concentration is on Gotland. Sorry. We can identify at least 4 prototypes of these Gotlandic imitations, at least for the group with no legend. Most probably the solidi of Valentinianus III, the Theodosius II, Leo or Zeno served as a model, and we should suppose that also solidi of Honorius as well. Among the imitations, there are few types of coins, of original coins which were imitated. We can suppose that these were the most frequent type among solidi which reached Scandinavia. Among the coins which were minted with the same die only, the cases of die-identical coins are known. That is, obverse and reverse are identical. So far, no mixed dies are known. Here you can see examples. On the left side is the imitative coin, on the right side the possible prototype. The coins nie działa. Oh yeah. The coins bearing no legend are 14 pieces, and these were minted with 9 dice. 6 coins were minted with 3 pairs of dice, and further 3 with another pair. The rest coins has no dialings. Here you can see the example from Gotland Kökeby single find and Pomeranian hoard Karsipur. And here 3 coins from Gotland, Pomerania and Bornholm minted with the same die. One of the most interesting example here you can see the coin to the left is stored in Mint's cabinet in Berlin and comes from the collection of Friedrich Stephan. He mentions He mentioned in his archive another 2 such coins, one allegedly coming from the collection of Ernst Unga and the other one from the museum in Turin. I've contacted the museum in Stuttgart, which has its in possession the collection of Unga, but in his archive such coin is not mentioned. We can assume that the same applies to the coin which allegedly is stored in Turin. Unfortunately, I've received no answer to my question from Turin about this piece. The assumption of Stefan that another example might be stored in Turin comes from the fact that it has been published as the coin of Odoaker by Professor Barucki in 1826. But already in 1844, this interpretation was rejected by Friedlander as well as by Krause. Both were working on Ostrogothic coins. Then it was repeated by Wolf, who in 1911 published a catalogue of Vandal and Ostrogothic coins from the British Museum collection. It has to be said that Odoaker never placed his name on gold coins. He did indeed mint the bronze coins with his portrait and name, but it in no way reminded the inscription on this imitative solidus. On top of that, the die-identical coin comes from the hoard found in southeastern continental Sweden in Hazelstadt. Here you can see the die-identical coins placed on the map. It is clearly visible that pretty strong connection is seen between Gotland, Bornholm and Pomerania. Very interesting case is, in my opinion, the case linking southeastern Sweden and the Danube region. I was wondering if the problem of no legends might be explained anyhow, and I have some guesses. Hope these might be correct. But if we compare the situation of imitations we are talking about today to the imitations dated back to the 3rd century and the 4th century, we can see that on these elder imitations, there was no rule among the legends placed on coins. There are coins with legends or without legends, or parts of legends mixed together. In this case, I suppose that my group of imitations might have been modeled on coins which stayed for a long time in the circulation, which might be the cause of worn legends by the time of the production of the imitations. On the graphic, you can see the preservation state of the original coins, the same types as the imitations, and it is clear that worn coins predominate. We have to bear in mind that these coins, after being imitated, stayed in circulation, so that their preservation state by the time of the production might have been better, but it still gives us an insight of what may have been possible. The imitations were found in various contexts, some of them a single find, one come from the grave. The most, however, is known from hoards. The chronology of hoards does not help us to determine the chronology of the imitations production. It is believed that due to the preservation state of coins from hoards, which are pretty worn in most cases, the deposits cannot be dated earlier than late 5th century, the first half of the 6th century. Even hoards terminating with earlier coins like Leo I or Zeno shall be dated to this period. I was wondering about also the time of the production of these imitations, and I believe we have 3 possible solutions for this. First, after the first imitations of solidi reached the Germanic kingdoms, from the Germanic kingdoms reached Scandinavia, which is rather problematic to define. The second possibility is after Gotland won the dominant role after the decline of Öland, that is after 476. This date corresponds to the beginning of the production of Germanic bracteates, which are also to be found on Gotland as well. The third possibility is that the imitations started to be produced after the influx of the original solidi seized during the reign of Anastasius I, which might be supported by the complete lack of imitations of Justin and Justinian I. The last 2 possibilities seem to be the most plausible. The known contexts don't allow us to date the imitations earlier than the end of the 5th century, beginning the 6th century, but the presence of the bracteates in contexts connected rather to females used in Gotland would indicate that to approximately the same period the imitations might or should be dated. The second group I'd like to present you today is the group of imitations which bear a pretty good modeled and good readable legends, although being disturbed. There are some mistakes in some letters placed on these coins. All coins are modeled on the solidi of Anastasius I. On the reverse, there is the Victoria with the long cross. There is no imitations modeled on the Victoria with Christogram type, probably due to the scarcity of the original solidi. On top of that, the legends are properly imitated, more or less, with some usually minor mistakes in terms of shape of the letters. If we agree that the first heterogeneous group of imitations bearing no properly pictured legends was produced already around 475, then these imitations must be considered as younger, especially that they imitate the later coins. If we agree that possible explanation of well-pictured legends might be the preservation state of the original coins, we get such picture in this group. Even though the worn solidi or fairly preserved are still in the majority within this group, in comparison to the previous group with the unreadable legends, there are more better preserved solidi of Anastasius I. This may be one of the reasons that the legend of imitations of these coins is partly well remodeled. The other aspect might be the chronology. If we assume that these imitations started to be manufactured at the end of the 5th and the beginning of the 6th century, the solidi of Anastasius must have remained in better condition than the pieces of Valentinianus III, Leon, Zeno, which stayed in circulation for several decades already. I think that what Kyrylo and Tomasz showed us today with these Luminatium type of the coins might also suggest a possible solution for these imitations, but this, of course, requires further studies. The imitations of this group come from hoards only. We know only of 3 coins minted with the same pair of dies. The other 7 coins are from different dies. And thanks to the brilliant analysis of Svante Fischer, we know of another example minted with the same pair of dies as the 2 coins from Gotlandic hoards. The coin comes from the collection of Wilhelm Sternstedt, and with great dose of probability we can say that it is the most of the coins from his collection, so also this imitation was found on Gotland as well. The rest of the coins were found either on Gotland, from this group, were found either on Gotland or on Bornholm, but we cannot exclude that one coin from Karszibul hoard in Pomerania, which is now missing and was described as barbarian imitation, maybe Ostrogothic, of Anastasius I, might also be a Gotlandic imitation. As to the chronology of this group, we have less trouble. These coins have to be minted the earliest at the end of the 5th century, probably at the beginning of the 6th century. We know of another group of imitations, which on the first sight looks too good to be Germanic or Scandinavian. These coins are modeled on the solidi of Honorius. Some of them bear the reverse types, the reverse typical for coins of Valentinianus III. These imitations are however heavily die-linked among the finds from Gotland and Bornholm, so that Metcalfe suggested their production on Gotland. According to his theory, these solidi might have reached Gotland already in 420s and then started to be imitated. Imitative coins of Honorius come en masse from Spain and Portugal. Huge amount of Honorius solidi compose also the Hoxne hoard, and I believe that studying these finds might bring us to some conclusions. So far, the material we have at our disposal does not allow us to build any reasonable theories. We can hope that new finds can bring the solution to these issues. Here you can see the die-links between these coins from the Honorius group. Here the die-links are between Gotland and Bornholm in most cases. One of the very interesting find is this coin, which is reversed, and thanks to Kyrylo Myzgin, we found out such example, which was found in Chernivtsi Oblast in Ukraine, which is very close to border with Moldova. While preparing this presentation, I have searched once again the database of Oleg Anokhin. I thought I know these pieces put on his website, but it turned out that also such finds can be traced there. Theodosius II to the left does not really look like imitation to me, especially that the pro is present on the reverse and there is none of the imitation and the pro is absent from the imitations, but this is gold-plated bronze. The other coin weighs more or less the same as Tremises and goes slightly in the direction of Gotlandic finds. Judging from the legend, it shall be the Anastasius I imitation, but since the legend is much more disturbed than in case of Gotlandic finds of Anastasius, we have to be very careful with the interpretation. Coming to an end, I'd like to show you the map of direct die-links among the denarii imitations, which are dated more or less to the same period in Scandinavia as gold coins. Arek Dymowski and Alek Bursche has already shown this map, but in terms of gold, we already have die-links between Gotland and Pomerania, Gotland and Bornholm, Gotland and the Danubian region. So I wonder if we can find any die-links between these two regions. I will leave you with this map today and thank you for your attention.
And thank you very much, Anna, for your presentation, together with the previous paper by Holger, I think it demonstrates the great variety of phenomena that we're seeing moving into the 5th century AD. Very, very different groups of material that are coming up regarding gold and silver, and then linking back to Nancy talking about none of these 3/4 en face portraits being found on the Bracteates, but we're finding the coins up there. They were around, they could have been copied. So that's all fitting in very nicely, I feel. Thank you very much to everyone so far. We now move on to the last paper of the day, the man whose cat is on Facebook, Adam Degler, from the numismatic department of the Ossoliński National Institutes. He's published catalogs of the coins from the collection of the Institute. He's also published and actually has in his collection the first imitation with a runic inscription, which excited us all greatly when we first saw that. And Adam, I will leave it to you to try to share your screen and to talk about the new East Germanic imitations from the Ossolineum.
Okay, thank you for remembering me about my cat who is behind me, but you cannot see him. Okay, so I will try to present.
Oh, well done. That's coming up.
Yeah. And now
go into presentation mode. Yep, that's it. Excellent. Well done,
yes,
Adam.
You have this.
Well
okay.
done.
Okay, great. Good evening, everybody. I will speak about gold, silver, and gilded imitations of Roman imperial coins connected with the area of the settlement of East Germanic societies in archaeologically speaking Chernihiv culture. Ossolineum has purchased during the last 6 years 14 East Germanic imitations of Roman coins, including 4 gold imitations, 9 gilded imitations, and 1 imitative denarius. Now purchasing barbarian imitations of Roman coins is part of the Ossolineum's collecting policy. And thanks to great advance of our knowledge on East Germanic production of imitations of Roman coins, and of course to Imagma project and independent research, we can now say much more than 5-6 years ago about those imitations. And Wrocław and Ossolineum was one of the research centers. My personal research was focused on legends on imitative coinage. Thanks to my personal research, I decided to make a general division of the imitative coins based primarily on legends. As you can see, the 0 group are exact copies of Roman coins where legends are just transferred. Then the next group are altered copies of Roman coins that we can see some changes in legends that do not exclude the identification of the prototype. Then very interesting groups of compiled imitations of Roman coins where individual signs as well as longer parts of legends could have been stamped mechanically, and prototypes could come not only from coins but also dice and other items in whole or in parts. Then next group are barbarous imitations of Roman coins where changes in letters are very far gone, and sometimes signs do not resemble even letters, and unique types reinterpreting Roman designs, and then of course hybrids of all these types in many configurations. I will try to discuss today technological aspects of the production of East Germanic imitations. This is just preliminary study on the basis of Ossolineum collection. My main tasks were, up to this date, microscopic examinations, chemical analysis, study of gilding techniques of coin pendants, consulting specialists of various fields, and last but not least, obtaining excellent photos of the coins by Andrzej Niedźwiecki, our great photographer from Ossolineum. So let me present the first coins. I just would like to mention that what you can see here is my proposal of kind of standard inventory card for imitations, where you can see information about owner, inventory number, prototype imitation relation, metric information, chemical analysis, samples, results, analogies, and of course photos. I will not be discussing this all detailed information. The time is too short. Just let me focus on technological aspects. These three imitations you can see here were purchased by Ossolineum in 1960, and they come from a bigger hoard of more than 500 Roman denarii. And the two of them were linked to finds from Ukraine, thanks to Enochin and Dymowski's work, while the third one, the most to the left and most barbaric of all, was not linked yet to any find from Ukraine. And let me now go to the recent acquisitions. This compiled imitative coin was bought in 2014, and it is heterogeneous of heterogeneous alloy of fine gold, and was possibly modeled on Tetrarchy portrait and late 3rd century adlocutor vest motif. We can observe that a set of 6 letters is repeating in various configurations, and that some letters are partly bordered by fatal lines, you can see here, which created an impression of double or even triple strike, but is rather a result of making soft pressure imprints on some of the steps of the technological process. This occurred on many imitations. Analogical specimens are known from Ukraine, and one specimen, and it is neither pierced nor looped, so we can infer that they were just prepared to be made pendants out of these coins. Next one, it is very well known. This hybrid imitative coin was bought on the same auction and was made of so-called barbarous whiter gold with gold content of 75%. It was modeled on one specific prototype, which was Ziveres Aleksander's coin, and reinterpreted in barbaric manner. It is extremely interesting for many reasons, including legends. We can see that legends were handwritten. One part of the obverse legend was substituted by a legend or pseudo-legend in a runic alphabet. A symbol also was added in front of the eye of the emperor. This coin was most probably found in Vinnytskaya Oblast. Next example, this compiled imitation was bought in 2017 and was made of fine gold between 93 and 96% of gold in the alloy. It was probably modeled on Antonin portrait and reverse motifs compiled of Serapis and other representations. Set of 4 letters is repeating on this coin, and as we can see in this close-up, it was partly melted. Next coin, this compiled imitation was bought in 2018 and was made of fine gold. It was probably modeled on Antonin or Severan portraits, and reverse is combining motif of victory with this advancing figure advancing to left and holding ref, with a figure of mass out of which we can see this spear. We can see that letters have a more individual character than on the previous coins. The phenomenon we see on this close-up, again, is something resembling a double strike, can be explained by deepening the letters on a matrix. And this coin is die-linked to Ukrainian finds. Now let me turn to gilded coin pendants, and it all started with this coin. I initially thought that we have some fingerprint imprint on the obverse of this coin, but microscopic examination helped me to exclude this possibility at the very early step. So before I will go further into this extremely interesting group of artifacts, let me say a few words about gilding. Gilding was known from the very early stage of the development of ancient civilizations. A great majority of gilded objects was found by Carter in Tutankhamun's tomb. It was known among Greeks, popular among Romans, and used by Celtic and Western Germanic peoples. There were two most general technological ways of gilding in antiquity, called mechanical, sometimes called demessening, and fire gilding, also called diffusion gilding. Cold gilding involved plating, hammering, and pressing, while fire gilding involved using heat from the open fire in order to cause mercury to evaporate, bonding the underlying metal, being it usually silver or bronze with a layer of gold of various thickness. And the coin you can see was modeled probably on Prober's portrait and combined with reverse motifs, perhaps based on Securitas type. It was found in Vinnytskaya Oblast, and the long process of consulting this coin with specialists in many fields brought me to two possible explanations of the curious pattern of lines we can see here. They could have appeared due to the excessive heating of blanket or because of surface treatment with some brush or cloth. Please notice also the round border of gold plate on both sides and hollow places once in the place hollow places where the legend should be located. And also please note the gilding on piercing. Next example, this compiled gilded coin pendant was modeled on Marcus Aurelius' portrait and Minerva reverse motif. First close-up reveals that it was cast before gilding. Here we have again a round border of gold plate, hollow places instead of letters. The first piercing was too close to the edge of the second, and the second one, as we can see, was very crude. And this coin was found in Vinnytskaya Oblast. Next example, this compiled gilded coin pendant was modeled perhaps on Antonin portrait and Victoria reverse motif. Let me draw your attention to the fact that traces of mercury were found on the surface of this coin pendant. And you can also notice the presence of an extremely rare element, rhenium, which unfortunately has to be yet confirmed because it can be some error in interpreting the results of the XRF examination. So I will try to repeat this examination. We can also see that some letters are still gilded while others are hollow. Again, we can see the round border of the gold plate. And this coin was found in Żytomierskaya Oblast, and you can see the close-ups of samples and the examples of hollow part of legend and the legend which is still filled. Next example, this compiled gilded coin pendant was perhaps modeled on Prober's portrait and Jupiter reverse motif. And also on this coin, mercury was traced. The loop, which is very interesting in this case, was cast and gilded as an integral part of the object. So we can infer from this that the loop was at the same time a part of a casting sprue. And this coin was found in Cherkasskaya Oblast. Next one. This compiled gilded coin pendant was modeled probably on Maximian's portrait and Roma or Victoria type of late 3rd century. Mercury was also found on the surface of this coin pendant, pretty high level of mercury. And we can see that the piercing was apparently gilded. And this coin was found in Khmelnytskaya Oblast. Next one, this compiled gilded coin pendant was modeled on possibly on Septimius Severus obverse and Fortuna type rivers. It is very degraded, but we still can see the round border again of the gold plate and perhaps some organic remnants of which can be remnants of some kind of production process, some kind of impurities which occurred during the production process. And this coin was not listed by Anokhin, but it has some analogies in Anokhin database. This very interesting gilded coin pendant was probably modeled on Antoninus Pius portrait and Pax reverse motif. It is interesting because we can see the traces of brushing on it. A brush could be made of tiny brass wires or hard bristle. According to the opinion of Magdalena Natuniewicz-Sekuła, even some fine-grained file could have been used, and such tool would normally be submerged in an amalgamate of mercury or silver to make the gilding stick better, as is supported also by ancient written forces. And indeed, we can see some traces of mercury detected on the gilded surface of this gilded coin pendant. This coin was found in Vinnytskaya Oblast. The last two coins are very instructive. This gilded coin pendant was probably modeled on Probus portrait and Securitas type reverse motif. We can see clearly a multi-layer structure on this example. Dark gray core, light green bronze layer, and dark green layer next, and last layer, which is yellow gold layer, and even some corrosion on the top of this all. Let me focus for a while on the dark green layer. Apparently, it is the layer of contact between the light green bronze and gold plate. We can see that letters that survived are dark green. Thus, it seems that it is the remnant of a paste or glue of some kind used to fix the plate to the bronze layer. This coin has only analogies from finds in Ukraine. The last example, this gilded coin, compiled gilded coin pendant is similar in type to the previous one. And here we can see again all the previously mentioned layers too. And very close look, however, revealed a very curious pattern. As if the coin, you will be able to see it in a moment. These are close-ups of the samples, and this is this very curious pattern, as if the coin pendant was covered with some kind of enamel or something like this. And here on this coin we have again traces of mercury detected. So my list of thanks is really an extensive one. So let me just play it, and while it will appear, I would like to come to conclusions. Coins collected in the Ossolineum provide a unique opportunity to study imitative Germanic coinage in detail. Most of them are examples of objects compiled of various prototypes. I asked for analogies, Jiří Militki, about how Celtic boy gilded coins were made. He answered, generally speaking, most Celtic gilded coins were covered with a layer of gold foil. The core could have been made either of copper alloy or silver. This process must have been completed in higher temperature. We call such coins in Czech language platowanie minci. We can make an attempt to reconstruct the technology of the production of gilded coin pendants on the basis of the material in Osolino. First, core of 2 layers was cast. It consisted of a portrait but not legends. The outer layer of core was prepared for being gilded by brushing or filing with tools submerged in a solution of mercury. Edge and piercing were gilded first. Then 2 gold plates, not thicker than ½ millimeter, were laid. They had legends impressed on them, and some glue or paste could have been used. Such, let's say, sandwich was kept near source of heat, cooled, and polished to get a shiny look. Thank you very much for your attention.
And thank you very much, Adam, for that very informative paper about the technology behind these imitations, which very much shows us the high level of technical knowledge that these people had when they were making these coins.
I'm glad it went good, because last time it was a global Google blackout.
Oh, that it was that day. Okay. Fine. Well, thank you to the 5 speakers. We now have, oh, well, Adam, you are absolutely finished on the minute. Well done. We now have exactly 20 minutes for discussion. So, as Alec did during the first session, I would ask you to use the raised hand icon, or otherwise to put questions into the chat if you don't want to put the question in person. So we would, I'll actually come back to the order on the program rather than to the order in which it was spoken. So I would ask anyone if they have any questions on points to make about Nancy Wicker's paper on the Scandinavian bracteates. So do we have anyone with a question there? Or while people are thinking about questions, I might ask you, Nancy, if I may, because I know nothing about Scandinavian art in this period, but to what extent is there any, in the development of the imagery and the technology of the bracteates, is that paralleled in other forms of Scandinavian art, or is it something very much, something that's very special to the bracteates?
The figural image is really new. I mean, we can also go back now. We have to go back farther into the Roman Iron Age and see some, especially in Denmark, some imitations of Roman figurines, bronze cast figurines, and they're very strange, and we might think they're awkwardly done and so on. But that's very, very different. But the only thing that I think I see it more as productive is that bracteates, in turn, I think there is a connection with the slightly later and continuing guldgubber, the gold foils, which are even more simplified and smaller. They are tiny. I mean, they're the size of a small fingernail, with images of humans, but they're so small that so little can be seen. But there really isn't. That figural work in the migration period is so rare. Now, there are just a few there are masks, face, only 3-dimensionally, like on terminals of fibulae, but there is nothing like this. It's like looking on the image of a human depicted is just really unknown.
Okay. Did I see that right? That on one of the bracteates, the one I think you showed it at the end, where the little triangle of the pearls, they look like human heads. Is that the case, or was that just?
Oh, those are those are three-dimensional. They are reposé heads that are placed into that triangle.
Yeah, yeah.
Just under the loop. Absolutely. And there are a number of these. Most of them are Swedish. There's some from Uppland. It's a very special stance, and there's only I want to say a handful, 6 to 8 of these. And there's been some studies of how these little heads, because they're quite clearly made off of a model, repeated. So they're very special. But again, the idea of the mask as a head like that is known. But not the idea of a whole figure with arms and legs, kind of.
Okay. No, I found that piece very fascinating. So does anyone have any questions or comments on Nancy's paper? Everyone is being very shy out there. You can always type it in anonymously.
Yeah. If I may say something, because maybe I'll hold it as a question for Anna, but I do think the idea that Gotland is always very, very interesting for bracteates, for the Asolati, and so on. And I know, David, you were talking about the interest in how do we have an image that changes, or an object that changes from being used by a woman, by men, to objects used by women.
Yeah.
Well, and I said, oh, there's a couple of exceptions. Well, the exceptions are from Gotland, of course.
Okay.
Engraved with men. Okay, so there's something going on there with late, the imitation solidity and solidity in circulation or in use longer. And there's just some really interesting things happening there. It's like everything you say about the rest of Scandinavia is like, Gotland's different.
Okay.
I would love that.
Because the denarii used as jewelry that Holger Komnick showed, those are female graves as well, interestingly. So in southern Germany, so that it seems to be a broader phenomenon, except for Gotland. Yeah, well, Gotland is very special when it comes to late antique precious metal. It's a very surprisingly, Ireland hasn't sunk under the weight of gold.
But I have to say, I always kind of have my eye out for object types that change from men to women or women to men. And there are other examples, but it's rare. Often it's more from men to all, or rather than just men to.
Interesting, very interesting. Okay. Well, if no one has any comments on Nancy's paper, then we would move on to Arek Dymowski, who presented the die links of the denarii and of the gold imitations as well. So please, questions, comments to Arek at this. I have a sneaking suspicion everyone's just waiting to go home for a beer or something. So please do keep some comments coming, or I'm going to have to ask all the questions myself, but I see no hands being raised. So my question, Arek, you showed some die links between the denarii and gold, which is early 4th century, late 3rd century, early 4th century. Would you place the production of the denarii imitations generally into the early 4th century, or how do you feel that the denarii imitations are to be dated in the Cherniakov culture area?
I agree with Alek and Kyrylo, and they were produced not earlier than the mid 3rd century, possibly till the migration period.
Okay. Yeah.
And as you said, the ONAF group indicates that at least some of them were produced not earlier than turn of the 3rd and 4th centuries.
Okay. I think that's
because of these die links to the late array.
Yeah, I think that's a really important observation, because you're talking about imitations essentially of 2nd century denarii, but that's what the coins are that they are imitating. So there would be a tendency to date them very early. And I know that Alec has the earliest datable context from Denmark, Ilra, which is what, 210 or something, terminus postquem, I think he has there. So, but you're taking them even later than that. So that's a very interesting, very significant point. Thank you very much. So more questions, comments for Arek, please. Somebody raise their hand? No? Everyone's very shy at these Zoom conferences. No one likes asking questions. It's very entertaining. It's nice to sit here watching people.
Okay,
Tomasz, come on.
I want to explain that why I'm sitting, quiet, because when I look at the Arek's appearance on the screen with this like highlighted background, it scares me. Really, I'm afraid of asking him any questions. He looks like 50% divine, but 50% devilish at the same moment.
Yes, your background is excellent, Alek.
Very funny. Ha ha ha.
Okay. Well, if no one has anything to say on that, then Holger Komnick talked to us about a very different set of material moving west to silver in the late 4th, early 5th century. Do we have any observations, comments, questions on this material? Because it's a very different set of material to what's coming up, generally speaking, from the other presentations. I mean, my question would be to everyone else, has anyone seen these objects outside the area that Holger has shown them? Or are we looking at something that really is very restricted to the area along the Rhine? But I suspect, yeah. Certainly, Holger, I find the Taman imitations that you have in Strasbourg, the Strasbourg area, very interesting. Hang on. One question has. Oh, sorry, I missed a question which came up, and a window just told me that Hella Horstness wanted to. Hella, did you want to say something?
I think you almost took the word out of my mouth, because I was wondering about the Taman imitations as well, whether you can actually be sure that they are primary finds from Strasbourg area, or are they recent souvenirs from Taman? Because as far as I know, they are very special for the Taman Peninsula.
Holger, are you?
Hi, Helle. I'm not sure if they are German called Mitbringsel of some people from this area, but as I know, there are other archaeological finds near the places Strasbourg and Trainheim. It's a cemetery in Obernai, and there are a lot of finds which have which comes from the area of the Eurasian steppe. So it could be, of course, possible that people which are coming perhaps from this area to the Elsass region has brought these coins with them.
And you have, I think, some deformed Hunnic skulls. Schädel, or something like that. Did I remember?
Yes, yes, perhaps.
Some other indications. Okay. Aleksander Bursche, you have a raised hand. Alec, microphone on. You've raised your hand. We can't hear you. We can't hear you, Alec. Your microphone doesn't seem to be working. Maybe you want to type something in the chat.
Yeah, Professor Bursche is coming and his microphone doesn't work.
Okay.
Okay, I tried the other one because it's something happened with.
We heard you for a minute. Now you've gone again.
And I would like. Oh, is it okay?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
The other one.
That's good.
Okay. Just about the Taman imitation. I would like to say that tomorrow we will see much more. We will hear much more about it. I'm sure from Michele Abramson and perhaps also from Georgian colleagues, because it is so-called Taman. They are not really Taman imitations.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, great, excellent, excellent, good. Then, looking at the time, I think we ought to move on a little. Thank you very much, Holger. Anna Zapolska's paper on Gotlandic imitations. I don't know whether Hella has something to add on.
I think I should relate to what Nancy said. Can you hear me? Hello? Am I heard? Yeah, I think I should firstly refer to what Nancy Wicker has said on imitations versus bracteates in Gotland. This is really interesting topic, and I'm afraid I can't say very much since I deal with these finds since 2 months, and I thought it will be a quick view, and then I ended up with more questions than answers so far. But the Gotland, it looks really interesting in terms of imitations and bracteates, because on one hand, these imitations, the group I mentioned today, is located mainly on southeastern Sweden, Scandinavia, and plus Bornholm, but not in the western part of Scandinavia, on contrary to bracteates. The bracteates are rather scarce in Gotland. They show up in female graves and as single finds in most cases. And on top of that, we have these imitations of medallions in Gotland, which I believe is 4 pieces. Another interesting case I had no time to mention is piercing versus looping. The imitations are rather pierced. The bracteates are looped, and in case of imitations, if they are looped at all, the loop is rather very simple. On contrary to bracteates, where the loop is pretty sophisticated. We can see it precisely among the finds from Denmark, from Gudme, for example. And another case is that the imitations appear first of all in male context. We have rather no finds which we can for sure link to female in terms of these imitations from the Gotlandic group, and I think this direction needs also further study. I have one. And one more thing regarding the imitations. If we look at the gold imitations of the imitations of Auray and the imitations of Solidi, we have the gap, like 100-year gap. The imitations of Auray and end up mid-4th century, I believe, and we have these imitations of Solidi, which can be dated to late 5th century. So there are lots of questions to be answered still, and I believe we should apply for another Imagma to study this particular group of coin. Really, I can't do it on my own. So yeah.
Advocacy, if I may, I mean, about this gap, it is similar gap as we've got between the, late medallion imitations and early bracteads. So it is practically the similar gap with this imitation of late solid.
Okay. Right. Well, there are two people who have Nancy, you had your hand up, is that right?
I did.
Holger was first, but I'll bring you in now because it'll be a follow-up to what Anna said, I guess. So Nancy, you go first, please.
Okay. I'll just keep it very quick. First of all, there are some brackets that are and there is every kind of variation of there are very fancy ones. We often show you pictures of the ones with the really nice and fancy ones, but there are also some that are just folded back over, not a separate piece. There's every possible variation, over 1,000 brackets with loops, and I've been studying them, and I haven't finished putting this all together, but there's a lot more to be said there.
Okay.
I'll leave it at that. Thanks.
Thank you, Nancy. Holger, you have your hand up. So
yes, Anna, you have mentioned a coin of your imitation group in the Ernst Unger collection, which you have not found in the inventory. As far as I know, not all the coins of the collection of Ernst Unger were bought by the museum in Stuttgart. So it's possible that's the reason why you have not found it in the inventory book of the Ernst Unger collection.
This is interesting because I've seen these tables from Unga archive, which Michele had shown me in Frankfurt already, and the idea of these tables are not the best, but I haven't seen anything similar to the coins I shown. I have received from Vienna the tables of Stefan's collection, and it seems that 3 coins which are pictured there, these are Odlew Abgus. These are 3 casts which look exactly the same, and when I exchanged emails with Johannes Hartner, he had the impression that this might be the same coin.
That's of course possible.
And I am pretty confused about these 3 coins, whether this is 1 coin, 3 coins, or 2 coins. But since the pandemic is around, I can't travel to check it myself. But it would be very interesting if we had 4 coins from the same die. It's exceptional so far.
Okay. Tomek.
Yes, I wanted to add some comments. Well, first of all, I'm now trying to find out in my memory, but there is a Swedish coin find, the earliest gold coin from Sweden. I think is of Maximianus Herculius. Location now, I'm missing it. I don't remember. However, I'm pretty sure also, please have in your mind our presentation with Kyrylo, that in fact the earliest gold coin from Sweden is not a true genuine aureus, but it's a Czerniachow imitation of Maximianus. So this is a link, or well, this should be confirmed somehow, maybe due to metal analysis or something. But I'm just highlighting this subject. If you look for the earliest gold coin from Sweden, Roman gold coins from Sweden, chronologically, it would be this one. Second, please, while we are discussing the gap, this gap is already started in Czerniachow culture within. There are when we speak about the genuine Roman coins from territory of Czerniachow culture, there are no many aurein or early solidi of Constantine era, which is quite confusing because we know from literary sources that the Goths fought for Constantinus I against Licinius and vice versa. So we could have expected some of these coins to be found on territory of Ukraine. In fact, there are very few of them. The majority, like 90 or 95% of gold coins ended up with 294. I mean the issues, the Roman coins issued before the reform of Diocletianus. So even though we know that the Goths still stayed on the territory of Ukraine until the Huns arrived for next 80 years or something like that, it seemed that they didn't incorporate any new precious gold coins from the Roman Empire. So also what we learned from the presentation of Adam, he shown us one, let's say, poor quality imitation of clearly tetrarchic bust, which indicates that this the prototype for this imitation comes from the very early 4th century AD. So we have a situation that it seems that the imitation didn't follow the circulation of coins, of Roman coins. There were some tendencies, or simply these people preferred the old designs, and therefore we have a gap. This gap, but we cannot exclude that the imitations copying Probus, Diocletianus, Maximianus, we cannot exclude that the production of them didn't last like till the half of the 4th century AD or even later. We have exactly the proof with confirming that it was contrary. We have the proof from the silver coins. They've been making copies or imitations of 2nd century denarii for like 200 or 300 years. So there was a preference of using old, well-renowned coin types, and I think there is no gap. There is it's hard to explain. We simply have problems with proving that, because they were not using prototypes which were currently in the circulation. Freshly minted Roman coins from 4th century AD, with some exceptions like Silikve, like some solidi, but not on the mass scale. What I'm saying, it's applicable to the Cherniachov culture mostly. The other areas I can't speak about. I'm not an expert here, but you can also compare the abundance of Cherniachov group imitations, gold imitations, to the scarcity of Danubian group imitations. However, specimens of both groups can be found within the territory of Denmark and Danish Isles. So there is it's quite difficult to explain, but these links exist. So in excuse me, in 4th AD or even later contexts, we can find coins which were modeled on the prototypes from 2nd or 3rd century AD. Not necessarily.
Totally agree.
Pardon?
I totally. Yeah. Hello.
Yes.
We hear you.
I agree to you, but we have no gold, almost no gold imitations in Gotland. So that's what I perceived as a gap.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So
I think Hannah,
Yeah, I agree that if we have certain types, we can see it also within these imitations of solidi. We have very few types imitated. So these has to be these have to be types which were well known, very likely. They wanted to hit these particular types, not other. And but still, we have lots of Denari imitations from Gotland, but no. As I asked Kyrylo about it, he confirmed to me that no gold, no array imitations are there. Of course, yeah, as I said, there are four pieces of imitative medallions, but that's it. And then appear these imitations of solidi appear.
Okay, I'll come.
But this is really interesting to be.
Okay.
Can we bring in Hella here, because Hella has her hand up, and this is her territory. I think Hella probably has something to say. We should listen to what the lady has.
I think there are several aspects in this. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, excellent.
Fine. First of all, the explanation why you find those solidi imitations in Gotland and Bornholm and Pomerania, it is exactly the same distribution area for the real Roman thing, because there is an overweight of 5th century solidi, early 6th century solidi in exactly that area. You'd find them quite rarely in the southwestern part of Sweden's Skåne, and very rarely in the remaining parts of Denmark. And there's also a difference in how you treat the coins. In Bornholm, for example, there are very few pierced solidi, and as far as I remember, only one with a loop, whereas in the remaining parts of Denmark, they are regularly reworked with either a loop or a piercing. So they're different way of treating. Getting into the details about where they were struck, you will find that there are more Western mints represented in what I would say the remaining parts of Denmark, even though they're quite rare, and the numbers we are above 250 solidi from the small island of Bornholm, whereas the number from the remaining very large part of Denmark is very, very low. So it's hard to make any statistics really on that. But I would say there's a great tendency to very different distribution areas. And I think that would also in part explain what Tomasz say, that you find the Tjernechat imitations in the western part of Denmark, but not on Bornholm. Actually, the oldest gold coin from Bornholm is Theodosius I, and it's a single find. The remaining parts are all 5th century. So there are some distribution areas which are hugely different. This also goes for the brackets, and the group you're talking about from the 4 Gotlandic brackets. Actually, there are 3 brackets and one what you might call a medallion imitation, but it's hugely different again from what you find in the Norwegian finds. So there is the medallion imitation is a Norwegian rather than a Nordic or a Scandinavian phenomenon, because there are few in Denmark, and what you find in Sweden is actually also in central or northern Sweden, we would say there. So the 4 arts in Gotland is just a Gotlandic thing. It's art. I would say.
No, I don't say that this is Gotlandic thing. No. I just mentioned that because the brackets are not very numerous, and yeah.
Actually,
well,
no.
I know your paper on these differences between the Scandinavia, the Western Denmark and Bornholm, and this really. This is what was the most interesting to me in terms of these imitations, that there is clearly different patterns in using and treating these coins, or
right,
semi coin objects, coin-like objects.
Yeah, and I was also saying you talked about the face mask on the bracket. As far as I remember, that's also an Swedish phenomenon. There are some very, very large, what you call it, necklaces is probably a wrong word because they're very, very large gold ornaments. And I think Aleksander Pesch might be present here and she would know all about it and could tell you that seems to be an Eastern Swedish Stockholm area phenomenon that going towards Stockholm as well.
Nancy, you still have your hand up. Do you have another question, or
no,
have you just not taken it?
I'm sorry, I took it
Okay.
down.
No.
Oh, lower my hand. Okay, but
Okay.
yes, definitely an East Swedish phenomenon. The very, very large ones with the.
There's another question on chat.
There are two questions on chat, David.
I know. I would have liked to have stopped the discussion earlier, but it was far too interesting to stop, Alec. I've seen it. There are two questions there. One question comes from Larry Schwimmer, but I think this will probably be answered, maybe better answered in the context of tomorrow's paper on the Indian imitations, but maybe someone wants to say something. Have any of the imitations discussed been seen along the Silk Road routes? You find Indian imitations of the Roman period too.
I would have one comment on it, because also Kyrylo Myzgin has shown me recently. I don't know any of the imitations from the Silk Road, but Kyrylo, help me please. You sent me recently this die of Justinianus the First Solidus somewhere from Kazakhstan, and
not Kazakhstan.
It was found.
Nearby Kazakhstan, yeah.
Yeah.
What,
yeah.
what exactly does it mean?
I was wondering if we can link this with the Silk Road. This is only guesses. I have no knowledge about this region.
I think it'll be best if we talk about that tomorrow when Emilia's talking about the Indian, because it is getting, we are run well over time and the number of people attending is dropping rapidly, and we still have not got on to Adam Degler's paper yet, I would point out. And there is a question which actually links in the Bracteates. It was a question which was asked half an hour ago, and I hope the person, I don't know who it is, me, still there. On Bracteates, we see a constellation of the Big Dipper, so Ursa Major, in front of the Emperor's face, and also on imitation on Adam Degler's presentation. Any idea why? Adam, Nancy, is this something you've seen? Star constellations on coins?
Okay, Nancy?
We don't have your microphone, Nancy.
I know what they mean. There's dots with lines joining them, but I don't think it looks like the Big Dipper. I really don't know of anything to say to it.
Well, for me, it's the first time I hear about such interpretation of the sign, but I will eagerly add it to the collection of interpretation. One more interpretation is that it is like a bent finger, and another interpretation that it is like a lamp, table lamp. So it resembles something, but we are not sure what. Yes.
Yeah.
Alexander or Anna, one of you has a hand up. Do you have a question for Adam?
Yes, that's me. Yeah, that's me. I've got a brief remark to Adam on the technical point. I'm not sure if we've got enough time to show again the presentation, but it's showing on the one of the first gold imitation you showed us, with a part of the legend when you have seen a double strike. So in my opinion, it's something different. It is a classical situation when you have got a re-engraved die. And what you have seen under these letters, it is trace cubing. Yeah, it is trace of this other technology.
This slide?
No, I don't see it. Yeah, this one precisely. Yeah.
Okay.
And what you've got under the letters, it's not a die that is like for. It's traces of the earlier using of the patrix and the re-engraved die. It is classical what we have seen also on some of the denarii. Yeah. So
yes. Okay, I agree, Alek. I just mentioned that it looks like double or triple strike, but only just to make some resemblance. But definitely it's not double strike or triple strike. And in case of this coin, which we are discussing, this certain coin. I agree with you that we have some trace of the earlier, let's say, imprint, and on this some kind of let's say fixing it or deepening it. I would say. Yeah, I don't know if it's clear from from the discussion.
Yeah,
but definitely not double strike. No.
This is what Karl Horst Stribny noticed in his 2003 publication. I think he was the first person to really understand
yes,
the
he
process there. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Okay, Alexander, can you take your hands down now? Kyrylo, you have your hand up, so you have a question or a comment.
Just a short comment that it's a very good example of I think of modern collection of barbarian imitations. It's very we will talk about it tomorrow with Tomasz. In our presentation with Tomek and Barbara, and it's, as you can see, this is very different from museum collection, from museum collection format in 19th century, because it's not items in very good gold, but also imitation and very poor preservation. It's very interesting. But I just can small remark. Of course, as a citizen of Ukraine, I can only very regret that there are more and more Ukrainian finds outside of Ukraine. It's for me. It's unfortunately it's very pity. Thank you.
Yes, I agree with you, Kyrylo. And of course, we do what we can to preserve even a small fraction of the heritage. So I agree with you, absolutely so.
Tomek, I see you have a comment, but I would ask you to be fairly brief because it is getting very late, and I think several people need to be moving on now.
Yes, I want to highlight what Kyrylo just said, that probably collection in Ossolineum is the very rare example of a gathering of so-called low quality Czerniachów culture imitations. No offense, because I, lacking of a proper term, once I called them low quality because of their poor quality of manufacturing, poor quality of preservation. What I wanted also to point out from your presentation, that you are correct. However, you are speaking only on examples of imitations made of two layers. We have a bronze core and the gold plating. And also you could have seen that in our presentation with Kyrylo, you have had an example of good quality gold-plated imitation, when on the bronze core there is a silver layer applied and gold layer on top. It results in gold being stuck far more better and far more immune to the conditions of the environment. So on our one, you have still 95% of gold on top of it, and on those you presented, the gold sometimes is barely seen because it like went out in flakes due to corrosion of the bronze core.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, so this is like just a category of gold-plated imitations.
Yes, we can be sure that there were much more than one or perhaps even two techniques of gilding these imitations. And thank you very much for this contribution, Tomek. I also noticed some such specimens, silvered and of silver, and then gilded by the mercury and by the diffusion gilding in fire gilding, in diffusion gilding. So this was perhaps a little bit better method, for sure, a little bit better method. And I just want to make a short remark about the core. So we find in fact at least 3 layers, not 2 layers, at least 3 layers, and the core is almost always, as my observations from the Ossolinum specimens, is always gray. So I will try to make further XRF and other examinations, chemical examinations, to let's say check what the most inner core was made of. Yes. Okay.
Okay. There was one more comment in the chat from Uta Wartenberg about Silk Road and the Afghanistan provenance of Mayanko's coins. But I think, again, we've got 2 papers tomorrow dealing with that area, so we can leave that until then. So, Aleksander, I see no more questions coming in. It's getting late. So do you want to wind up for the day? Do you want to say anything? Or shall I?
Well, just thanks the whole audience, all of you. We are still in 40, so it's really great. And tomorrow we will meet precisely at the same time, so 2:30, well, Central European again. Tomorrow we have got a kind of the concurrence competition from the American Numismatic Society, who decided to organize precisely at the same time our conference. But I hope you will stay with us. So see you tomorrow. Thanks a lot. And stay in health.
Thank you.
Bye. Goodbye, everyone.
I sit in a live form and see you, all of you here in Warsaw in person. So the formal organizer is, of course, International Numismatic Council, together with our university. There are 4 co-organizers, National Polish Bank, 3 museums, 2 in Warsaw, 1 in Krakow, and Polish Numismatic Society. And the main venue will be our main campus at the University of Warsaw, where we are now. So again, I really believe you that we see you in person in 3rd week of September 2022. Our website is working. You can already register that. It's also open call for session and table round organizers. Okay, and now I would like, I try to switch off the presentation, and I pass the button to Arek Dymowski, who will be chair of the first session.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. We are starting the 2nd day of our conference held at the Faculty of Archaeology, University of Warsaw. The first paper today is titled Aurum Barbarorum Collection, Preliminary Results of Multidisciplinary Studies and Some Methodological Issues by Kyrylo Myzgin, Barbara Wagner, and Tomasz Więcek. Tomek, will you start?
Okay, do you copy? Can you hear me?
And
yes.
Do you see presentation? Also okay?
Yes,
do you see? Yes,
yes, it's okay.
Yes, I do see presentation. Do you hear me?
Yeah, yeah.
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
Okay. So without further ado, it's nice to see you here. See you again. Please, Herr Myzgin, bitte weiter.
Bitte.
Okay, so in May 2019, Swiss numismatic auction house Loy Numismatic offered for sale a set of attractive golden imitative coins called the Aurum Barbarorum collection. It contained of 51 specimens described as pseudo-imperial coinage of uncertain Germanic tribes. Moreover, one gold coin of Alexandria Troas type, according to Aleksander Bursche, was sold then too. However, it was not included in the Aurum Barbarorum collection itself. Thanks to studies which have been conducted recently, we can state that except 4 coins clearly modeled on late Roman and Byzantine issues from 5th up to 7th century AD, which form a completely separate phenomenon, almost all of the others belong to so-called Czerniachów group of barbarian imitations and should be linked to the Gothic tribes. Majority of these coins, if not all of them, have been found during last 8, maybe 10 years on the territory of Ukraine or in its close vicinity, like, for instance, northern Moldova, southeastern Poland, southern or western Belarus, or southwestern Russia. Although Loy Numismatic didn't provide any provenance of the Aurum Barbarorum specimens, their provenance can be confirmed by the original documentation from primary sources, which have been carefully gathered by scientists. Next, please. This enormous work of gathering and reviewing available data on Ukrainian coin finds was initiated and had been performed for many years by our colleague Oleg Anochin. We owe him a database called Catalog of Barbarian Imitations from Eastern Europe, which nowadays is a property of University of Warsaw. Next, please. Thanks to the work of Oleg Anochin, later followed by other scholars, Kyrylo Myzgin especially, we were able to recognize almost all specimens from the Aurum Barbarorum collection and compare the data coming from these 2 sources. Moreover, we are in possession of good quality pictures of these artifacts. Finally, this is thanks to Aurum Barbarorum collection and their documentation. So you can see to the right primary photographic documentation, as well as localization and meteorological data also can be seen. If you take a closer look, you can see that the specimen in the right bottom corner has is still partially covered with the soil. Next, please. So this is the most recent map showing distribution of finds of gold on gold-plated imitations, clearly indicating that the bulk of them come from central and western Ukraine, from territory of Czerniachiv culture. I think there is no need to comment that map. It is well known and appeared many times during our conference already. So next one, please. This is an overview of the Aurum Barbarorum collection. Which was up to 2019 the largest assemblage of Czerniachów culture golden imitations ever formed. Luckily for us, this fantastic set of barbarian artifacts have not been much distributed among various collectors after the sale ended. 46 specimens were acquired by Mr. Larry Schwimmer, and now these coins are on loan to American Numismatic Society. We would like to express our gratefulness to Mr. Schwimmer for granting us permission to perform analysis on these coins. And also we would like to thank Ute Wartenberg-Kagan for the generous help with Imagma project and providing these coins for studies. Next one, please. It is, however, worth highlighting that Aurum Barbarorum assemblage is a selection of the finest specimens in appearance, we can assume that both from ancient and modern perspective. It should not be forgotten that there are hundreds of Cherniachiv culture gold-plated imitations of lesser quality of execution and in worse state of preservation. They are the part of the same phenomenon, often manufactured with the same or very similar dies or molds. Therefore, solid gold and gold-plated imitations should not be studied separately. However, the latter seems to be not as much attractive for the collectors as the golden ones. Next one, please. Now I just very briefly show you some highlights from the Aurum Barbarorum collection. This is another specimen of Alexandria Troas type, according to Aleksander Bursche, with grazing horse on the reverse. Unfortunately, this piece was acquired by someone else, and its whereabouts are yet unknown. Yes, next one, please. Okay, there are two new specimens of the Uluf type, according to Aleksander Bursche, which really enriches our knowledge about this type of imitations. Next one, please. Yes, you can. Okay, and finally, we have just chosen these three pieces to present to you. We believe they belong to the fascinating and even more complex family of imitations, however, yet unnamed. In our opinion, these pieces are, for instance, indirectly linked with the Percussus Viminatio imitations discussed yesterday, because they share several similar features. Next, please. And Cherniachiv culture belongs to the circle of East Germanic Gothic cultures, which are not limited to Ukraine, but are part of the heritage of Poland, of Germany, of Scandinavian countries, and also neighboring countries too. Identical golden and gold-plated imitations found in Ukraine and its vicinity, as well as in Denmark, Hungary, and Serbia, for example, are evidence of possible migration of people or the transfer of the same ideas, for which we do not have a wealth of ancient written sources, for instance. And other categories of archaeological relics rarely provide such precise information as the coins can provide. Therefore, every new scientific data on imitation is of great value. And now I would like to pass voice to Olga Syta to discuss some technical aspects of our investigations.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to everyone. The coins were analyzed in the interdisciplinary laboratory of archaeometric research by means of variable methods. Here we will talk only about X-ray fluorescence because it allows for non-invasive measurements, while the other methods, like for example LAI-CPMS, can be only used for the coins which could be sampled. And no sampling was allowed for the collection of interest, therefore XRF was used. After the measurements, all the objects were left untouched, and we assume this method fit for purpose, as it was just used for screening of elemental composition of the coins. Next slide, thank you. Depending on measurements parameters, we can induce the analytical signal from different depths of the object every time the elemental information is shown in a form of chart with signals of variable intensities, which depend on composition of the analyzed objects. Here you can see two charts, we say two spectra of two standards, gold and silver. If we assign variable colors 4 signals, yes, of gold and different color for silver, we can easily recognize their presence even for the results of more complex metal alloys, like, for example, tin, lead, or copper alloys and other. Next slide, thank you very much. Screening of elemental composition was used based on simple comparison of signals registered for selected metals for the collection of interest and for the coins analyzed by XRF during IMAGMA project. We have decided to exclude the coins of IMAGMA project with visibly different composition than the coins of interest. Therefore, we excluded silver coins. Then afterwards, we have excluded copper alloys coins, and then coins that were objects without gold. And the last step was comparison of mercury, which was the indication of amalgam gilding. And after such screening procedure, only 2 coins from IMAGMA project eventually could be somehow elementally comparable to the collection. Next slide, please. Thank you very much. And it was quite astonishing that these 2 coins were heterogeneous. And during IMAGMA project, we used both laser ablation ICP, MS, and focused ion beam, SEM, EDS, so scanning electron microscopy, with ADS detector to recognize their local composition. And here, it was not possible, as no sampling was allowed, although visually we could recognize areas that could be linked with local gold, silver, or copper presence. And this coin was excluded from the further comparison, as it was a copper coin, copper alloy coin with gold plating. The rest of the coins from the collection fit to the XRF demands as the objects of high homogeneity. The rest of, high homogeneity, and here you have, we wanted to know if the loops, which are designed with empty circles, and coins, obverse and reverse, yellow full circles, were produced from the same gold. And for this aim, next slide, please, principal component analysis was used. It allows for direct comparison of the group of coins and refers to all variables which are shown in one chart, where 2 important issues are visible. Next slide, please. Thank you very much. First, statistically, 2 of the coins are different from the others. And the second important issue is that loops differ from core of the same coins. And let's exclude now 2 different coins and narrow the observation to the rest of the group. Then we can see more details, including further variability of composition between the loops circle in green area and the coin obverse and reverse inside the yellow circle. All apart the 2 next to ones which composition fit into the green area of the loop. And finally we can, okay, now you can switch thank you very much. And now we can come into the discussion of the results. With more details, including archaeological background, but we can approximate the situation by saying that we have variable dissimilarities among the composition of the coins of interest, and we can visualize the results in different manner, including classical recalculations into content of silver, copper, gold, and other elements, or by introduction of these all information. Yeah, it was this content of elements that I've mentioned, or we can use all this information as a PCA analysis. Okay, so thank you very much. That was my part.
So, and now my part, and a few words about the other research and documentation of these coins. Thanks to the Center of Biological and Chemical Sciences, we had an opportunity to examine the coins using a manual high-end stereo zoom microscope. It has allowed studying coins in detail and receiving a photo of the separate parts in high magnifications. Result of studying loops on imitations were were especially interesting. For example, traces of soldering. This made it possible to understand the technology behind applying mounts. Quite a high level of technology can be seen in the case of the AMC 38 coin, where only loop traces are visible. With almost no trace of solder preserved. Another example is the hole that was made after the coin was heated. Traces of this technique are also very well visible. Another example of quality documentation is associated with the reflectance transformation imaging method. Imagine setup looks like a bowl pot upside down on the table. This is a kind of illumination down with a camera attached to the top of it. Smart system of lighting switches LEDs on and off while synchronically taking pictures. During the documentation, coins were closed inside the illumination dome and observed with the camera while lightning was changing its position. System which we used consists of 50 LEDs, so 50 pictures could have been taken during each session. For each light position on one picture is stored in the memory. Dedicated software does mathematical calculation and merges all the pictures in one file, which allow the user to manipulate the settings with ease. Merged pictures offer many variable effects of coins visualization. We can enhance contrast, freely change the light position, and compose virtual maps to observe specific details of each object. FTI is absolutely safe for the objects and can be treated as a very useful documentation tool. Two examples on this slide. You can see the effects of such documentation on an example of a single coin. Very often, shiny objects are difficult to document. It's a very good example of that. By changing the angle of the light and using filters, it is possible to obtain the different quality of coin image. The various functions of the RTI software allow emphasizing the future of the relief of the coin. The photo on the bottom on the left is a standard photo of a coin. The picture on the right is a result from processing with the filters in the program RTA Viewer. So, as you can see, the difference is absolutely palpable. Please take a look on the reverse of that imitation. On the standard photo, we can see only fragments of graffito. So here, fragments on graffito. Some barely, whereas after using several filters and changing the angle of light, we can see the graffito quite clearly, like on these photos. And finally, another method of documentation is related to 3D scanning. The 3D scanner by SmartTech is specifically made for 3D scanning small objects. We would like to take this opportunity to thank the scanner operator Wojciech Nowak, who has a great help in our 3D documentation process. The 3D image is obtained by scanning with 25 megapixel resolution and further processing with the resulting point cloud. This makes it possible to get very high resolution images. In addition, unlike the more common photogrammetry, such an image preserves the features of a coin's relief, which is very important for studying it. For example, it is impossible not only to see, like on this photo, not only to see the graffito well, but also to study its depth, even depth. So on this slide, you can see a GIF presentation of this coin. Of course, 3D scanner is an absolutely excellent tool for visualizing artifacts. For example, in the case of many imitations in various museums and private collections, we can conduct research on these items thanks to this excellent technology. Also, this technology is very significant for museum exhibitions or for the educational process. And a few final words from Tomasz.
Okay. Without going much into the details, thanks to the results of various analytical tests, we learned that some coins differ from the mainstream group, in example, in metal composition, like the two specimens on that slide. The dissimilarity of the ANS9 specimen, which is to the left of the slide, could have been noted before upon its style and meteorological data, so only thanks to using traditional numismatic methods. Now it has been its dissimilarity has been confirmed by metal analysis. Therefore, we believe that this piece is not a Cherniachiv group imitation. However, in case of specimen ANS37 to the right, we still have to find a satisfying explanation to its otherness, but thanks to results, we know that simply it differs. So from the mainstream group, that's why we need to launch much more investigations in future. Next, please. So just to say, numerous both gold and gold-plated barbarian imitations are really very crucial for the reconstruction of events and phenomena in Eastern Central Europe and Scandinavia in late Roman period. Unfortunately, very often they are taken out of their natural contexts and consciously deprived of provenance, which entails great and hard to reverse damage to the science, thus limiting or distracting our knowledge. Proper understanding of the nature of golden imitations can be achieved only through examination of all available specimens using all available numismatic and laboratory methods. Although short of time and limited to available non-invasive methods only, we have tried to make as full documentation as it was possible then. Once again, we would like to thank American Numismatic Society, its management and members for their great efforts. Without them, the Aurum Barbarorum set would have been dispersed around the world to the locations unknown, thus unlikely available for any scientific studies. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. And the next paper is chemical and lead isotope analysis of imitations of Roman-Germanic by Sabine Klein and David Wigg-Wolf.
Okay, thank you, Alek. Is the presentation visible?
Not yet.
Yes, here it is. It's the pen.
Yes.
It is.
Okay. Okay. Alek, can you turn your microphone off? I think there's a bit of feedback coming. So I will hand over first of all to Sabine Klein from the Mining Museum in Bochum, who will do the introductory part. Sabine, just tell me when you want me to move on to the next slide.
Yeah. Thank you. So hello, everybody. David and I report here about the chemical and lead isotope analysis of the denarii imitations that that the Frankfurt group of the Magma project had focused on. In the middle of the talk, I will pass to David again, who will explain the imitations that we have drawn. It was finally a total of 16 imitations of Roman denarii, and we detected the lead isotope signature and the lead isotope, the elemental composition. The latter for investigate the finesse of the coins. We will present the results together with over 200 official denarii of the same time span between 1st century BC to the early 3rd century AD. The background analyses comprise the work of Bursche and Konnick and own analyses from a DFG project resulting in a near future PhD thesis of Tim Greifeld, which is our PhD student in Frankfurt. So the sampling method was chosen very deliberately to gain the true composition of the silver coins, means the uncorroded metal. We use a drilling method with drill bits between 1 and 0.6 millimeter of diameter. We drilled into the rims of the coins, causing only two holes, causing only one hole preferable, and if not enough material was gained, then we switched to 2 holes, but this was the limit. The analytical, please next, sorry David.
Okay.
Yeah, so the analytical devices used were available at Goethe University, Frankfurt, at the so-called FIRS, the Frankfurt Isotope and Element Research Center, and also in the laboratories of the German Mining Museum in Bochum. We applied a multi-collector ICP mass spectrometer for the isotopes, and for elemental composition, we used a combined method of X-ray fluorescence and ICP mass spectrometry. Next, please. So let me go to the results which we've gained. The first plot, which you see here, is the lead isotope results of analysis of over 200 official denarii of the 1st century BC to the early 3rd century AD. So this is the background which we use as a background or reference information. Next, please. Plotted in colored symbols is in this diagram are especially the denarii of the 2nd century AD, the most common denarii in Barbaricum. So the question is, did they serve as raw material?
Es ist 15 Uhr.
Excuse me. Did they serve as raw material for the imitations? Next, please. So on top of this reference database for denarii, which I presented in a latest slide, we finally analyzed 6 imitations of denarii from the WL Museum for Kunst und Kultur in Münster, Germany, 7 imitations of denarii provided by the University of Warsaw, and next, please. And 3 imitations of denarii in the Archaeological Museum of Anapa. I point to the publication, which you can see on the right, which is from Saprikina et al., which we refer to in the next slides. Next, please. So plotted on top of the reference group of the official denarii, the imitations which we have analyzed overlap somehow, but they do not fit very well with the official denarii. So that we conclude that the imitations were not made from melted down official denarii. What we can see is that the imitations divide into 3 groups. Next, please. So you see here encircled in blue are mainly the coins from Münster, which are the blue dots. In the red dots are the coins from Ukraine. And next, yeah, here are only plotted coins plotted from Anapa. Next slide, please. So Saprikina et al. In their publication also analyzed 6 coins from the Crimea from 5th to 2nd century BC and from the Bosporan kingdom of the 2nd, early 3rd century AD. Means the same period as the Roman denarii that were imitated. There is some overlap between the Bosporan coins, the orange triangles, and the denarius imitations, the red circles. But the Anapa imitations have a very different signature. The coins from Anapa hence clearly have a very different source of metal. And Saprikina et al. mention that the silver in the coins from the 5th to the 3rd century BC originate from ore deposits from the East Mediterranean area, such as the Crackleates, Lavion, or Thracian. So that in the, excuse me, I have to, maybe I read it in German. Das in den römischen Münzen enthaltene Silber wurde durch das Mischen von Silber aus früheren Perioden verschiedene Erzquellen, darunter Silbererzlagerstätten im Zentralmassiv in Frankreich, dem Harz und im Rheinischen Schiefergebirge in Deutschland. So means that also those ore deposits were relevant for that material. So like the central Massif Central in France and some regions in Germany. So next slide. Okay. So if we see the Crimean coins and compare them with ore deposits, so we have reference data from ore deposits from France, Germany, from Attica. You can see very well that they fit with the Lavion ore deposits, which is on the right in the diagram, the upper right. So next slide. So the Bosporans sit well with Romania. So you see that in the center of the diagram. So we have a quite perfect fit with the Bosporan coins and the Romanian ore deposits. Next. Okay, so so as you can see, is that the different groups of the imitation coins plot well with very different ore regions, and I think this is most important to see here that we have not only just one single solution, but we have different ore deposits seen, and the Romanian ore deposit match was very surprising for us as well. So next slide, please.
Shall I come back to that now, Sabine, and talk
yeah,
about
okay.
the Romanian
So I'll pass
result?
it. Thank you. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. We find this result of Romanian, what looks like Romanian ores being used for the silver imitations, that some of the silver imitations that we got provided with by the University of Warsaw. We find that very interesting, particularly given that thanks to the work by Arek, Kyrylo, and Tomasz, we know that these silver imitations are being produced from the late 3rd into the 4th century, which is after Rome had withdrawn from Dacia. And this is very much first results. This is only something we've seen in the last few days, but it looks like the producers of some of these imitations from the Ukraine they have access to Romanian silver, which might suggest that the Goths, after the withdrawal of Rome from Dacia, move in and take control or exploit Dacian silver sources. As you can also see, looking at these imitations in Ari, as Sabine has pointed out, they are not corresponding to the Roman official coins. These crosses up here, these are official Roman coins, and everything is sitting somehow a little off center, and it doesn't look like they are using Roman coins to create new pieces. And as I would like to suggest, they do actually at some point take control of the Dacian mines to produce some of these imitations. What is interesting is that the coins from the museum in Münster, some of which certainly are found in Germany and likely to be Western, they have seem to have a different source of material to the Romanian material. And quite where the coins in the museum in Anapa are getting their metal from, we don't know. Unfortunately, we only discovered this article very recently, and although I've written to Saprakina, I've not had a reply. I would like to get photos of the coins to know exactly what they look like. Kyrylo, we might ask you to use your language abilities there to contact the author for us. Like to move on just to close, looking at the composition of the coins. And as we pointed out, we deliberately drilled into the coins to get material from the core. And this was very important, as we will see on a couple of occasions. Here we have box plots. We are getting coins running from 95% silver down to only just over 30% silver, but most of them are running between 85 and just under 60%. And what we can also say is that the silver content of the coins that we got from Warsaw, therefore the Ukrainian material, tends to be higher than from the coins from Münster. We're getting quite a wide range of copper values, which is the main metal used for the alloy with the silver, but also we're getting some quite high values of zinc. But we don't want to go into that in detail just now. I'd like to look at some individual coins and look at the analytical results here, particularly two coins with very high silver contents. The first one is an imitation of a denarius of Augustus from the west of Germany with 94% of silver. This is a very early imitation and will have nothing to do with the kind of material we're looking at, but is nevertheless interesting. And perhaps the most surprising result of all was this imitation of Caracalla from the museum in Münster, unfortunately without a provenance, but with 97% silver. The official coins of Caracalla have only about 50%, 55% silver. So quite why an imitation is being produced at almost pure silver when the official coins have less. This is a surprising result. The two coins with the lowest silver content are a piece for Faustina II, 30% of silver in the core, and this coin from Lichtenau with 42% of silver. Please note, both of these coins look very silvery. And we can actually see particularly why if we look at this coin. This coin is die-linked with two coins from the Lashorst hoard in Western Germany. The obverse is die-linked to Lashorst 17 and the reverse to Lashorst 19. As I say, we're getting 42% when we drill into this. Now, in an old article by Bachmann, Bachmann as part of Stripny's work on the imitations, they did XRF analysis of the Lashorst coins, and they were getting values of 95, 93, 95% for all of the imitations. Yet we have a coin from the group that has only 42%. And if we also look at the analysis by Bachmann of official coins that they did as part of the study, they were getting values of 93% for the official coins of Marcus Aurelius. But we know from our own work, from drilling into the coins and also from the work of Butcher and Ponting, that in fact, they're only about 73% fine on average. This is the important point of going into silver coins, drilling in and getting analysis of the core. The interesting point here is that quite clearly, the people producing these imitations outside the empire are using advanced technology in that they are surface enriching the coins. After they have been struck, presumably they are being treated in acid to leach out the copper from the surface of the coins, and to make the coins look much more silvery than they were, which is what was being done in the Roman Empire as well. So they are not just adopting the coinage, they are also adopting very much the technology used to produce the coins. And here, just as an example of what this surface enrichment could be like, this is going down into a coin. At the surface, you're looking at nearly 100% silver, but as you go down in this case, you're looking at something like 75% of silver in the core and 25% of copper. So very important to go into these coins, particularly with silver. Gold's a very different matter, but silver, very important to go into them to see what is happening inside the coins. And therefore, surface analysis can't tell you a great deal about the fineness of the coins. Sabine has been working on coins from Olga and has the same thing. She has coins which look very silvery, but when she drills into the coins, they're producing very, very reddish results. So coming back to the fineness, as I say, we're getting very varied values for the silver. So although in some cases they are obviously taking care to make the coins look very silvery, in fact, the silver content of the coins does not seem to have been particularly important with the imitations. We have therefore to ask questions about how these coins actually had value, because as we saw yesterday, the silver coins do have monetary value. They are being used as a storage of wealth. So this raises questions about how the value of these coins is seen, of these imitations, and also raises a question of what role the cast coins could have played, because they were deliberately cast to look white and silvery, although they contained no silver. Are those being produced to be regarded as full value silver coins? So those are some questions that we have to think about and look at in the future. Sabine, would you have anything else to add to that? If not, then I would just say thank you to everybody. I'm ready for questions later. Thank you. Okay.
Arek, your microphone. Arek, your microphone.
Sorry, I forgot to turn my microphone on. So once again, thank you, David and Sabine, for very interesting paper. And now, please, Oleksandr Buhay, study of barbarian imitations of late Roman coins, Pixe, XRF, and XRD analysis. Hello, Aleksander.
Hello. Is my screen visible?
No.
Just a moment, please.
Oh. We see you, but we do not see your presentation.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's okay.
Okay, thank you. So, traditionally on the right of a physicist, which means a natural science chauvinist, I begin my speech with the epigraph attributed to the Nobel Prize winner in physics, Ernst Rutherford. All science is either physics or stamp collecting. But after a few heated meetings with very strong numismatic experts, I was forced to add the amendment that you see on my screen. I hope now everybody is happy and calm. Now seriously, the aim of our study is analysis of the barbarian imitation to determine the features of technological processes and their origin if possible. Techniques that were used are proton-induced X-ray emission PIXI, X-ray fluorescence analysis, and X-ray diffraction analysis, XRD. A set of samples was analyzed using classical scheme of PIXI analysis, where X-ray are excited by light ions and are detected by CDD detector. Obtained spectra are processed to calculate concentration of chemical elements. I will use the term coins including imitation, and so coins which were analyzed: silver alloy coins, coins with silver plating residues on a core of copper, tin, and zinc alloys, bronze coins, gold-plated coins with a core based on copper or copper and tin alloys, gold alloy coins. Because analysis gives a large set of data, principal component analysis was used to reduce a number of variables and to discover hidden correlation among data. Component 1 and component 2 allow us to divide coins into 3 groups: silver alloys, copper-based silver alloys, copper-based alloys, and gold-containing samples, included the gold-plated samples. Component 3 and component 4 allow us to add another group of 4 elements containing lead. In general, results show that 4 principal components are enough to describe 98% of the data. It permits to make some conclusion. Zinc is not significant component for these samples, and small amount of samples are made of brass. Likely, zinc and lead were added to alter the properties of the melt. For example, lead to reduce the melt temperature, and zinc to reduce porosity and improve mechanical properties materials, for example, plasticity, so on. Here you can see a result of silver coins analysis. The result shows that high purity silver was used to produce the coins. I would like to draw your attention to the fact that some coins contain iodine. In our opinion, these are traces of verification. Is it silver or not? Maybe in more or less period. Several examples of analysis of bronze coins. Coins AB1 and AB6 have the composition of classical bronze. The presence of gold and silver indicated that copper was smelted from ore in which these elements are companions of copper. AB4 coins contained up to 5% zinc. The concentration of zinc is too low to call this alloy brass, but too high to be an impurity. This is most likely an example of adding zinc to improve mechanical properties. The coins AB3 might just be an example of lead bronze, but the high concentration, high silver content and presence of gold and traces of mercury can be an indication of corroded gold-plated or silver-plated coin. Several examples of analysis of gold-plated coins. In order to analyze the core and keratin separately, the micro-pixie technique was used. As you can see from the result, coin AP5 has a brass core, and coin AP6 has a bronze core. The high concentration of rubidium and strontium was a surprise, but it's just pollution from volcanic rock like plagioclase. This has been confirmed by XRD analysis. Similar results were obtained for coins AP2 and AP4. The presence of a broken gold-plated coin allowed to perform 2D mapping of cross-sections of this coin. You can see copper core and gold keratin. Segregation of calcium in some places can be an indication of copper refining technology with using calcium carbonate. Here you can see some reaction in order to remove some gas and remove quartz, alumina, and remove zinc from the melt. One example of gold coin analysis. I would like to draw your attention to the presence of iodine as an indicator of gold verification. First of all, X-ray diffraction analysis was carried out to study mechanism of corrosion of coins and to take it into account during elemental analysis. There are well-known chemical reaction with various agents that lead to the corrosion of silver through oxygen and non-stoichiometric oxides, through sulfur, chlorides. There is a slightly more complex scheme for copper. Here, carbon is added as corrosive agent. The result of analysis, XRD analysis, demonstrated a complete set of corrosion mechanism points. For example, you can see mechanism through oxygen, sulfur, carbon, and so on. And the last part of my presentation is devoted to the analysis of products from the Barbarian workshops of Kormilcha and Abrikosovska, Khmelnytsky region, and their comparison with denarius and sesterces from the central mint of Rome, copy of coins, and so on. The analysis was carried out by XRF techniques according to the classical scheme. So, here you can see a result of analysis of silver samples. The results showed a positive correlation between silver and gold concentration. As you can see, the concentration of gold in denarii is directly proportional to the amount of silver. On the figure, there are two samples from Kormilcha, here and here. One of them is made from the same raw materials as denarii. The other one does not contain gold, which suggests a different origin of raw materials. To classify copper alloys, we used the scheme from Danforth's dissertation. The type of alloy depends on the concentration of tin and zinc. The amount of lead is indicated separately. You can see the result of the analysis in the 3D graph. I will not go into detail because interpretation is not yet complete. I will read some of conclusions. The Kormilche workshop used pure copper and lead bronze. Abrikosovka workshop used brass and pure copper and bronze. The composition of alloys of both workshops differs from the composition of sesterces, for examples. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Aleksander. And now the last paper today on the first session, Michele Asolati, Beyond Imitation, Christian Types of Gepidic Coinage. So please, Michele.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you and we can see your paper.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I would like to say thank you to Aleksander Bursche for inviting me in this occasion. However, I must now ask you to be patient because I'm going to speak in Italian. I hope that the slides will help you to follow my presentation. Ora spostiamo la nostra attenzione un po' più verso Occidente e su un periodo un po' più recente del V-VI secolo d.C. Ci concentriamo sulla monetazione di questo popolo dei Gepidi che diciamo, ha dato una monetazione la cui identificazione e definizione è discussa dagli anni 20-30 del secolo scorso e che ormai però è individuata nelle sue linee grazie a soprattutto interventi piuttosto recenti che qui mi limito a indicare senza entrare nel merito della questione nuovamente. È certo che si tratta di una monetazione che è imitativa, ma con una caratterizzazione piuttosto singolare nel panorama europeo, perché la monetazione dei Gepidi imita non un modello imperiale direttamente, quanto un modello che è derivato da una monetazione di un'altra popolazione barbarica, diciamo così, germanica, ossia quella ostrogota. Qui avete alcune indicazioni, confronti tra la monetazione ostrogota d'argento e quelle che sono le derivazioni gepide, che vi permettono di comprendere, insomma, quanto non si tratti soltanto di una declinazione stilistica di questa monetazione, ma piuttosto di un'imitazione che riprende a volte anche alcuni elementi che sono tipici, come in questo caso, di zecche del nord Italia, in particolare Mediolanum, che vengono riproposti sulla monetazione gepida, più o meno con la stessa connotazione. Peraltro questa è una monetazione che insomma, ha una diffusione in un territorio relativamente limitato. Qui vedete elencati i tipi di questa monetazione e la loro presenza in un territorio che è essenzialmente quello della Pannonia Ripensis, quindi poco al di qua del Danubio. In quest'area si concentrano circa il 90% dei ritrovamenti che oggi conosciamo attraverso la letteratura fondamentalmente. Ci sono rinvenimenti di monete di questi tipi anche al di fuori da quest'area, come vedete, e tra poco ne discuteremo. Si tratta di rinvenimenti singoli e per quanto mi è noto è documentato soltanto un gruzzolo, un ripostiglio di monete d'argento ed oro. Le monete d'argento sono essenzialmente monete gepide, costituite dai tipi principali, però si distinguono tra le monete d'argento anche 4 esemplari simili a quello pubblicato nell'Asta Vecchi del 1974. Il rinvenimento è emerso, di questo ripostiglio è emerso in tempi veramente molto recenti, e in relazione alla diffusione di questa notizia un'asta tedesca ha proposto in vendita una moneta che potrebbe, a mio giudizio, essere parte di quel rinvenimento, come ahimè spesso succede con la monetazione gepida che finisce sul mercato, soprattutto tedesco. Rapidamente, quali sono i tipi? Il tipo principale è quello che vedete qui, con il dritto che richiama la figura dell'imperatore Anastasio, e il rovescio con la leggenda Invicta Roma in varie accezioni e il monogramma di Teodorico. Questa tipologia si declina altrimenti sia abbinata alla leggenda Victoria a Hugh, ma molto raramente, sia soprattutto al dritto con il nome di Giustino o Giustiniano, quindi Giustino I presumibilmente e appunto Giustiniano. Abbiamo poi evoluzioni o altre tipologie che hanno una certa importanza nel bilancio generale della monetazione dei gepidi, ossia questa tipologia con la sigla SRM per Sirmium, e poi queste ulteriori coniazioni con il tipo del monogramma di Teodorico semplificato entro una corona vegetale, abbinata nuovamente alla leggenda Justinus o Justinianus. Quello tuttavia che ci interessa di più e di cui cercheremo di parlare più diffusamente è che da queste tipologie che abbiamo visto nasce, per una linea di discendenza diretta attraverso legami di conio e legami stilistici, una serie di tipologie con una spiccata caratterizzazione tipo cristiano, di matrice cristiana, nei tipi soprattutto e nelle declinazioni diciamo delle immagini più che in quelle diciamo epigrafiche. Le vedete qui in parte riassunte. Il punto di partenza è appunto la tipologia più diffusa, che lega stilisticamente i dritti di Anastasio, Giustino e Giustiniano, e anche attraverso relazioni di coni la monetazione a nome di Anastasius e di Justinus, perché il rovescio di fatto è lo stesso. In questo panorama la come dire, serie più significativa, più importante a mio giudizio, è proprio quella che vedete indicata qui, perché segna una sorta di spartiacque, come dire, un cambiamento decisivo della tipologia. Abbiamo monete a nome di Giustiniano, che sono abbinate con la stessa matrice di dritto, questa e questa, a tipi di rovescio differenti. Da un lato il tipo più diffuso, più noto, più coniato, dall'altro quello con il monogramma in corona. Al tipo con Invicta Roma e monogramma sono abbinati sempre dritti piuttosto freschi, mentre al tipo con il monogramma in corona sono abbinati invece coni sempre piuttosto usurati, e quindi abbiamo una linea temporale evidente. Da questa scelta tipologica che avviene, diciamo, con moneta a nome di Giustiniano, poi vediamo come la monetazione evolva in questa direzione senza ripensamenti sostanzialmente. Per cui da queste coniazioni a nome di Giustiniano poi ne seguono altre che hanno sempre più o meno la stessa caratterizzazione del rovescio con il monogramma sinistrorso o destrorso, e che appunto propongono via via alterazioni sempre più evidenti della leggenda a nome di Giustiniano, che diventa poi a nome di Giustino, e poi di fatto diventa una pseudo leggenda, assistiamo appunto alla trasformazione in una sorta di sequenza di segni pseudo-alfabetici che non hanno più una relazione effettiva con una autorità specifica. Vi prego di portare la vostra attenzione su questa moneta, su questo dritto e su quest'altra moneta, perché proprio da queste nascono le derivazioni in senso cristiano che abbiamo indicato poco fa. Dalla moneta A arriviamo proprio per discendenza diretta attraverso un legame di conio che vedete indicato qui di dritto, un tipo che propone una croce e una serie di elementi astrali, se vogliamo, interpretati diversamente in letteratura. Alcuni intendono questo segno curvilineo come una sorta di crescente lunare, altri invece la intendono come la C di Cunimundus, quindi l'iniziale dell'ultimo re dei Gepidi. È una, come dire, moneta piuttosto complicata da interpretare. Fortunatamente questo esemplare viene da un ritrovamento a Carnuntum, ma esistono altri 2 esemplari oggi conservati presso il museo di Berlino che, vedete, sono identici tra loro, praticamente derivati dalla stessa coppia di matrici, ma proprio per questo motivo sono considerati attualmente delle falsificazioni. Ad ogni modo, con ogni probabilità, da questo rovescio deriva una soluzione come questa che vedete qui in basso, una moneta che ha sempre una croce in una corona vegetale unita ad altri elementi più o meno nella stessa posizione. Il dritto muta radicalmente, però la relazione sembra piuttosto evidente, e questo esemplare unico proviene da appunto Kamenica in Croazia. L'altra sequenza interessantissima da questo punto di vista evolutivo riguarda appunto la moneta che abbiamo isolato prima, da come dire, da una rilavorazione del conio di dritto di questa serie qui deriva una nuova coniazione con un rovescio del tutto caratteristico, che vedete propone una serie di croci e di altri elementi lineari, e le 3 croci diciamo, possono essere intese ovviamente in un senso cristiano prima di tutto, ma in qualche misura questa tipologia può essere considerata anche una ulteriore semplificazione di quello che è il monogramma teodoriciano che è proposto nelle fasi precedenti. Ma da qui poi nasce una nuova rilavorazione, ma del rovescio in questo caso, che si abbina a un tipo che è assolutamente dirompente nella tradizione diciamo germanica dei regni barbarici, che abbandona la proposizione della figura imperiale in luogo di questa figurazione frontale che vedete è del tutto singolare. Questa figurazione, nota negli esemplari che vi propongo, ha a mio giudizio una familiarità con la figura di un santo alato in particolare, San Michele, appunto arcangelo, che viene proposto frontalmente e in maniera del tutto anonima, senza aggiunta di elementi epigrafici. Queste monete si rinvengono essenzialmente al di fuori dell'area che diciamo è più nota per i trovamenti di moneta gepida. Si trovano essenzialmente 4 esemplari su 5 qua. Un solo esemplare proviene da Ritopek, appunto nell'area di diffusione delle altre tipologie, ma vediamo come vi sia una sorta di scostamento nella presenza monetaria rispetto alla tradizione. Tornando al quadro precedente, vi ricordate questa moneta C, questa moneta D e questa moneta E, il tipo con le 3 croci è noto in una quantità di esemplari, almeno allo stato attuale, che vi propongo integralmente, sono quelli che vedete qui. porto la vostra attenzione nuovamente su uno di questi, forse quello conservato in modo peggiore rispetto a tutti gli altri. Perché? Perché, lo vediamo qui ingrandito, questo dritto presenta moltissime diciamo, evidenze stilistiche che lo legano ad altri dritti, quelli che vedete affiancati nella resa del diadema, dei capelli sulla fronte e sul capo, nella proposizione dell'orecchio in una posizione innaturale o comunque con una conformazione tipica, la figurazione del profilo, occhio, naso e labbra, e in alcuni casi, in questi due casi, anche c'è un confronto possibile dal punto di vista epigrafico, perché le due lettere che indicano perpetuus sono proposte contro mano, diciamo, in maniera speculare. Questo è il rovescio del tipo che abbiamo detto prima, croce, 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 elemento lineare. Questi altri esemplari hanno una caratterizzazione ancora differente. Il legame stilistico dice con una certa sicurezza che appartengono alla stessa, diciamo, mano, alla stessa categoria di emissioni, solo che in questi casi qui troviamo due figure al rovescio, inginocchiate o in una posizione particolare, drappeggiate su tutto il busto, e al centro c'è una croce nuovamente su una sorta di base con un elemento mediano qui che è difficile da comprendere. Di quest'altra tipologia conosciamo gli esemplari che vedete riprodotti qui. Uno è quello dell'asta vecchi, uno è quello che probabilmente proviene dal ripostiglio di Bassiane. Abbiamo un esemplare rinvenuto nell'area di Sirmium e un esemplare che Alec Bursche mi ha segnalato dall'area di Lubiana, che vedete qui. Inoltre Aleksander Bursche mi ha segnalato l'esemplare, appunto, che è qui forse quello che è conservato nel modo migliore, che però ha una provenienza del tutto avulsa dal quadro generale dei trovamenti di moneta geppida. Infatti proviene da Podhorce in Polonia, e aggiungiamo qui anche un ulteriore pezzo, sempre conservato in maniera del tutto diciamo particolare, parzialmente, da Saint-Georges-sur-Meuse, da una tomba, da un contesto necropolare appunto in Belgio. Questo è il quadro che noi possiamo delineare. Che cosa sia quella tipologia di rovescio è difficile comprenderlo. Diciamo, la mia proposta, che è una proposta come dire ancora suscettibile di critiche e del tutto ancora in fase ipotetica, è che questa tipologia in qualche maniera faccia riferimento a un episodio della morte di Cristo, della crocifissione di Cristo, che non è neanche delineato nelle fonti, ma che traspare soprattutto in supporti legati ai pellegrinaggi in Oriente, e che ci è documentata praticamente attraverso o delle ampolle dei pellegrini come queste qui, o altri supporti come questa sorta di medaglione sempre legato al pellegrinaggio in Terra Santa, che propone appunto due figure di pellegrini o di supplici ai lati della croce, talvolta con le mani levate verso la croce stessa, come in questo caso qui, e notata appunto anche in taluni casi proprio la necessità di chi ha inciso queste matrici di rendere il panneggio più o meno come è presente anche in questo caso. Va bene? Da questo quadro che vi propongo, credo sia possibile, diciamo, individuare una distribuzione cronologica come quella che vedete delineata qui. Ovviamente è ancora passibile di aggiustamenti, però traspare in maniera piuttosto chiara come, grazie alla linea evolutiva che abbiamo definito, i tipi cristiani, chiamiamo di natura cristiana, si collochino proprio alla fine di questo percorso, quindi in una fase veramente molto recente, in una fase in cui il popolo dei Gepidi si perde nella storia dopo la sconfitta che gli viene inflitta dai Longobardi e dagli Avari, e che in qualche modo porta alla dispersione di questo popolo in parte dell'Europa, a seguito di Longobardi dall'altro e di Avari dall'altro. Proprio anche la dislocazione territoriale dei rinvenimenti di queste tipologie particolari in qualche modo mi spinge a pensare che siano legate queste tipologie alle ultime fasi in cui i Gepidi vengono coinvolti in questi ulteriori spostamenti di queste popolazioni che ne hanno decretato la sconfitta e la scomparsa dalla storia. Come vedete qui delineati con i tondini colorati sono i ritrovamenti delle varie tipologie, e da questo si comprende, insomma, come probabilmente proprio tra il 567 o più tardi le missioni siano avvenute e poi si siano diffuse al seguito di queste ulteriori migrazioni dei Gepidi. Il motivo per cui c'è questa scelta evidente in queste ultime fasi di richiamare situazioni legate alla religione cristiana ovviamente ci sfugge, però va compreso che questo è il momento in cui si alleano Longobardi, Avari e l'impero bizantino contro i Gepidi, proprio per spazzarli via da quell'area che è quella dei dintorni di Sirmium. Forse proprio in queste circostanze i Gepidi sono riusciti a emanciparsi da quella che è la figurazione tradizionale della monetazione imitativa legata a una figura imperiale, e hanno scelto un'altra forma di autorità, un'autorità ancora più alta di quella imperiale, che richiama appunto a Cristo stesso. Chiudo con con queste due slide che mostrano questa strana tipologia che vedete nel mezzo, nota nel 1923 in quest'unico esemplare e oggi nota in un secondo pezzo da un'asta, diciamo battuta nel 2010. Nel 1923 si segnala questo esemplare perché era collegato tramite probabilmente una catena, un gioiello, un monile, a altri due pezzi che sono questo e quest'altro, che sono chiaramente delle imitazioni longobarde di produzioni bizantine dell'Italia settentrionale, e che fanno appunto capo alle produzioni longobarde del nord Italia delle primissime fasi dell'ingresso, diciamo, longobardo in queste regioni, quindi seconda metà del VI secolo d.C. I due pezzi sono legati dallo stesso conio di dritto. Sembra evidente che abbia utilizzato questo diciamo incisore che ha prodotto i rovesci, abbia utilizzato uno schema in qualche modo derivato da quest'altra figurazione, e che lega questa moneta appunto alla versione elementare di questa tipologia. Probabilmente, preso con ogni probabilità, anche questa emissione va attribuita ai Gepidi delle ultimissime fasi, e la cronologia che è documentata attraverso quella relazione con le monete longobarde in qualche modo è coerente con fasi così recenti anche per questa monetazione. In definitiva, diciamo, si compone un quadro nel quale negli ultimi anni di autonomia, diciamo così, di questa popolazione nel quadro balcanico, ci si è rivolti a produzioni che hanno a che fare appunto più che altro con il mondo della religione, prescegliendolo in luogo del mondo, diciamo, legato alla figura dell'autorità imperiale, seppure mediata attraverso l'esperienza ostrogota. E con questo vi ringrazio e chiudo.
Thank you very much. And we are in time, more or less, and we are going to begin a discussion now. have you got any comments or any questions to the first paper of Kyryl Myzgin, Barbara Wagner, and Tomasz Więcek? Anyone? Okay, Adam Degler, please.
Hello, everyone. Kyryl, Tomek, thank you, and thank you for a very interesting lecture. And I have 4 questions. First is general question. What are the differences between the results you mentioned between the majority of the coins and these 2 coins which are different, one of which is, as you told us, not Cherniachiv. What is exactly the difference between these 2 groups of coins? The next question is about what is similarity of one of these coins you showed us to percussive divinatio type you discussed yesterday? What the similarity is lying in? The next question is about graffito. Has it been in any way interpreted? And the last question is about the gilded coins. The one gilded coin, as I remember, there is one gilded coin. Are there any plans to examine this gilded coin too? Because I got an impression, perhaps Tomek told us about this yesterday, that this gilded coin was gilded in a technique by applying a layer of thin gold to the silver foil. Yes. So these are my 4 questions to you. Thank you once again for your very interesting lecture.
So, Tomek, odpowiesz? Zaczniesz?
Sorry, my microphone was off. Sorry, I try to answer as many questions, and if I'm going to be stuck at some point, Olga, please support me with the technical stuff. So I don't know if this can be visible, but on this diagram you have this whole diagram is divided into certain fields, and oh yes, now thank you. So I'm not an expert on chemical results, but these 2 coins contain more copper than the others. Please just compare the square, the mainstream group square to the right with the rectangular in the top left corner. There are some chemical elements. So this, judging from the position of ANS 37 and ANS 9, we can learn that these 2 coins possess more copper and more tin than the others, and more silver as well. So this is basically my very brief response. Once again, these 2 coins were shown just to indicate that in some cases results of the chemical analysis can provide us some additional data, because prior to the chemical analysis, we were suspecting the ANS 9 coin not to be Cherniachiv one, because it differs in style, it differs in shape, it differs in some other meteorological data. It just does not match any other known pieces we consider to be Czerniachiv group imitations. So this was also confirmed by the metal analysis that this specimen is something different. Now we need to find an explanation. Yes, so we can confirm that it's not Czerniachiv group imitation, but we don't know what it is. Maybe some other colleagues will provide us with a hint that it's from Caucasus, from Far Asia, or something like that. We are still looking for the answers. In the second case, in the case of ANS 37, which looks like it matches in its appearance is very similar to other Czerniachiv group imitations. We believe that prior to the chemical analysis that this is Czerniachiv imitation indeed. However, because the results are slightly different, this piece is aside of the mainstream group. Now we have to try to figure out what does it mean. Yes, and I'm sorry, I don't know the answer yet. But this is like an example that the so-called orange light is started to be lit, and we have to find answers, but I don't know how. Maybe only due to comparison with other similar specimens. However, achieving them for analysis would be very, very difficult. Is it okay, Adam?
Yes. Thank you.
Second one, I remember, is about graffito. No, it has not been studied yet, if I'm not mistaken, Kyrylo.
No, it's not studied yet.
Okay. So this was simple. Third one was about the imitations.
Imitation with
yes. Okay. These three imitations clearly show some similarities. They share some similar features. We believe that they may have been manufactured in one workshop. However, it's very difficult to prove. And the obvious similarity with Percussus viminatio imitations are reverses with standing eagles. The second similarity can be seen in so I use it colloquially saying font.
Fonts, lettering.
Yes, lettering. Although the reverses bear some nonsense, blundered legends, obverses on the other hand are quite okay, and they are more or less correct Latin. The third similarity is in the style of the portraits. They share exactly the same feature. Portraits turned to the left with I call it chubby faces, because all these heads have very chubby faces, and also what is very similar and clearly can be seen on the top two coins, the line under the bust. It's shaped in I don't know how to describe it in English, but the way how the portrait is lined at the very bottom, with two parts being two side parts being divided by some I don't know how to say bulge or maybe salient. Oh, okay. So these are the similarities. However,
just a moment. And fourth, for my opinion, very important similarity is the measurements. It's very close because this imitation are very small. It's like coinari, yeah, and 15 millimeters diameter and weight up to 3.5 gram. And it's like
Tremise's style. Yeah. Okay. Mm-hmm.
And also, this is a working theory, but it's very plausible. Please note that two coins on the top, we can read the legends. So one says Imp Aurelianus, second one says Imp Cordianus. So it's suggested that the coin to the right is based upon the regular issue of Gordianus III, while the left one on the Aurelianus. And this is a nice example of using the various prototypes in one period, because we assume that this is a product of the same workshop, probably operating in the same period. That and it can be dated by the coin of Aurelianus, that it is 270 AD post Quem. Yes, and also it's demonstrating how difficult the subject of imitations is, and
yeah,
the Cordianus coin without the coin of Aurelianus could have been dated to the 238, 244 or after, but now we learn that this piece number 801 couldn't have been manufactured before 270 AD.
Yes, I can also notice that on the 802 and 801, the end of obverse legend, yes, so NUS is very similar. It's a little bit different, but at the same time very similar. So it's also very interesting phenomenon. And the last question about gilded, yes, coin.
That coin, yeah.
Could you answer very fast, please?
Okay, so
we are running.
Yes, so yes, it can be seen also upon the picture. Fortunately, the gold foil is reversed, so we see that between the bronze core and gold foil there is a silver layer. This was applied due to the fact that the gold, when put directly on the bronze, does not stack to the bronze core very well. It could have been seen on your imitations from Osolineum.
Yes.
It goes out in flakes, or is just easily removed. When a silver layer is applied in between, the gold plating is very firmly stuck to the bronze.
Yes, it would be interesting to examine it for mercury, of course. So I'd like to thank you also to Olga, Syta for very neat presentation of metallurgical results.
Thank you very much.
Adam.
Thank you.
I saw raised hands of Hele Horsnes and Marian Kopilekic. Have you got any questions?
I think just a short comment on my part. I think that the types that Tomasz just presented to us has some stylistical affinities with one of the coins from Denmark, which is also linked to a generative piece. Yeah, you know it. I can see that.
I mean, these three pieces were just selected by us. Excuse me, from the INS collection. We know that this this group of imitation is very numerous, and there are, I think, like 20 or 30 specimens sharing many similarities. This is still under excuse me. The research is still in progress, and we are trying to gather as much specimens or knowledge about as many specimens as it is possible to draw to have the wider perspective, because it's with every new specimen the whole research done till that moment is no more valid, and it's obsolete. So yes, your observations are correct.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments to the first paper?
Yeah.
Okay, so we are going to the...
Mayanko has a question.
I think it's a simple one.
Okay.
I didn't hear it or understand it properly, but the gold of the loops is different from the gold of the coin in most cases, right?
Not necessarily. This was our it was our task to this was our scientific question. We were trying to answer that question during our examinations. Unfortunately, we have had very little time to do so, but Olga, I hope that she can provide you with some detailed information, detailed results on certain specimens, but generally the loops are were still present, are of the same metal as the coin.
Yeah. Okay.
Barbara Wagner here. I joined you. So yes, they are slightly different. We have used PCA analysis, and only 2 of them, as I remember, were done exactly from the same metal composition alloy, and the rest were slightly enriched in lead and tin. But when you will see the PCA results, this seemed to be quite obvious.
And I would like also add that some of the results may come from the solders used to when attaching loop to the coin. Also, we can imagine that these 2 elements, the coin and the loop, may be different in metal composition, because in many cases the loops were applied later to the coin, when there was like they firstly had been pierced, but at some point they decided to abandon the piercing and attach the loop. The metal composition in such case will be different. There is no other way.
This was the reason I was asking. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So any questions or comments to the second paper of Sabine Klein and David Wigg-Wolf?
If I may.
So,
I just want to comment regarding the imitation with portrait, with Caracalla portrait with a high percent of silver.
Yeah.
I just draw your attention that some and we very good known this in our new project with Dymowski, and we know that some cast copies, not imitation, but cast copies of denarii from Ukraine sometimes were made of better silver than their official prototypes. So I think that now this phenomenon can be considered like a characteristic feature of the production of coins in Barbaricum. I think it's just small comments.
So you have cast silver coins, not
with a very good silver. Sometimes 97% of silver in cast coin. Cast, not imitation, but cast copy of denarii.
Okay. Oh wow. Okay.
So it's a very barbarian feature.
So please, Kevin, you raised your hand.
Hello. Yep. Can you hear me now?
Hi, Kevin.
Hi. Well, thanks. My comment was really that it would be interesting to compare some notes on those the debased copies, because we have a few lower silver content things that we think are probably imitations as well. So I mean, there's a possibility they might bear some similarities.
Okay. No, that would be great. We want to get back to you with this anyway, obviously.
Yeah.
Now that you're going, well, and we'd like to look at your 2nd century isotope data as well. We've got, what, about 50, 60 from the 2nd century with a clear pattern. You can see very nicely late in the reign of Hadrian, Romania suddenly appears, at least signatures which coincide with Romania and are otherwise not been seen. So, yeah.
Okay, well, that would definitely be worth discussing, because Matthew unfortunately isn't here. He had to work on the SEM today, so he thinks that we've got Romanian stuff in Trajan's reign as well. So
in Trajan's? Okay, no, we haven't. All our Trajans. Oh no, we do have one. No, actually, no, that's a Commodus. No, we don't have any Trajan from going in there, so that will be interesting. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, obviously, need to compare notes by the sound of it. Very interesting, anyway.
Yeah.
One question I suppose was with the Caracalla 97%. I mean, is there a chance that it might have been harshly cleaned and a lot of the copper has been stripped out?
Well, we drilled it.
But I mean, that still wouldn't. I mean, if it was actually still corroded in the interior, that wouldn't have made any difference.
Let me just, if I can just share my screen very quickly, I'll show you. It's actually quite a good-looking piece. Is my PowerPoint? Oh no, it's just coming up now. Okay. It's no.
Can't see anything yet.
Oh, okay. Then it hasn't worked. Okay. I won't bother then. It'll take too much time for everyone. I'll show it to you later. It's actually it's a pretty solid looking coin.
Okay. I suppose you could always get specific gravity on it, and then you'd know if it was solid silver or not. Yeah.
But it looks pretty good. Yeah, and the main thing is it's corrected Bachmann's. It's very much corrected Bachmann's evidence for the silver content. Yeah.
I just wanted to add. I cannot remember that we had any coin which was corroded in the interior. So it was all fresh material which we gained for all the coins.
Okay. Well, thanks anyway. Very interesting paper.
Yeah, looking forward to chatting to you, Kevin. Don't worry. Good to see you here. Thanks very much for coming along.
Not at all.
Okay, thank you very much. We are late, in fact, so perhaps we could move discussion on the other two papers of Aleksander Buhay and Michele Asolati at the end, after the second session.
Yes, okay, so now we will have 10 minutes. Do
you hear me?
Yeah. So we can start again at 4:30 at our time. So just 10 minutes break, and then we will meet again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Any thoughts? It looks so like everyone is ready for the second paper. Is that okay? If so,
shall I start with my presentation?
I think that we should. So we'll move on, and we're going to have the second paper in this fourth session. So this is Pedro Dundua.
Yeah, that's me.
Okay, director of the Institute of Georgian History, Tbilisi State University, and Nadia Fifia, also of Tbilisi State University. And if you can share your pictures, good. There we go.
Okay, I'm trying to do it.
It's coming. No, it started to, and now it's.
I guess
we
just had a technical problem. I can share the presentation, and he can actually start then when he will join. Yeah.
Okay.
Just a second. Can you see the presentation?
It's coming. It's almost, yes. Now.
We can wait, or also I can also start, but let me just wait like just a minute to Professor Dundua. Okay, then I can start the talk if you and hopefully Professor Dundua will join us.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you everyone for giving us the opportunity to join the conference, and I will start with the presentation. There were 4 states in classical antiquity southward from the Caucasian range and eastward from the Black Sea. The first is the Caucasus, Lazica, modern West Georgia, Kartli, Iberia, modern East and South Georgia, Albania, modern Azerbaijan, and Armenia. All of them more or less influenced by the Roman Empire, had Roman money in circulation. Provincial silver of Caesarian issue, denarii struck in greater quantity by Eastern, for example, Syrian mints, municipal copper coins of Trapezus, and imperial copper money, struck predominantly at the mints of Antioch and Asia Minor, circulated in Lazica. In its eastern provinces, Caesarian issues were mixed with the denarii of Augustus and late Roman gold imported from Iberia. Aurei and Augustan denarii from the bulk.
Okay, sorry, guys. Sorry, Nadia, you help me with the presentation. Something wrong happened to me. I will start with the report. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. So thank you, Alex. Thank you very much that you invited me here on this very prestigious conference. Excuse me, something wrong happened with my presentation, but never mind. So Nadia was in reserve. So I will start with that now. The name of the paper is as follows. That is Beyond the Pontic Limes, imitation of the Roman coins in Transcaucasian countries. Normally, there were 4 countries in classical antiquity beyond the Pontic frontier. That means southwards from the Caucasian range and eastwards from the Black Sea. That is called Colchis. The Romans called it Lazica. That means modern western Georgia. Then comes Kartli. Greeks and Romans called it Iberia. That is modern east and South Georgia. Then comes Albania, that is modern Azerbaijan, and then comes Armenian kingdom. So 4 states, all of them, they were more or less influenced by the Roman Empire, and they had the Roman money in their circulation. So let's start from Colchis. What is happening there? Caesarean silver issues, then Imperial Roman denarii struck at Emesa, copper coins of municipal trapezus, and then copper imperial coins struck predominantly in the mint of Antioch and Asia Minor. They all circulated in Lazica, that means West Georgia. Each eastern provinces had amazing mixture of August and denarii and silver Caesarean issues. The August and denarii, they came from Iberia, like late Roman gold coins. So then comes Iberia, so main our target and main our purpose, because imitations mostly are produced there. So August and denarii and Roman aurei, they formed the bulk of money in circulation there in Iberia. And then they were imitated. Not yet, something happened with my presentation, so slide number 1. So let's start now with details, and then I will make a certain kind of interpretation of the event. So do you hear me quite well? It's okay, yes? Okay, fantastic, fantastic. Yes. Nancy, something happened to you yesterday. Now it's my turn. This is due to you because you are a chairman. You understand me? And that is why it happens to me also. Something wrong with presentation. No, don't worry about that. I'm of course joking. So you see, imitation of Philip I Aureus. So distorted legend, Imperator Marcus Iulius Philippus Augustus, but still the name is quite well visible. And now the adventure starts, because on the reverse we have a Mars standing left with spear and the left hand resting on a shield, but the inscription is Anoi, perhaps for Anona. So that means that yet another prototype was used for this coin. This coin comes from a Magraneti burial, that is East Georgia. That name means nothing for you, so perhaps I will say East Georgia and nothing else. I send the whole paper with citing that with all technical information to Alek. If you are interested, you can get this paper, no problem with that, with citing, with technical information, with weights, etc. I don't want to bother you, and the weight mostly they are 3.5. etc. Okay, now so we have a Mars standing and Philip. We have 2 more coins from Armazi necropolis. Armazi is a part of Mtskheta, and Mtskheta was the ancient capital of Iberia, and mostly the coins are concentrated here because it seems to be a prosperous and rich city. Okay, please, Natia, next. Okay, now we have Trajanus Decius, bust, radiate, draped, right? Okay, and you can see the name, it's visible, and amazingly, on the reverse, the legend is, in fact, it's correct. Concordia exerciti. In fact, it is correct. It is amazing thing for the imitations here in Iberia. So we can see Concordia with Patera in right hand, sacrificing over altar, and cornucopia. Okay, it's okay. So nothing else. Natia, move please to the next. And okay, I told you some photos are very bad because of pandemic. You understand me? It is taken from literature because the museums here are closed for over 1 year. I don't know where they will be fully engaged in service. So it is Hostelian, young guy, bust laureate, right? And Anona, of course, the legends are very much distorted, and Anona with cornucopia and corneas. Next, please. The first one. Okay. So amazing portrait. And so we have imitation of Valerian I Aureus, illegible inscriptions on obverse, on reverse. and on upwards we can see the laureate bust right, and Victoria on bigger driving left. It comes from Vashilovani necropolis. All the coins, they are coming from burials, and they are together with the coins of the 3rd century, original coins of the 3rd and 4th century. So these burials are well dated. So on the next, no, not yet, please stay there. No, we don't need this coin. Yes. Next coin comes from Azerbaijan State Museum in Baku. But I didn't have opportunity to see the coin. Victoria Biga is to the right on this coin, and the place of finding is unknown. Please remember it, because I have to deal also with money circulations in Armenia and in Albania. Yes, and I have to use this coin. So one coin, Valerian's imitation, is in History Museum of Baku, but without place of finding. The note about place of finding is not there. Okay, the next one, Natia, please. Okay, that is interesting coin because inscription Imperator Caesar Publius Valerianus is mirror image. It is mirror image. Publius Licinius Valerianus is mirror image of the inscription, and Victoria Augustorum is also mirror image of the inscription. This discovery is very important because it has been found together with original coin. I mean Valerian's original aureus, and that means very much somehow to clarify the origin of these coins. The main point is that we must prove that these coins are done locally. They are produced locally. Yeah. And then let's move to Numerian, perhaps. Yes, we are moving to Numerian. Again, the scholars mostly think that it's Numerian, laureate bust left, and Victoria with the rest, Victoria Augustorum, mirror image. So show me next one too, because they are struck with the same dice. So up to now, you can stop Natia now. Up to now, everything is clear. Up to now, everything is clear. We have 11 imitations. 5 of them, they were struck with the same dice. You understand what does it mean? 5 of them, they were struck with the same dice, and one of the imitations has been found together with a prototype. What does it mean? That means that they were produced locally, by sure. But then comes the data which can argue the hypothesis. Now let's see 2 imitations of Augustan aureus, 2 imitations Augustan aureus. This photo is especially bad. The scholars think that those 2 coins, they are struck with the same dice. It is not obvious seeing these photos, but let us believe to the scholars who saw the original coins. I repeat that museums are closed now. So Caesar Augustus Divi Filius and the rest, and Gaius and Lucius Caesares, Augusti Fili and the rest. But the reverse inscription is that is mirror image. It is mirror image, so we can see everything here, but not simple Roman letters. We can see Gaius, Lucius, Caesar standing with spears, with shields, and everything. But overs is a bit crude in style, perhaps. Yes, but the challenge from this coin is quite significant. What does it mean? That should I start the issue of imitations? Should I start? Not me. Okay. So I think that I would think that Iberian started the issue of imitations in the 1st century AD. Do I have to do this? What I'm supposed to do? I can't do this because all the below material, they are coming from the burials of the 3rd century and the prototypes of the 3rd century. That means that below 11 pieces, they could be dated only, but roughly, by the 2nd half of the 3rd century. And now we have these 2 coins. what we are supposed to do. But now there is an escape. There is escape from this very sophisticated situation. Natia, please, next coin. So the next coin is here. Commodus. It's visible, the name. Commodus. Together, see who is on reverse? Augustus. The same die is used. The same die is used. So at least these three coins were struck in the second half, in the closing years of the 2nd century. But why not to place them in the second half of the 3rd century, according to the whole conjuncture and whole situation? And I will make some historical analysis to why it should happen that they were struck in the second half of the 3rd century. Okay. Now what else? Nothing else. Let's move to West Georgia. Normally, Roman aurea were not in circulation at the East Black Sea coast. So at the seashore, in the central area, there are no Roman coins found. I mean, aurea, I told you that Caesarean issues and Roman imperial denarii struck predominantly at Emesa. They were in circulation in Colchis. And now we have a Lucile or Lucilla Augusta. But we have advancing Mars, but with, again, very curious inscription, Jovi Conservatory. So scholars mostly think that 3 prototypes have been used to produce the dice and the coin. That is Lucile Augusta, of course, and we have also who? We have also this one. I remember. Yes, Severus Alexander and Carus. No, Severus Alexander Gordian III. Severin Alexander and Gordian III. 3 prototypes were used for this hybrid. That is very interesting thing. And Natia, please revert to the last coin, to Commodus coin. I have to add something. Yes. No.
Just yes.
Yes. This coin. Why I'm telling that all these coins were struck in the 3rd century? Because this hybrid of Commodus, it was found together with the coins of Severus Alexander and Carus. That is why I remember Icarus. Okay, then move again to Lucilla. Then move to Lucilla. Okay, so this is a hybrid. 2 pieces are found near Poti. It is ancient phases. It is ancient phases. They were brought perhaps from Iberia, maybe, I don't know, because the gold coins, gold imperial coins, they were not in circulation at the Eastern Black Sea coast. They were in circulation only in the regions neighboring to Iberia. So that it is. So we have in all how much coins? Some 16 gold pieces, imitations. That does not mean that it's limit for us. Several pieces there are in private collection, but I don't have the pieces now because the place of findings very often they are not known well. So now let us make a comparison. It's very curious comparison. More than 70 pieces, I mean aurea, were found in Eastern Georgia, and we have about 20 imitations nowadays. 70, 20. That is the whole picture. So I told you about the weight. If you need, I have in this paper the weight, I can tell you, and Oleg got this paper too with citing, and the Lucilla is the heaviest one, 6 grams, but most of the coins are 3 point something. Not yet. Now it's time to move to silver coins, perhaps. So okay, you can recognize it. Of course, they are Augustan imitations of Augustan denarius with famous reverse type, Gaius and Lucius Caesar standing, shields, spears, simpulum, litus. But you see illegible shrift. It is not writing. It is something. It's just decoration here. Nothing. Show the rest. Okay, so this one. So we have this one. How many coins are there in numismatic collection at the main museum, Janashia Museum here in Tbilisi? About 15. One is in Yerevan, by my information, but without place of finding. The note does not exist about place of finding. And the next one is in Pushkin State Museum of Art in Moscow, but again without place of finding. As concerning the original coins, Augustan coins, there are found hundreds on the territory of Eastern Georgia. And as we can see, the imitations, we have some 16 or 17 imitations, not more. Maybe there are several pieces and samples in the private collections, but not more and not more. So how can we date these numismatic data? It's quite complicated. It's quite complicated thing. Why it is quite complicated? Because even the 3rd century burials, they show the Augustan original denarii. So they were in circulation within 3 centuries. Okay. Most of the coins at the numismatic collection here in Tbilisi, they're without note of place of finding. Some of them they have. 2 of them they're found in Western Georgia. 4 of them they were found in Eastern Georgia. But these 4 coins, they're found together with original Augustan denarii. What does it mean? That it is impossible to make a proper chronology. But we have 1 point, and so we are saved. Natia, the last slide, perhaps, yeah. Okay, see the last one, that is Marcus Aurelius. Marcus Aurelius meets Gaius and Lucius Caesars. At least they were not struck in the 1st century AD. At least they are struck in the 2nd century AD. Why not to put them in the second half of the 3rd century? I have the strong desire to put everything into the second half of the 3rd century. Maybe, yes. I don't know. So here is the whole material, but Natia, leave it, please. Here, okay. Let's start from the beginning. So as far as you can see, the Augustan denarii and Roman aurei form the bulk of money circulation here in Iberia. 2 other debased denarii were not accepted. The picture is quite similar with that of Roman Orient. If we confront this material with Syrian archaeological data, that means Syrian import of glass and etc., one can see the Syrian imperial treasury as a source of supply for Iberian money circulation. Several imperial crises of the 3rd century limited this supply. Even if it did not, Iberians would barter the Roman money no more. Transformation of country towards feudalism needed a support more than money. Precious metal stocks of the country should be exhausted to maintain the main reformation. Strengthening in number of upper classes meant that some yeomanry must be converted from farmers to high-level administrators, and food shortage could happen, and large-scale food supply organized by the state was necessary. So industry also suffered very much because some artisans had to earn their living by making some agricultural work. So industrial good per capita was diminishing, thus demanding small debased issues to be struck. And the king was the Iberian king, because Iberia is a centralized kingdom by that time. The Iberian king was only potential power to issue those coins. Okay, now I have to move to Armenia and Azerbaijan. To my shame, I didn't find anything. Plus, there is a pandemic, and I will explain. That is the excuse for me. In literature, in scientific literature, even in De Perot, I have nothing concerning the more or less intensive circulation of imitation. As I mentioned below, what we had one imitation of Valerian Aureus from Baku State Museum and one imitation of Olga Standinari from Yerevan State Museum. But both of them, as far as I know, they have no note about place of finding, so I cannot use them in my discussion. In literature, I found absolutely nothing. Maybe I am mistaken, and I will be glad to be mistaken, but as far as I can see through the literature, we can't talk about the issue of imitations in Armenia and Albania and their circulation there. But it is not an amazing thing, because the most faithful Roman ally in the region was Iberia, and so Iberia had the most Roman numismatic visage. So thanks a lot again. Excuse me, something happened with my presentation. I don't know what I will learn now. Thanks to my assistant Natia. Thank you for attention. Thanks to Alec, because he invited me, and I learned much about the gods and about the money issued by them. So thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Jadua and Dr. Fifipia. Okay, we're going to go on to the next paper, and if you are just joining us, we have skipped, there was one paper not here, so we're a little bit different on the timing, actually ahead altogether. So we're going to move on to Dr. Emilia Smagur, and the title of the paper is The Iconography of Indian Imitations of Roman Coins. Are you ready?
Yes, I am ready. Good afternoon, everyone. I will try to share my presentation. Just a second.
So be careful. I started badly.
I can't see it.
Oh, that is a question.
Yes.
Because Nancy is German.
May I make instruction in Polish? Yeah. Sorry for that. Zaprezentuj teraz po prawej stronie.
To właśnie jak wchodzę na to ja po prostu nie widzę jakby w tym oknie wyboru w ogóle tej prezentacji.
Otwórz prezentację sobie najpierw poza...
Otwórz prezentację sobie poza Google.
Mam otwartą w PDF-ie i wczoraj to sprawdzałam i działała.
Teraz zaprezentuj teraz cały i potem...
Moment, już nie mam. Powinna być. Can you see my presentation?
Yes, yes.
Great.
It's up. Yes, very good.
Right, wonderful. So today I'm going to be talking on Indian imitations of aurei and denarii. The subject is vast, therefore I'm going to focus on some issues connected with the agency of imports, as well as with the phenomena of appropriation and remaking of the meaning of an object. Indian imitations of Roman coins vary greatly in their quality. Some of them are very well executed, others are crude and resemble the genuine coins only at a very basic level regarding their iconography and inscriptions. Therefore, we are dealing with both very distant and very close imitations. They can be divided into imitations made of gold and silver, those made of base metals, and imitations made of clay, unknown outside of India. Many gold imitations are hybrids. Such finds are known mostly from hoards. In most cases, these are hybrids of two emissions coming from the same pool of coins recorded among Indian finds, or even two issues of the same emperor. However, hybrids which prototypes are derived from two different pools are also known, indicating that they were mixing during circulation and that the makers didn't pay much attention to the coin type. The purpose of their production remains unclear. However, the lack of double piercing or loops on many of them suggests that in many cases it must have been different from ornamental. We also do have evidences confirming their monetary function, like big gold plugs attached behind the head of an emperor, which you can see here, which were added to increase their weight. or examples with refilled perforations being an evidence of a practice aimed at restoring the coins to their original appearance and function. However, those amendments illustrate a different phase in their life cycle. Nevertheless, the presence of double piercing on many of imitations confirms that at least at some point they were used as pendants. Due to the lack of time, I'm not going to be talking today about the symbolic meaning of clay and gold in early historic India, but will focus on the Indian interpretation of their iconography, what resulted in their use as ornaments and amulets. Both coin production, which is linked with some kind of authority, and their function as a store of value, load them with symbolic meanings and connotations. In most traditions, the non-currency use of coins and the production of coin-like objects would serve the purpose of being for personal protection and benefit. As such, they were used as material mediators not only between people, but also between humans and the divine. According to some scholars, the idea of an amuletic power that people attribute to coins originates from the practice of wearing coins in jewelry as a symbol of state protection. The use of coins as ornaments still persists in India and is followed even by remote tribal communities that trade mainly by bartering. The custom of wearing coin and coin-like jewelry in the subcontinent appeared in the early historic period and was stimulated by the exchanges with the Mediterranean world and by the arrival of Roman coins. On the cusp of their influx, the Indian coinage tradition had already been well established, and the coins you can see here, these are coins, these are some of the types of coins which were in circulation in the period I'm talking about. It can be distinguished by the repeated re-emergence of square-shaped coins and the preference for symbolic rather than representational designs. It also shown an ability to adopt some aspects of foreign coinages as a response to the inflow of foreign issues to India. The longevity of imported coin designs constitutes its another distinguished feature. It was the influx of Greek coins to the subcontinent that caused the changes in the technology of coin production and the use of realistic representations more widespread. The circulation of silver issues of the Greek kings of Punjab in Western India in the 1st century AD, when Roman coins started to be imported to the subcontinent, is confirmed by the periplus of the Erythraean Sea. At that time, the local rulers started issuing imitations of those coins with the local adaptation of the Greek portrait head, which you can see here, surrounded by a stylized Greek inscription on the obverse, and replacing the depiction of Athena with a group of Indian symbols surrounded by the inscription in local language. Therefore, the use of royal portrait on Indian coins, that is important for understanding the function of many imitations, was an element adopted from the foreign Greek coinage tradition. Under Greek and transformed Greek, as well as Islamic and European influence, the concept of making designs to identify the issuer is not alien to the Indian coinage tradition, but the main purpose of coin design in India has often been separated from this function. The practice of making coin pendants didn't include only Roman issues, and double-pierced specimens can also be found among finds of local as well as Aksumite and Kushan coins found in India. However, the overwhelming majority of coins that were used as pendants bear the portrait of the ruler on their obverse. Clay bullae constitute interesting examples of Indian imitations of Roman coins, which were made to be used as pendants. They mainly imitate Augustus and Tiberius coins of two types, which are most commonly found in India. It is El Cesares type of Augustus and the Pontiff Maxim type of Tiberius. The precise function of many ancient India terracotta objects is still a matter of dispute. However, most of them were endowed with meanings. Since the material terracotta bullae were made of had no significant economic value, then we are probably dealing with objects that had some magical properties. But on the other hand, we have ornaments made of gold imitations that also had strong symbolic associations due to the attitudes towards the metal which they are made of and to the representations they bear. It can be assumed that Roman coin and coin-like ornaments performed the function of amulets in that they would bring good fortune, protection, prosperity, and money. Their significance was based on their coin-like form, which must have been an important aspect of their potency. The symbolic connotations between coins and the concept of abundance, prosperity, and having a comfortable life are confirmed by the early historic iconography. The images of Lakshmi depicted with coins as the goddess of fortune are known from the plastic art from the 1st century CE onwards, with Lakshmi becoming a popular goddess among the commercial and mercantile communities of this period. You can see Lakshmi here, and the coins are depicted in the background. These are those square punch mark coins. In the Kushan coinage, the money bag and coins are attributes of Pharaoh and Ardoksho, who were deities of good fortune and whose feet are shown resting on a small rug between scattered coins. In addition, the yakshas, nature spirits connected with fertility and treasure, are often depicted holding a purse in their hand. The occurrence of clay bulle at archaeological sites, together with votive tanks, terracotta and stone plaques of Laja Gauri, images of local fertility deities and yakshas, suggest their engagements with the same ideas and concepts connected with wealth, good fortune, and protection. Images derived from Roman coins were interchanged with other Indian motifs, such as depictions of Lakshmi, the auspicious symbols of the Ashtamangala, the lotus, and a bull or an elephant, which are traditionally associated with protection and fertility, what supports this hypothesis. The findings of ornaments made of one-sided imitations of Roman coins copying the obverse with the head in profile points to the special meaning of a royal portrait. In case of double-sided specimens, this is confirmed by always placing the piercing or loop above the emperor's head, ensuring that the depiction is displayed vertically. Initially, with transactions with Roman traders, the emperor's portrait on genuine coins might have guaranteed the purity and quality of gold and silver coins. According to Pia Brancaccio, some of foreign motifs that were selectively appropriated and recontextualized could have been regarded as a new iconographical way of depicting local deities. Since the foreignness became a synonym of wealth and fortune, as well as protection, the non-ordinary and powerful features of Roman emperors might have been associated with yaksha-like guardians, and thus were particularly appropriate for amulets. But due to the lack of written sources on the subject, along with the differences in the iconography of bulle and depictions of yakshas in the terracotta art of this period, this interesting explanation still remains hypothetical. However, the affinity between Roman emperors and yakshas may be indicated by the find of two bulle from Uparkot. One of them bears the portrait of a Roman emperor, while the other the head of the yaksha. It is also worth mentioning that wearing depictions of deities is also considered the act of worship. The physical contact between divine representations and the human body is especially important in the case of the talismanic and apotropic function of images. This is confirmed by the group of ivory and terracotta bangles bearing the representations of deities, most commonly squatting yakshas, that have been carved on their inner surface, touching the skin, and modestly decorated on their exterior surface. Some examples of imitations also constitute an evidence of infiltration of indigenous elements into their iconography. The finds from Shishupalgarh in Orissa have provided an example of a regionally specific cultural response to the production of portrait bulle. From a technical aspect, they recall the clay imitations of Tiberius coins. However, their particular Indian style differs from the finds from Deccan, as they resemble portraits known from the Satavahana coinage, with big noses and lips. Therefore, their source of inspiration was more complex and multifaceted. The same observation is true for some of the finds of gold imitations of aurei, which you can see in the middle of the slide. Another interesting example is an Indian imitation of denarius of Vespasian. On this very specimen, the most Indian feature is the hump of the bull, while the type of its pseudo-legend and small points used to depict Vespasian's hair resemble the contemporary Satavahana coinage. There is also a medallion from a later date in the British Museum with the representations copied from the coins of Constantine the Great and of Kanishka I or Huvishka, probably produced somewhere in the northwestern region of India, on which the emperor on the obverse is depicted wearing an earring. The most interesting example comes from the British Museum collection. Its obverse is easy to interpret and copies a coin of Antoninus Pius with representation of Faustina the Elder. The reverse design is much more astonishing, being an evidence of reworking and renegotiating the Roman coin design into the early historic cultural landscape. The representation of a female deity was reworked by the imitation maker, and the Indian temple was added. The right leg of the figure is represented raised up with a foot standing on the temple base. She also touches the temple's superstructure with her raised right hand. Her left foot is enclosed by the line depicting the oblong object on which she stands, most probably a small rug filled with coins or just a heap of coins known from the Indian iconography. This representation depicts a scene of religious importance. It can be also assumed that the goddess is connected with the affiliation of the shrine. The association between the deity and the temple is reinforced by the fact that she is shown in physical contact with the building in the act of touching it. The presence of a rug filled with coins the deity stands on might point to the identification of her as Lakshmi, the goddess of good fortune, money, and the bestower of prosperity. The important question is whether the maker of this imitation intentionally changed the personality of the divine figure shown on its Roman prototype, or is the depiction of an Indian interpretation of the Roman coin design? In order to obtain a better understanding of the transformation of form and meaning of a foreign coin design in India, the method of ethnographic analogy proved to be very useful. In India, the relative stability of social traditions and technologies provide a rich source of data that can be used to generate models for application in the study of the past. The use of Venetian ducats and their imitations, called putali, in the subcontinent constitute an excellent example of the transition from foreign coins to locally produced coin-like objects, serving as religious amulets representing local deities. It also sheds new light on the process of the Indianization of the foreign coin design. Large quantities of Venetian ducats came into India through long-distance trade and started to be imitated in the subcontinent. The popularity of genuine specimens and their imitations derives from their iconography. Genuine sekins by the end of the 19th century were prized as religious medals by Syrian Christian ladies in Travancore, since they bear the effigy of St. Mark. The design of its imitations eventually evolved, and their makers started introducing Indian elements into the Western original. On many examples, the effigies of St. Mark, the Doge, and Christ were altered to serve as Hindu divinities. The figures on ducats earned them several names in the local languages, such as the most popular name, Putali, meaning a statue. Because of the sacred symbology of the gods that the objects bore, they were and still are used in traditional Indian jewelry, possibly to ward off the evil eye, to some extent as a medium of self-adornment, and often as an investment. These imitations were often exchanged as dowry. The Putali mal, as the Putali necklace is called, later became an essential part of the bride's outfit in Maharashtra. In Karnataka, necklaces made of Venetian coins have been used to adorn the statues of Hindu gods and goddesses in temples, most probably without knowing the original significance of this coin's design. In case of Putalis, the makers didn't change the personality of the characters depicted on their prototypes intentionally. The original meaning of Venetian ducat was not understood, and the new meaning resulted from the Indian interpretation of depicted scenes, which might have varied depending on the region. In 1909, Thurston wrote that if one asks the ordinary Malayali, say a Nayar, what persons are represented on the sekin, one gets for answer that they are Rama and Syta, between them a coconut tree. In South India, such coins were known as Sanar Kasu and believed to be struck by sovereign ancestors of the caste. The figures of the Doge and Sant Mark were interpreted as representations of Sanar, a person who harvests toddy from palms, preparing to climb the palmyra tree. Such coins were also known as Amada. One of the legends says that Amada, the consort of Bhagavati, one day suddenly appeared before Sanar and demanded food. The Sanar said he was a poor man with nothing to offer but toddy, which he gave in palmyra leaf. Amada drank the toddy and performed a mantra over the leaf, which turned into gold coins, bearing on one side the pictures of Amada, the Sanar, and the tree. During my research in Nasik, I learned that the characters represented on Putali are most often interpreted in Maharashtra as Radha and Krishna dancing Garba, traditional dance originating from Gujarat. The use of Venetian ducats and their imitations in India constitutes an excellent example of the transformation of value and meaning of an object in a new cultural context. The original meaning of the representation is lost, but the tradition of using the ducat design continues. The fact that the die engraver of the British Museum specimen redesigned the reverse and not only introduced new elements such as a temple, but also showed the relation between the goddess and the building, points to the intention of showing a scene recognizable by the Indian user of this coin. The Indian shape of the building also strengthens the interpretation of the scene as showing the Hindu goddess blessing her temple. However, it cannot be excluded that at the same time, those users of coins familiar with Buddhism would have seen the veneration of the stupa scene, one of the most popular scenes in the Buddhist art of the early historic period, in this very coin design. Therefore, to sum up, the value and meaning of an object depend on the cultural background of its user. The first impression that the individual experiences during contact with a coin is physical. From there, the impression passes through a cultural filter, then it is interpreted and transformed into recognition. Indian imitations of Roman aurei constitute an evidence that the interpretation of object iconography might change in the new cultural framework, and the object may acquire new meaning. It is very difficult to say how often the Roman coin design was reinterpreted in India. However, the above-mentioned examples constitute an evidence of such phenomenon. Moreover, not always physical adaptations have to be made to change the meaning of the object iconography. It can be also said that in the early historic period, Roman coins played an active role in creating new symbols of wealth and abundance. Indian imitations of Roman coins used as ornaments and amulets were considered agential. It is capable of action and generating consequences. Thank you very much, and I would especially like to thank Dr. Kamal Maheshwari for introducing me to the subject of Putalis, for sharing data with me, and for many fruitful discussions.
Thank you very, very much for your interesting paper. Okay, now we're going to move on to, this will actually be the last paper by Aleksander, Dr. Aleksander Neymar, who is professor in the Department of Fine Arts, Design, and Art History at Hofstra University. And I don't know if he remembers it, but we were at ANS in 1994 together. I can date ourselves a bit. He was born in Uzbekistan, educated in Moscow and Indiana University in the United States. So, Aleksander, are you ready? Pictures.
Aleksander, your microphone.
For some reason. 1 second.
Your microphone works, but we do not see your presentation yet.
I know. I am working on it. I am looking at more options right now because just the arrow does not work. I go to the arrow present now, I see entire screen, and I receive this instead of actually my screen, which I need to Just 1 second. Trying to. It's just for some reason not happening. Strange.
I had the same trouble yesterday. I almost wondered if we were being blocked to use.
Dr. Bursche, can I actually ask you, maybe you can use the one which I sent you earlier?
Yes, we will do it, no problem at all. Perhaps you in States have problems with the computers to cooperate with Europe, something
Yeah,
like
I was wondering.
I'm afraid that there's some kind of security feature on university
Yeah, I
computer.
was absolutely
Because I'm using a university computer right here. Well,
very good.
they don't have control over it, right?
You'll have to say next slide and ask them to change the slides. But other than that,
All right. Okay. If possible, go to, I'm afraid, slide number 4, just because I realized how far I am from everybody else, and I just need to show the location. Further. Well, that's, I have to apologize for intruding on such conference, well, where you actually have discussing very fine issues, very, with great attention to the material. And far from this, my field is Sogdian coinage, and I am actually doing this simply because there is some material accumulated, and it was important to summarize it before it disappears, because much of it is actually from private collections, and although find sites are known, without publication, this is going to be lost. So the area I'm talking about is in between Turkmenistan, that would be south east in this map from Merv, and up to Issyk-Kul, that would be a big lake in the middle of the eastern part of the map. In between the territories was Uzbekistan and Kyrgyzstan, Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan. So these are Central Asian republics. So what do we have in terms of Roman coins? Well, there are some random pieces which are known for a long time, like, for example, there's a Tertium of Nero from Termes, but these do not form any patterns, and there's no point to discuss this. This is some kind of random finds. One find which, of major importance is Mojum hoard, and I would like to discuss, first of all, its background. Can we move to slide number 2, right? Second after the title. Right, this one. By that time, by the 1st century, Sogdiana had fairly long tradition of its own coinage. That is a situation of the 1st century Anno Domini with 9 separate coinages, some of them having 3 denominations, for example, in silver. And that was actually, this picture emerges by now because of recent research. And can we move further? There was also, to the next slide, and there is also a clear idea that Sogdiana was never a part of Kushan Empire. It was situated beyond Kushan Empire. Well, Sogdiana are, roughly speaking, 4 oases: Samarkand, Bukhara, Nakhshab, and Kesh. And they were by the border of Kushan Empire, but not within its borders. Could we go next? This is the list of Kushan coins found in Sogdiana. I just finished an article sent out to press today, well, actually 2 o'clock in the morning yesterday. We have 44 Kushan coins from the territory of Sogdiana. There is one interesting aspect of this rather random sample. After the rule of Kanishka the Great, we have, or actually in the middle of his reign, we have actually a sudden drop in the flow of Kushan coins going into Sogdiana. Well, Kanishka, for example, we know now actually 12 coins by him, well, minted under him, and beyond Sogdiana in some places where they could come only through Sogdiana, a few more. While the next ruler, and all of them actually belong to the early stage in Kanishka's rule, and the next ruler, Huvishka, we have literally 2 coins altogether. At the same time, we know that large sites in Zarafshan Valley were largely destroyed somewhere in the 2nd century Anno Domini. There's a possibility of Mesoamerican invasion. After that, Kushans actually closed the border. They built a wall in Darband, in the gorge, which in the mountains, which connects Bactria and Sogdiana. Well, they rebuilt the wall which existed there long ago in Greco-Bactrian period, and kind of blocked Sogdian off, as much as we can see, from silk trade, from actually majority of probably trade, because fur was very important as well. And Sogdians were apparently forced to switch their attention to the northern branch of the Silk Road. Could we go to the next one? And just at that time, apparently, comes the only cord of silver denarii in Central Asia. It comes from a village of Mujum at the mouth of Fergana Valley. It is exactly on the road leading to Ustrushana main road, leading to the mountain Ustrushana, actually in the narrow spot where the only passage was situated. This hoard originally consisted of about 400 coins. Only 19 were recovered, and it covers emperors from Vespasian to Severus, and to Alexander Severus. Alexander Severus, I'm sorry, Septimius Severus. And originally, when Zemo looked at this hoard, I think Zemo who published it, looked at this hoard, he assumed that that was the end of the flow of coins that came through India. Well, we always assumed that there was no direct trade between Central Asia and Roman Empire, because in principle, a hoard like this could come from any point in Roman Empire, there would be no problem. But we usually assume that trade went into sections, and that there should be somewhere in the middle, in between Central Asia and Roman Empire, an area where hoards like this fell off circulation and would be actually visible. It doesn't look like Indian hoard. It doesn't look like its composition is would not be normal to Indian for an Indian hoard. Eventually, it became clear that the hoard must have come probably from Eastern Europe. It comes exactly at the moment when Sogdian trade with the south is down, when no connections with the south, meaning that huge Kushan Empire are really developing, and Sogdians eventually started looking for trade in the north, trade which was first of all fur trade. Can we move to another slide? And maybe the next one. And trade which went exactly from the area where the horde was found, that is the end of this blue line, and then along the Sirdarya River to South Urals and further to the Kama area. How do we know that it existed? Next slide, please. Could we have next one? Well, first of all, because one Kushan coin that must have passed Sogdiana on its way is found in Kama area. It's copper. Next one, please. It was published recently, and well, this is Kujula Katfiz, mint of Taxila. So there's no way that it could come, there's no other way than through Sogdiana that it would come into the area of Kama. What was it doing there? Well, can we go to the next slide? It probably came through from through Bactria and Sogdiana. Next one. And reached Kama area with Sogdian silver coin, that is Eudydemos imitation, 1st century Anno Domini. Well, maybe 1st or early 2nd century Anno Domini. Next one, please. In exchange for animal pelts, Fange, in a section of Hohanshu, based on Wang Yong report, presented at the end of the reign of Emperor An, says, the kingdom of Yang is to the north of Yangchai, Alan, Liao. And this is actually all about Alans. It's a dependency of Kanju. Kanju is nomadic confederation which controlled Sogdiana at that moment. And they say it produces small animal pelts, which it uses to pay tribute to that country, meaning Kanju. Now, Alans were in the steppes. From the next historian who writes on this subject, we know this, that the small animal pelts were actually nothing else but sable. And sable is not found in the steppes. It must be found in Kama area, in the forest area. So it's very clear that Sogdians already were connected on the northern route to the Eastern Europe. And although we still have very few finds, we can be sure that this trade was already going. That's probably the way how the horde came, because connection along the Sirdarya leads to Lower Volga, ultimately through Orenburg steppes, and further on into Barbaricum. Could we go to the next slide? However, this new trade, which started happening in the 2nd century on a probably fairly large scale as a result of impossibility to use southern route, this trade was to some extent reformulated in the 3rd century due to major geopolitical changes. Well, Sasanian Empire rises, Kushan state collapses, and part of Sogdiana is included into Sasanian domain, into Kushana-Sasanian domain. Well, we by now have a large number of Kushano-Sasanian coins found in specifically Bukhara and nowhere else. Can we move to the next slide? And the inscription of Shapur I on Kaaba Zardusht says that Kushan kingdom up to Peshawar, Kesh, Sogd, and Chach belong to Kushans. That is perfect description of the borders of Bukhara. Kesh, Sogd, and Chach surrounding Bukhara in the northwest, northeast, and southeast. What do we have in Kushano-Sasanian realm that has to do with Romans? Can we go to the next one? Well, that is the map showing the borders of Kushano-Sasanian Protectorate, including Bukhara. Next one, please. Well, it turned out that in the Kushano-Sasanian city of Merv in northern Khurasan, large numbers of Roman late copper are found. Originally, there were 13 coins in old Tutankhamun collections during the reports of early British Turkmen expedition. 4 more added, and already in 2007, Natasha Smirnova, actually from Pushkin Museum, she reported about 30 specimens. Unfortunately, out of new ones, only one is published, and it's from private collections, some kind of late Constantinian bronze. What it has to do with further north? Can I move further? Next one. Well, these are new finds of Roman copper in Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, and Turkmenistan. In fact, this is not full list. We have one more, Maximinus Daza Antiochia mint from Aris Valley, which is not yet published and could not be included. And 2 coins are recorded, but were never photographed, one from Termez and one from Almaty. If we put this on the map, it becomes quite interesting. Next one, please. In the south corner, southwest corner is Merv, where we have about 30 finds. Then to the west of Samarkand, here in Sarakul, we have 2 coins. One is hard to define, it's too worn, and the second one is Arkadiusz. Then we have Licinius in Samarkand, another Arkadiusz of the same type in Kanka in Tashkent. We have 2 coins from this area. And then Licinius from here. Constantius Chloris from here. Diocletian from here. Well, what is it? It's Khurasan Tract. It's the road from Merv to China. Well known, described by Arab geographers for the first time in great detail, but also known from Chinese sources well enough, beginning with our era. What the hell Roman coins are doing there, I cannot tell. They cannot be a part of local circulation. Merv, they probably were, because there was a strange situation when lack of silver in circulation allowed any type of copper to be driven into the circulation. And since Roman coins, there's late Roman coins were actually sold below that metal value in empire at that time, they could be brought in with a profit and thrown into local circulation. We know 2 other cases like this in Byzantine history when actually anonymous Byzantine folly appear in this area in large numbers, and second, when, as a result of failed reform of Alexei Mikhailovich, Russian Tsar, the entire middle Sirdarya is full of Russian copper copics. But then what they do on the road, I don't know. I have no idea. But what they mark is very clear. That is the Silk Route. And remarkably, this is the first numismatic, straight, clear evidence of the route, of the development of this version of the route ever. Well, already looking on other finds, we can say that they were moving together with Kushano-Sasanian coins. Next one, please. And that is a new find. And there are quite a few new finds. And they were moving with some Sasanian coins as well. The earliest finds of Sasanian coins in Turfan are dated to 320s under Domini, so it pretty much coincides with the coins with Roman copper. The concentration of Roman copper that dates mostly in the early decades of 4th century, although there are 2 coins of Arkadiusz still within the 4th century, and one earlier of in Almata of Aurelianus. That's what I wanted to say. Thank you very much. I hope I did not went too far and took too much of your time.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much. It was great to see those maps and sites made clear for us to tell. We now have time for discussion, and it was asked to have discussion of the last 2 papers from the previous section because we ran out of time for discussion there. So if there are, first of all, questions, if people still have them in their mind, to Aleksander, Buhay, are there any questions? And I'll be looking for hands up or speak out if I don't see you. Question that was not okay. Adam, do you have you were moving something. Do you have a question?
Yes. Thank you. Alexander, I would like to ask you, have you obtained the signals of Mercury only on gold surface, or perhaps on gold surface and bronze, or bronze? What does it look like in case of course, gilded coins you examined?
It's very difficult to say about it because we made total analysis and we cannot identify where is but we saw Mercury on silver coin on the coin with bronze core and with some residues of silver and gold. And we saw Mercury on gold coin and gold-plated coin.
Okay. Thank you.
Nancy, microphone.
There it is. Okay. Are there other questions? And you could let me know in the chat or with a hand. We're taking questions here from the last session. And if I don't hear any quickly, we'll go on to Michele Asolati. Were there questions on his paper? Turn off my phone. Okay, Okay, is that a question? No. Alex, you have a question.
Yes, just, you know, there are two interpretations of this coinage. So the big part until now think that they are Ostrogothic. Your opinion is Gepidic. You show some argues that it's Gepid mean. But could you, in a few words, explain us again why, in your opinion, it is Gepid against the opinion of some other, also your Italian colleagues, that they are Ostrogothic?
I will speak in Italian, sorry. I hope. Can I represent my file? I hope, sorry. Okay. L'idea che siano monete non ostrogote ma gepide è dovuta al fatto che riproducono monete ostrogote. Non è che sono, come dire, interpretazioni stilistiche di qualcosa di imperiale, ma riproducono proprio delle monete che sono coniate in Italia, in particolare a Milano e a Ticinum probabilmente. Questo segno qui è un segno tipico della zecca di IMD, della zecca di Mediolanum, che viene riprodotto in questo ambito qui, in questa moneta che è, diciamo, di stile gepido, diciamo così, di Sirmium. In più ci sono particolari iconografici che sono ripresi da emissioni mediolanensi che sono ostrogote. Diciamo è una questione legata al modo di riprodurre un modello, ed è una vera e propria imitazione, non è un'accezione stilistica di un tipo di monetazione.
Ok, thank you. Ja, zrozumiałem to. No, not.
Sorry.
Pressing in the wrong place. Okay. Any other questions on this paper? And if not, we'll move into what was the fourth section, the later section today, and Professor Dua and Dr. Fifia. I hope I got it.
Yes, we are here.
Are there questions?
L'ho anche sottolineato, ovviamente.
Alec.
Mi ha tradotto.
Yes, may I? Nancy?
Yes?
Yes, okay, I talk. Okay, so Natia and Tedo,
yes.
Well, when you kindly hosted me in Tbilisi, I remember an impressive visit with Natia in your National Museum, including particularly the top floor with the illustration of Georgia history during the communistic times, what was extremely impressive. But I also remember very well what is in cellar. Yeah, so all this gold, fantastic halls of Kolhida, many others. And as far as I remember, I have seen at least 8 gold imitation, and you have shown us only some of them. Not all of them, which I remember I have seen them. I have got a very bad quality photo of them. So the question is, why, what about the others? How many could be of the gold imitations? And the second one, is that your gold imitation have almost no holes, no loops, so they are not pierced, not looped like ours or the Indian one, and from India. So what was their function, in your opinion? So that's the question.
Okay, thanks, Alec. I presented 16 pieces, 16 samples. Maybe you understand me. When I show one piece, that means that we have two more pieces struck with the same dice. So I showed you Philip, the senior. That means that I showed you one piece. That means that there are two more pieces. In all, there are 16 pieces at the State Museum, but there are some more pieces in the private collection. I have seen them. Yeah, but the place of finding is obscure. You understand me? They were not found according to regular archaeological excavations, and that is why I hesitated in this moment and in this pandemic. Just put them on that. No, I showed you 16 pieces. You notice perhaps less because some of them they were not illustrated here because they are struck with the same dice. So I decided not to bother you with it. So 16 pieces are at our museum. They are found in the burials together with original coins. That means that they had the function of money and nothing else. It was money. It was money for us. Because there are no other functions for them. In the burials, they are with original coins. In the complexes, they are with the original coins. In the halls, they are with the original coins. What I'm supposed to think? They were money, just debased money. That is my answer. Nadia, maybe
okay, I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure, but I will not continue.
Maybe to see some other imitations. I guess maybe Aleksander and Lysimachus imitations. They are also exposed in the museum. Maybe also those Hellenistic imitations also. They are golden one also. Maybe they were kind of
we have two categories of imitations. One is older, that is imitation to Lysimachus and Alexander typesetters, and the next are the imitation to the Roman coins.
I think you can show those others also.
Maybe Alec, you saw that one, but they are not yet. No, we don't have to. Well, okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. This is our catalog, online catalog of Georgian numismatics. Natia, show first and show this imitation to Alexander typesetters. No. Aleksander, Bursche, you must show the Alexander typesetters. You understand me?
Okay.
This one. Okay, open. Okay. So Nancy, that is innovation. You understand me here? The Nike is the bull-headed. And the Roman coins, in the case of Roman coins, we have imitations, and now we have innovations. Natia, I want to present. Okay, so these are the Natia. I want to present this next year on the Congress here. Don't show the catalog now. But that is our site, GeoNumismatics TSUG. GeoNumismatics TSUG. Please use it, but don't show much.
Why? They are very good ones.
That is reserved for future.
Okay, right. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Natia, get away from this presentation.
Are there any other questions to this presentation?
I think I should stop sharing. Yes.
Well, you're not sharing.
Yes, you stop sharing. I think so. Yeah. Okay, it's okay.
Okay. Any last questions on this paper beyond the Pontic Lemus? If not, we'll move on to Dr. Emilia Smagor, the Indian imitations. Quite new material to me. I've heard of it, but had not seen one. That's very interesting to see. Are there questions?
Yes, I have one question. Okay. I raised my hand already.
Yes, good.
Okay, I have one question to Emilia. Okay, this material is fantastic, really, but I'm more historian than numismatist. That means that I'm asking you historical question. There are several routes from the empire towards India, starting Red Sea ports of Egypt to Malabar, Trans-Iranian transit to Syria, and Trans-Caucasian transit via Albania, Iberia, Colchis to Phasis and Black Sea and the Straits and so on. What do you think about that? How the Roman coins were brought to India? Mostly, by which route?
The coins which are found in India, most of them are found on the territory south and east of the Kushan Empire. So these are coins which arrived there by sea. And finds of Roman coins on the territory ruled by the Kushans are scarce, and their chronological structure is different. And also the imitations were made also on the territory south and east of the Kushan Empire. I'm not aware of any imitation of Aurei from the territory.
Emilia, your dog is trying to jump out of window. Look back. Your dog or cat is trying to jump from the window.
The window is closed, but thank you very much. So the only examples of imitations of Roman coins coming from the Kushan territory I am aware of, these are those medallions. One of them I showed you today, and they imitate late Roman coins. So those coins I am dealing with, and those imitations, these were produced south in the Empire, and these are coins, and the prototypes arrived there. Most probably, most of them arrived there by sea, from the Red Sea ports or.
From Red Sea port of Egypt. Okay. Okay. Thanks.
Other questions, Aleksander? Yeah. Please unmute yourself.
Microphone.
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 I just to add to this that actually there is no really evidence of the flow of coins from Caucasus or towards Caucasus, with exception of Greco-Bactrian horde, single Greco-Bactrian horde in Caucasus, right? Well, there is one late Roman copper on Mangashtak. It's a recent event. The rest of this route, which is northern through Central Asia, Amudarya, there's nothing, absolutely. And it looks like that there was a route through Iran, judging by what I have in Merv. That must have been brought overland. But that is another question. It's probably just overland route going from maybe Syria to Iran, something like the route described by Myers Thyssen.
But there are also imitations dated to the later period. Those Silk Road bracteates, and they are which you are very well familiar with, which were made in Sogdiana, which are found in China, and so on. And they imitate those late Roman coins, and those late prototypes probably arrived there by land, not by the sea. Yes, am I right?
There are two flows. I made a corpus of Byzantine imitations for Central Asia. It's not big. There are there are actually, I think, 9 Savidi altogether, and then maybe about, I didn't count most recent finds, something over 50 bracteates and imitations from Western Central Asia. I'm not talking about China. Because in China it's about 60 more, and plus recent find in Bumbagar is 55.
Yes.
Right? But those which are actually in Western Central Asia, they probably arrived in 2 ways. One through you guys, in other words, in the south, very obviously, and another one probably overland, and overland probably with Byzantine embassies, because there's a very strange phenomenon I originally wanted to speak about it in this conference, but then because of the time limit, I thought that it would be really too much. We have actually three Sogdian coins, Chach and Fergana, but principally Sogdian coinages, which actually started from Anastasius and Justinianic prototypes. And what is interesting, these are copper coinages. So they adopted, first they issued copper imitations of Byzantine solidi, and then they started reworking them, and then they created local types on their basis quite soon. And the process is very well documented now. I actually have very detailed plates showing all the stages. This must have been impact of Roman, Byzantine embassies arriving, because embassies were bringing, of course, solidi, and it is exactly to this point in Chach where we have the start. Not in the south. In the south, we have imitations, but it's mostly of Anastasius, and it's probably connected to some money which were paid by Romans to Sasanians, and Sasanians, in their own turn, paid to Hephthalites in order to secure the eastern border. Well, the picture is actually complex for Byzantine imitations. It's moving in different directions, and obviously probably will be more detailed. But we certainly have some coming from you, because Ahinposh Stupa had Leo imitations, and such Leo imitations are known in China as well.
Yes.
So that would do the same route, right? So, and that is already within Kushan territory, of course.
Are you going to publish? Are you going to publish those new finds of Roman coins?
Well, I actually you know, that is the problem, because they started arriving in some numbers recently, because there's, of course, a lot of robbery of sites, unfortunately, in Central Asia. The most important thing is actually to, because once a Roman coin from Central Asia is removed from the context, it's worth nothing.
Yes.
Because this debased late Roman copper is of no interest whatsoever to anybody. It took some time before we managed to figure out how to squeeze out of collectors the information, the find spots, and so on. So right now, there's really last week there were within last 3 weeks there were 2 more coins, right? And so we'll see how it's going to move. The shorter list of late copper I actually just published in Moscow Historical Museum collection.
Okay.
The conference, but otherwise, well, I'm planning, but I'm sitting right now on another book on Soviet numismatics. So as soon as I finish, I'll get back to it.
Okay.
But if I'm going to publish the proceedings, I would be glad to submit whatever I have, including some materials for Byzantine. I don't know. There was mostly question to Aleksander Bursche, so. You're not going to publish the proceedings of this city.
I think they are going to publish.
This
Alec?
one?
I think so, Alec. Are you going to publish the proceedings?
Yes, I will. I will say it at the end, after at the end of the discussion. So you will hear about it. Yeah,
that will be right. I was actually very impressed by your Indian materials, because they are much more interesting than what we have in the north. Our material is kind of plain imitations, but you have such reworkings. All this super stuff is kind of crazy.
Yes, so actually, in case of this Indian material, we do have information about the find spots and contexts. Sometimes they were better documented or worse, but those coins were quite often modified. So even based on those modifications, we can study them because they were slashed, countermarked, pierced, plugged, and so on. There was a lot of going on with them. So.
And of course, you have much more material than our northern labs, right? I don't know how much gold there is, but I think copper is in tens of thousands, right?
No, actually, it's not that much. It's like 1,200 maybe gold coins.
Krishnamurti was claiming over 1,000 just from the bed of the river.
Well, some of them are from the rivers, but yes, but not that much. In 7,000 maybe 7,000 denarii and so on, and like 300 imitations. And there's a lot of imitations that appeared on the market, but they can be studied, but with some caution, of course.
Okay, are there other questions for Amelia? And if not, we'll move right on to Aleksander, and you're already talking to each other. So, questions? Yes.
May I?
Yes, of course.
Okay. Aleksander, so we agree with the thing, with one thing, that Transcaucasian transit was actual perhaps in Hellenistic period, and Strabo's information is the last information about functioning of this route. And with Amelia, we agree that in the Roman period, a Red Sea port of Egypt, they were the starting point to have some commercial attitude. What about the northern route? I mean, from Crimea, coming to the east, rounding the Caspian Sea in its north, and then moving to Kushans. Maybe this route was used.
I just need to mention, if I may, that I think that in the Roman times, the land route was also in use, but the coins arrived there via the Indian Ocean routes. But the land...
Yes, I know this. Yes, I understand. But I'm talking about the northern route from Crimea, then east, rounding the Caspian Sea in the north, and then moving down to Kushans.
Well, I don't know about moving down to Kushans because I actually, well, there is. Well, let's put it this way. In the 2nd century Anno Domini, we have one coin in Kama area. In other words, in quite far in the north, and once more, it's most probably fur trade. Of Kanishka. It's a large unit of Begram mint with a Khwarezmian countermint, which means that it went from India to Khwarezm, then to Kama. Moreover, similar coins from Khwarezm are found in the south in India, with at least one case is known for sure. In the 2nd century, there was a route because India was consuming some probably of Siberian furs. As we know, actually, it was happening in the Middle Ages. But this is not really Silk Route. The first evidence of the what I would call Silk Route would be this Mujum hoard, the silver hoard, which probably did not arrive from India because composition is not Indian, but rather you would find something like this in Barbaricum. And it also is in Sivdarya. In other words, that's the main artery which you would expect for the north. What is interesting also, I don't know if you know this, there was a phenomenal find of bricks with Sogdian inscriptions in the place called Kultabe. The place is actually situated on near modern Chimkent, ancient Ispijab, on Arisi. And what there's new edition coming up. I know Sims Williams already put it into press, but I haven't seen the new edition. But the old edition, there's some changes, but not significant. The edition says literally the following. Well, the rulers of 4 large Sogdian principalities, Samarkand, Kesh, Nakhshab, And the fourth one is a word which we don't know, but we must.
That is modern Uzbekistan. Yes, that is modern Uzbekistan.
In South
Yes.
Kazakhstan. But the rulers of Sogdian principalities, which is actually Uzbekistan in the south, they hired a condottier, somebody who calls himself Van General of the people of Chach. People
Chinese. He is Chinese general. Yes.
No, she is not Chinese. He is Sogdian probably, but he is kind of a captain of a free company or something like this. Who went from Chach, meaning Kanka, 300 kilometers to the north into absolutely wild country. And he left us and built a fortress. And he says in his inscription that he actually divided lands of nomads from the lands of sedentary and established a fortress and Hazna in fortress. Hazna at that time is not actually treasury, but rather arsenal. And this is crazy because what was needed by Sogdians, who are 600 kilometers in the south, so far in the north, well, Aris is actually the direct route from Sirdarya Valley to Talas Valley to Issyk-Kul and then to eastern Turkestan, directly to China.
To China.
So what these guys did, they actually sent a condottier with a brigade of soldiers to establish a fortress to control this route, very far to the north. That's a crazy story. Well, the craziness, unfortunately, is increased by the fact that there is no date on these bricks. So there is now discussion how to date. I insist on the first decades of the 2nd century. It fits into my system. But Sims Williams thinks that heterograms, Aramaic heterograms there, say that it can be earlier. Some other people think that it's 4th century. I don't know. I'm sure it might date, as usual.
Okay, thanks.
But that would be the first physical evidence for the Silk Route and attempt of Sogdians to control Silk Route. But that is beyond numismatics. Oh, that's actually the place where near that place, Maximin Daza is found, and one Sotromegas is found. That's the northernmost find of Sotromegas coin. And right, so, but inshallah, we'll see more material.
Yeah, we shall see more material. We need more material, yes.
Are there other questions?
Yes, I actually had a question. Let me just put on my camera, sorry. I had a couple of questions for Professor Neymark for his presentation. First of all, thank you for this. I think that it's a very interesting material, despite what you're saying, and then it's worthwhile for us to investigate this region. So my questions are connected. They're more geographic and chronologic. So the first one is, so you were talking about Roman and Byzantine bronzes, and so bronzes being found as far west as Marv and as far east as Turfan. But it's very interesting whether there is something going through the Fergana Valley and especially through Kashgari and the Tarim Basin, whether there are any finds that we are aware of Roman coins from that region. And my second question is, so you mentioned that these Sogdian imitations in the Fergana Valley, which you just mentioned, start off in the period of as imitations of Anastasius and as imitations of Justinian. But do we have more or less an idea of when this sort of coinage ends? So does it end with Justinian, or does it continue later with Maurice focus and later in the Byzantine Empire? Thank you very much.
Okay, question one. There are no coppers in Turfan, but there are, of course, gold bracteates, Byzantine style in Turfan. Now, in terms of Eastern Turkestan, there are two finds that are known in Eastern Turkestan of late Roman copper. Two were actually bought by Oriel Steen and then on Luke, and are published by Hennen Wang. I think there is Constantius the second and maybe, well, something like this. They do fit perfectly into my framework. But the problem is that they were purchased. And although there are reasons, well, Helen actually made a case saying that it could be that this dealer who acted in Eastern Turkestan in the 19th century could import something from Western Central Asia. I don't think so, because quality of coins is not what we find in Western Central Asia. We have salty soils, and our copper comes out such that I already for a week cannot attribute one of the coins or one of the Roman coins. It's just crap, right? Her coins are in perfect condition. And they seem to come from slightly probably from the north. Second, there was a consul in the 19th century, Nikolai Fedorovich Petrovsky, Russian consul in Kashgar. And there were 8 coins, 8 once more coins of the same late Roman types in his collection. They ended up in the Hermitage Museum, but the problem is that, of course, there's no provenance attached to them. He, however, did not collect coins in the West. He, after his appointment in Kashgar, retired to Tashkent. Unfortunately, I found his name in a address book of one of the major dealers of Russian Empire, Shumilov. So it's possible that he purchased. However, I wouldn't think so, because coins are not very good, not very interesting. And obviously, there was no point in Central Asia to buy from a dealer who was sedated in Kazan, Roman coins, small Roman copper, that would make much sense. But that is all we know. No report on any copper in China, or any Roman copper in China so far. So, or at least I was trying to monitor it somehow, but I've never heard of anything like this. As to the second question, Fergana Valley is kind of strange vacuum, coin vacuum for early period. All we have is Wuzhou, and probably later versions of Wuzhou, which appear from China, that come from China, and they actually circulated probably until the 6th, even probably early 7th century, imitations of them at least, and local. And then the coins, the imitations of Byzantine actually come from the second half of the 6th century. I would think, I would date this series, although there's no decisive information about it, but it looks like as such. And that is an imitation of Justinianic Solidus. Well, and then series which started from him. Before the middle of the 6th century, there's no evidence of any coinage in Fergana Valley, at least we don't know. But there are some finds of Byzantine solidi and the imitations in Fergana Valley, starting with, I think, the same Anastasius. I hope I answered.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there other questions? And if not, it is time. Are there? Did I hear someone? I don't see any. Okay. I think it's time to, well, I thank you all, and I want to bring this now back to Aleksander to wind up.
Okay, thank you, Nancy. Well, in a brief to finish, in the name of the organizer, many thanks to all contributors and the patience of the audience. Sorry for some technical problems. We have got 4 different sessions at the same time today at our department, and it was first our attempt of such a scale. Well, 1 year ago in early March last year, just before pandemic, we have got a project conference in Frankfurt, and then we prolongate our project for 1 year, and after that we decide to present and also to compare the achievements, the results. So we are very glad for the last lecture and the last session, because we have got of some of
Again, the problem with the internet.
He seems to be gone completely.
Like me, 1 hour before. Like me.
Sorry, again, it's a computer disaster and problems here at the end, so I speak with the other laptop, the modern one. So together with David Wigg-Wolf, we decided to publish both conferences. So the one in Frankfurt 1 year ago, and this last one, so from today and yesterday. And we let you know soon how we are doing that. Yes, David, perhaps you could add something.
No, you've said everything, Alec. We will split it thematically to a certain extent. It won't be one volume for the Frankfurt meeting and one volume for the Warsaw Internet conference, but we'll split the papers thematically. Maybe something dealing more with the material and something dealing more with approaches to the material and interpretation. Something along those lines. Having listened to the papers now, we need to sit down and think about, look at the program back in Frankfurt, and work out exactly how to split it. So there'd be one publication from the University of Warsaw and one publication presumably from the German Archeological Institute. So, yeah, I think that's basically the idea behind it. Yeah, you agree?
It's very nice to see your faces, most of you. So, hello to everybody. See you next time, and I'm really very happy to see you in person here in Warsaw next year on the 16th International Numismatic Congress. Yeah, stay healthy, and thanks a lot.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Alec.
Bye.
Thank you very much indeed.
Bye.
That was excellent.
Bye.